Information is power.
Tell the truth.
Information is power. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the Information Man Show. This should be a very informative show around this issue as it relates to Monique and DL Hughley. We're going to do our best today to break down some of the legal aspects because I have the incredible, the empowered Esquire with me. I appreciate you all coming through. We're going to get this show started in just a moment, very soon. So I thank you. And here we go, everybody. Peace.
Rebel soul child got a fist balled. I'm a respawn of ancestors and I'm blessed, They are not him, tell him fess up. I get check stub, hella carefree, nothing scares me, hella reckless. Yeah, I got next up, right? Now we not the same, cause see when I look in your iris, you likely to talk but not ready to ride. You do better keeping it quiet. My pen is ignited, my soul is enlightened. I like who I am, but I'm biased. The palette is right and my drip is a fountain. I'm not like these regular guys. All of that talk is misguided. She like the way I make the
on the YouTube street.
The way I make the words plays grip. I'm the reaper reaching for the kill switch. The label cuts a check like the bladesman. Something sparking where his brain is. The beat is somewhere where they prayers in. Geronimo, the way I make the bass jump when no parachute is tasteless. They likely to run their mouth, but when they see you face to face, they quick with the shape shift. Up through the night, work the grave shift. Batted from the cradle.
Information is power.
Tense, look both ways when you catch fade. I'm a nice guy on the inside. Still, I'm not somebody to be played with. Keep it all the way 1,000. I don't remember how the ground feels. I left the city, I've been browsing. Treading water that they drowning. My head on the swivel, yeah. It's only really my surroundings.
Information is power.
I don't remember how the ground feels. I left the city, I've been browsing. Treading water that they drowning. My head on the swivel, yeah. It's only really my surroundings. Can't stop, don't stop. Till I to the road when the glow trap. Then I keep the goat at the soul top. Type of thing I hide in a tube sock. I done skip town on a new block, but I'm still around if you just not. Better hold it down when the groove drop. Where I kick down for the crowd, I balloon pop. Bet they come around for my moolah. Better run them out of town for they hoopla. Queen, she a hun like Mulan. Everything the hoes what they were, but they just not. They be right up in your face with the fake stop. They be thinking it's a game, but it's just not. They be thinking we the same, but the subpart. Leave from joy through the mud when the flood stop, pull up. Hey, I feel amazing. Pyramid scheme, how I play the angle. I send it to your girl, but I make a facelift.
Information is power.
No cable, smell it like basil. Yeah, I got the flavor. I ain't got no patience, kept it with a savor. I be on their nerve, but it feel painful. Look aside when I serve, had a distaste.
Information is power.
Flotation, it's outrageous. Purchase with the sound, but a finger razor to the whole nation. Yelling out 12 till they throw me in the cell, but then make bail for the young and rebellious generation. Keep it all the way 1,000.
Information is power.
I left the city, I've been browsing. Treading water that they drowning. My head on the swivel, yeah. It's only really my surroundings. They keep it all the way 1,000. I don't remember how the ground feels.
Information is power.
Treading water that they drowning. My head on the swivel, yeah. It's only really my surroundings. I'ma go all the way up. They keep calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil. She taking me out of this world. I'ma go all the way up. Nice guy with a cold shoulder. Yeah, we cool, but I don't know. Wrote a flower and I'm up the potion. Give me superpowers that I won't stop. To the bank roll on Supermassive. Big bank for the space chatter. Way up in a squad NASA. Copperfield with the dark magic. Subtle flex when I run a race. Tell these rap buddies eat my dust. Lil baddie after cellular. Talking life and I we set it up. I'm a sharpshooter, yeah, Will Smith. Call me Prince Park, let me freshen up. Babe Wood on a level up. Way up with the nebulas. I'm never copping a chain, cause I see it all through the frames. I leave it all on the pages, feeling like they want me locked in a cage. They want us all in their face, but I'ma go all the way Abe, cause I don't feel all the way safe. Yeah, for the shit.
I'm standing in front of you real motherfuckers, y'all don't even understand. I have traveled the motherfucking world, all but when I come to Detroit, nigga. All right. See, when they called me to come play Detroit and come play the Fox Theater, and I ain't played the Fox Theater in over 20 motherfucking years. I was so goddamn excited. I was so motherfucking excited because I said, oh, a bitch is going back. A bitch is going back to the Fox Theater in motherfucking Detroit. When I tell you Detroit, y'all don't understand what the fuck I had to go through to stand in front of you beautiful motherfuckers tonight. Y'all don't understand the fight a bitch had to go through to stand in front of y'all tonight. Y'all don't understand I was ready to walk the fuck up out of here, but I said I can't let the people down of motherfucking Detroit because the promoters is raggedy as a motherfucker. I don't fuck with nobody. I take pride in not fucking with nobody, nigga. But if you fuck with me, we gon' dance, nigga. We gon' do the two-step, nigga. See, I take pride, baby. In my whole motherfucking career, can't nobody tell you I ever started no shit with them. That ain't what the fuck I do. My heart would hurt if I tried to bully a motherfucker or start some shit with a motherfucker. But what niggas had to understand about me, I ain't for that Hollywood bullshit. If you cross the motherfucking line, Oprah, if you cross the motherfucking line, Tyler, I'm gonna see you cool motherfuckers. Come on the cool train, nigga. Choo-choo! Them niggas told me, Monique, let go and let God. Let go and let God. They have taught niggas to be so motherfucking fearful and just give it to God. Let go and let God. So I kept hearing this shit over and over and over again. So I said, well, let me let this shit go and let me give it to God. And you know what God did? He gave it right the fuck back. He said, bitch, I gave you everything you need to deal with these motherfucking coons. Steve Harvey, Hughley. I gave you everything you need to deal with these motherfucking coons. I don't fuck with nobody. See, tonight, I'm gonna tell y'all what the fuck is going on, because y'all know one thing about me, bitch, I'm gonna tell. That's why they ain't like me as a little girl, bitch, because I'm gonna tell. Bitch, I'm gonna tell you out there kissing Petey on the playground, bitch. You nasty whore, we in the 3rd grade, bitch, I'm going to tell. Yes, he pumped me, bitch, but nobody saw it. Oh, I'ma tell. See, I fucks with contracts. That's why niggas got a problem with me. If you sign the motherfucking contract, that's what the fuck it is. But they're so used to niggas fucking around with the contract and being nervous because they might lose an opportunity or a motherfucking chance, so they won't redo the contract. I'm not a bitch who's gonna redo the contract. If you sign the motherfucker, that's what the motherfucker is. So tonight, see, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna break it down for you, Detroit, because I would feel less than a motherfucking woman if I didn't let y'all know what the fuck was going on this stage right now. So if my energy is a little different, nigga, because they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. So the contract, oh nigga. The motherfucking contract said that a bitch is the headliner. The headliner. Let me say it again, the headliner. That's what the motherfucking contract says. Monique is to be the last motherfucking person on the goddamn stage. She is the headliner. That's what I signed the fuck up for. I'm 30 plus years in this motherfucking business and I don't open for no goddamn body. The contract said the headliner. The contract said the headliner. The contract said the headliner. But a nigga named the accuser turned into a bitch and said I won't perform if she does that. I won't go.
Tell the truth.
Chill, where you at and
Information
yeah, I know
is
it's a move.
power. Make sure to
I'ma go
subscribe
all the
to
way
his
up.
channel.
They keep calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud. but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil, she taking me out of this world, so I'ma go all the way up. Got the squinting, got the gator spinning, I'm outrageous with it, going crazy with it. Got the phrase jumping off the page, gifted, got the waves fishing, got the neighbors tripping, got the trap room.
Tell the truth.
All right, everybody, peace. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. That was the intro of the show. I had to play a little bit of what Monique was saying. Whether you're on Monique's side or you're on DL Hughley's side, at the end of the day, I don't like seeing two black people, whether the entertainers or not, going at each other. But we're going to break this down and analyze this. I'm so happy to have the Empower Esquire with me today. Those of you out there that's watching the show, definitely share this in your social media, share this in your community tab if you're a content creator. We're going to get at it. And I need people to really hear what the sister is saying. She is an attorney at law, a former prosecutor. I've had her on this show many, many times to talk about various other subject matters, and we're going to keep doing this. And I want y'all to really hear the legal aspects as Monique was speaking there. And she talked about the, the mother, what contract, right? I kind of put contracts up. DL Hughley, he presented his position as to what was going on, showing his demo. She showed a contract. We're going to figure out whether this is real or is it false. To be fair, before I bring the Empower Esquire on, to be fair, I got to show the video, because I have the video footage of DL's reply. I see my man Carl Yard is waiting to come in. I'm going to bring you in just a moment, my brother. Just be patient there. Let me play you his rebuttal on his particular program, his show. And let's just do that right now.
I work very hard to control the environment I work in comedically. I only work where I want to work and who I want to work for. I want to work with. I don't work because that is a very precious place to me. I've been offered a gig, a couple of gigs, 3 or 4 gigs to work with Monique in LA, in Brooklyn, in Houston, and I turned them down because I didn't think it would work. So after talking to a lot of people, and one of the very people in this room about how things are different, 2 of the very people in this room, as a matter of fact, and how things are different, and look at how things are coming around, I decided it would be wrong for me not to give somebody a chance based on things that they'd never done to me. That would have been wrong to me. And when she talks, she goes on her diatribe and she talks about me having my feet under her table. That was at her invitation. I was doing a gig in Greenbelt, Maryland. She lived in Baltimore. She was having a fight party. It was, I think, Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson. And sure enough, I came to her table at her invitation. And it was a wonderful time. As a matter of fact, it was based on that interaction, along with talking to people, I decided that I would do these gigs. I decided I would do it. And now I know what Tyler Perry knows. I know what Lee Daniels knows. I know what Oprah knows. I know what Steve Harvey knows. I know what Charlamagne the God knows. I know what Netflix knows. Saying yes to Monique is an occupational hazard. Now, we're playing a gig in Detroit this weekend. I know I'm going on at 9:45. I leave the hotel. I get there around 9. Monique had just gotten there. She's supposed to be there at 8:40. She had just gotten there, gone at 8:40. She got there at 8:38. What Monique was trying to do was to slow walk the show. She didn't end up getting on for 30 minutes. The oldest trick in the world is, if I want to change the order and I don't have merit, I'll try to make people wait so long that everybody gets nervous and go, please, just go on so we can avoid a conflict. That didn't happen. Monique got on stage. If Monique actually felt like she had merit, she would have done one of 3 things. Either she would have took it up with the promoter, and she did, and the promoter said, we're going on, and whether you go on or not, that's a different thing. You would have not done it, but she knew she had to get on stage, or she would have been in breach of contract, or she would have come to talk to me. She didn't ever, and I emphatically emphasize this, she never once talked to me. I haven't seen Monique in years. I didn't see her at the venue before, after, or during. I haven't spoken or seen Monique. So if you really thought that you had a legitimate contract dispute, you would have come to me and said, hey, I have this contract and you have this contract. Notice not one thing on that contract, not one person she has on that contract, not one thing happened. Do you know why? Because it wasn't legitimate. And she goes on stage and she proceeds to eviscerate me. Not just me, but Steve Harvey, the sexual, my wife, my dog later on in subsequent conversation. Let me ask you something. What did any of that have to do with an alleged contract dispute? What did Steve Harvey have to do with your contract? What did I have to do with your contract? What did my dog have to do with your contract? What does my wife have to do with your contract? You wrote your contract, you and your daddy. You proceeded to say things that were so patently insulting that it was galling. It was galling. You asked in subsequent conversations why I have a dog, a support dog, what kind of person has a support dog. I have that dog because my father died. My children and family decided they would get a dog from where he was from, and I named the dog after my father. I don't have a dog to keep people away from me. I have a dog so I have my father with me all the time. That is an act of love which you know very little about. You proceeded to assault my sexuality. You have the temerity to assault someone's sexuality, a man's sexuality, given who you lay next to. None of that had anything to do with alleged contract dispute. You could have taken that up with a lawyer. You would have gotten out. You could have not gone on stage, but you knew you didn't have a valid contract. And you do what you always have done. You tried to weaponize black femininity. You tried to turn that audience against me. You tried to burn everything down. Like you do all the time. Who calls Netflix and thinks I can get $10 million because I did the Queens of Comedy? Who thinks you can get on stage and still live off that? I was a king of comedy. You never hear me talking about it because in this business, like any other, it isn't what you have done, it's what you do. That show was one I signed on to do. I made the quintessential mistake, the horrible mistake that like Tyler Perry, like Lee Daniels, like Oprah, like all these people of saying yes to you. And it is an occupational hazard. It is my fault. I have learned my lesson. You didn't just, and the thing that bothers me the most isn't the things that you said, because I know who I am and I know what I do. And I have a pristine reputation. And everybody who knows me know what I'm about. It's this whole, my dear, my babies, I love you for real, which is so transparently false, it is ridiculous. But the thing that was really the most annoying, the thing that was really the most bothersome is after a terrible couple of weeks where people were being slain in Buffalo, where people were being slain, kids are getting slain in school, and people had come to a comedy show to get away from all of their problems, you besieged them with yours. The one contract that isn't in dispute is the one that the audience had with us to entertain them. But every single time, more and more, you spend half of your time talking about your grievances and what you didn't get and who did this to you. Listen, when you burn things up and you sit back to watch the results of them, she's literally set that stage on fire, said the most incendiary things ever, and I had to go on stage. And she has the temerity to call me a coward. A coward would have left. A coward would have said, I can't go. You didn't even want to go on when you had a contract that you knew that not to be true. You made up this whole narrative that you knew not to be true, and you played that out in front of the audience. And then I had to go on behind you. And you know what you did? You sat back and you tried to watch your damage. You set the stage on fire and you watched what you've done. You know who does that? Arsonists do that. Arsonists set shit on fire and try to see the damage it rise. But I blame myself because I know now what I didn't before. Saying yes to you is an occupational hazard, one I will not repeat. I don't blame you. I wish you well. But when you do the things you do, when everything's about you, when you're vitriolic, when you have all these fights with all of these entities, it is you. Precious was not a movie. Precious was an autobiography. That is who you are, literally. You mad at the contract you and daddy wrote, your daddy? And I don't know why you call a man daddy and you pay for him. That's a son. Let's be clear. I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with me. I did what I knew not to be true. But I'm going to tell you something. When you burn and you destroy and you wreck, you are not a queen of comedy. You're a queen of ashes. Now, while I'm going to go back to work and you get back to your kingdom of smoke. That's a little...
Thank you for the super chat.
Let me unmute myself. I think I have myself muted. Basically, I've been calling everyone's name, so let me do the roll call. We've got Tawana. We got Victory Begins in the Garden, Queen I Know I Am, Beverly Palmas. We have GA, which is better known for Brother Frazier. We have Dr. J. Kelly. Sorry about that. I had my mic muted. Love to Travel with Wave, Beverly Palmas. We got Joe in the house. Angelica's in the house. Sharon is in the house. Got that name right, sister. We got Natural in the house. Brother Doug in the house. He's one of my mods in there. Sandra is in the house. Deborah Guns is in the house here. Empress Queen. That's who I was trying to give some respect to. She gave me a beautiful super chat.
Thank you for the super
I appreciate
chat.
you. RY is in the house. Glorion Murray. Tawana, just a bunch of people that have come in little by little. People are coming. The Empire Esquire is in there too as well. Brother Yapo is in the house. He's been rocking with me for a long time. Let me give him a shout out. Okay, we got a lot of great folks in that chat room. We got QI, Films, Media, and Art that's in the house here. Brother, what's going on? Psychopatheist, man. I haven't seen you over here in a while, but it's always good to see you. I got to get back over there to your channel as well. Good to see you. Glad you coming over to pay us some love here, brother. And I just want to give everybody some much respect. And so with that said, and then we got some chick named Star who is actually a mod on the channel. Appreciate you as well. So with that said, everybody, let's get into it right now and get things started. So to the Empowered Esquire, I want to say thank you for being with me, or being with us today, should I say. Let's get into it. You've had a chance to observe what has happened between these two. This is entertainment. People do have egos. People do feel that they want to be number one. But give it to us. What is your position on this situation?
So first and foremost, thank you to Info for the invitation. Thank you to Information Man. As I always say, he is, in my humble opinion, the GOAT in these YouTube streets. So I'm always honored to be on his show. And I'd also like to give everyone a little disclaimer. It's Sunday. I'm with the family. So if you hear anything in the background, just consider it to be some background music.
Mm-hmm.
Say that.
Yes.
So now to jump into the topic. Now, I don't think you've put up any documents as of yet, right, Info?
No, I have. Well, during the beginning of the show, I kind of flashed some documents, but whenever you want me to put any documents up, I can definitely do that.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so we'll probably get into that in a moment, but I'll say from what I understand before, diving into any documents, there seemed to be an intermediary, right?
Okay.
To my knowledge, now mind you, I'm not a comedian, right? But to my knowledge, you don't have Monique directly speaking to DL Hughley about this event, nor about the order of performance or about payment or anything like that, right?
Okay, right.
You have Monique's team, whether that's her manager or her attorney or both, in negotiation with a promoter who is then in negotiation with DL Hughley and his attorney, manager, team, however that works, right? So
Yes.
I think for people who aren't in the business, it's important for them to understand that this wasn't Monique and DL Hughley speaking about this. So it is possible that some things got lost in translation, right? It is totally possible that Monique had some understandings or some ideas, and then DL Hughley had different understandings and ideas because there's intermediaries involved.
Right. Well, can I ask you this question then? What about the fact that, as you heard in the beginning of the show, She got on stage at the show. And of course, I'm going to play her rebuttal to DL in a moment at some point in time because I have that video ready to go. She made reference to it being a comedy show and people having, thin skin. Would you say her rebuttal or her comedy routine in which she sort of said some things that were unfavorable about DL, wasn't that a omission of the fact?
So you mean the portion that you played where she was on stage and she said?
Yeah, she was on stage and she sort of said a few choice words about well-known people as well as DL, which he didn't like. And later on, when she did her rebuttal video to him with her husband, and I have that video here to go, she kind of said that, hey, she was actually doing a comedy routine, but had a few things to say about him. How does that play into this? Because obviously something happened between them that made her angry, that made her go up on the stage and make the statements that she made within her comedy routine.
I will tell you what, from a legal perspective, the things that she said, in my humble opinion, again, as I always say, right, the things that she said on stage about DL Hughley in particular did not come across to me as comedy. It came across to me as she was specifically saying these things about him, and also as she was presenting these things to be a quote unquote fact. So what she has to be mindful of is what we've seen so much of lately, which is what? Defamation.
Okay.
I mean, lately it's been like defamation, what's the word I'm looking for? Defamation Central, right? First we had Cardi B and Tasha K. Then we had Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And as you've seen recently, people have been successful in their defamation lawsuits. First Cardi B and then with Johnny Depp. So in my opinion, what she said about DL Hughley did not come across as a joke. It did not come across as a suggestion. It came across as she was presenting these things about DL Hughley to be a fact. And if she presented these things to be facts that were not, in fact, true, DL Hughley can sue her for that.
So you're saying, let's just, for the purpose of everyone's education here, if he wanted to, he could take her to court because she did damage to his character, especially when she made reference about his sexuality.
Yes.
I see Carl getting ready to come in and bring Carl in just a moment. And she made reference about, and wait a minute. She said things about well-known people. Wait a minute. I'm going to put it on my, everybody will see this in just a moment. She said things about, let me see, Tyler Perry, right? Let me put this slider up here. You see Tyler Perry right to the left of us, everybody, right? She said things about Steve Harvey, and Steve Harvey had a rebut to what she said. And let me just go ahead real quick and fire up what Steve Harvey said just for a short time, what he said in rebuttal, because she called him that COON word, coon. And we know that way too well within the black community. We've used it. I'm not going to lie. I've used the word myself. Here we go.
Integrity. Stand up here and let everybody that's counting on me crumble so I
Let
can
me
make
stop
a
that right
statement.
there. I need to move this back. This was not where I prepped it to be. And here we go right here, folks. This is what I want you to hear. This is Steve Harvey.
What? Excuse me, Monique.
Let me just open by saying I could care less than about what you think about me, because clearly I'm not your problem.
What she called you, a coon? Yeah, I
You know
like
what?
that.
And anyone who knows me, who really knows me, can't even make
Exact
that
opposite.
statement. That you trying to sound profound now, but really, girl.
Why do
we keep we black out here?
So that's what he had to say. That's the one and only Steve Harvey. No matter what you think of him, it is what it is. She's gone after Steve Harvey. She's talked about Oprah Winfrey, Tyler Perry, Lee Daniels. And the question I was going to ask you, the Empower Esquire, excuse me here, could they possibly file a suit against her or jump on a suit against her with DL Hughley? Because she kind of called them out and said some things. How does that work legally?
So yes, they absolutely could. But remember, for defamation, you just want to be sure that what the person said about you is not true. As long as they feel that they are certain that what Monique said about them is not true, then yes, they all could try to have her found legally liable by suing her. And let me also add that when you state something about someone's sexuality, which affects their home life and their marriage, right, obviously, and or about someone's career, things that directly affect a person's quality of life and livelihood, you're not just looking at, regular old defamation. You're looking at what is called defamation per se, which means, first of all, it will be easier for that person to prove defamation because they will already have the advantage in proving damage. They can just simply say, you're affecting my home life, you're affecting my livelihood.
Yes.
And second, you're also going to be facing more liability for damages because defamation per se, that's when you hit your $10 million, $20 million, $30 million judgments for defamation.
Yes. Wow. Carl, are you there, brother? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm definitely what I want to do because we want to get the legal aspect of all of this, and then I'm hoping to hear the aspect from the point of view of someone like yourself, who is a comedian as well. You've been in this business, and I'm hoping that Brother Kevin Lee will come on as well. I sent him at least 2 links. Hopefully he'll click into it and come on aboard if he has the time. We want to get that perspective from you in just a little bit to kind of give people a pretty balanced perspective here. So that's why I'm really happy to have you here. And maybe you can give us some perspective in terms of, have you ever had these experiences when it comes to contract disputes or what have you? Maybe you can levy that information on us as well. So just hang on there, brother. We're gonna put you front and center very soon. In terms of the contract, the Empower Esquire, D.L. Hughley, he went on Instagram and he presented what seems to me to be, and I can't speak to this because I don't know, the entertainment paperwork, but he put this up. If this is the correct document that I have here on the screen, that this is an example of it, and I can also enlarge it even more so. This is the one I want to show here. This is what he presented, and I, of course, can enlarge this. What he presented, which is a deal memo. And then she presented this one. And of course, I can enlarge these documents, folks, just so you know, whenever Esquire needs me to do so. And this is her document. From your legal eye, because we're looking at these things by our eyes right now, your legal eye, which one of those documents are legitimate in terms of on the legal perspective from what you could see?
So basically, the deal memo is going to provide a summarization of the quote unquote deal that has been agreed to by all parties. However, the performance agreement is the contract. So
okay,
say that, some people have been kind of poo-pooing away D.L. Hughley's documentation, and it's not that cut and dry, right? A deal memorandum does summarize the deal that was agreed to. However, the contract is the actual details of that quote unquote deal.
Okay, let me do this real quick. This is what I'm going to do for the purpose of zooming in on this a little bit more. So I'm going to switch up where you are. And I'm going to enlarge myself on the screen. And I want you to talk us through this as I take some things off of here. So now, and I can go in here and I can manipulate this in any kind of size I want, meaning manipulate the size of the document, but not manipulate the document itself, of course. But I think what I have here is as best as I can do right now. So on the screen, and let me take someone message off the screen. And everybody in the chat room, thank you for being here. The super chats, everything, I really appreciate that. Appreciate everyone share the video out. This is a very important video because of the way we're going about doing this. So as you see on the screen, this is his deal memo, enlarged, D.L. Hughley, 5-time, what's this, TIMZ Production Incorporated. From what you can see, Empire Esquire TV, does this look legitimate? This is what he presented.
Yeah, so from what I can see, it looks to be a legitimate memorandum. And as
Mm-hmm.
I said, he mentions in the memorandum, first of all, that the billing is 100% headline. So we see that. And we know that that means that a headliner is usually the person who performs last. Then when we look at the additional provisions portion, we see that artists, which we can assume that's DL Hughley, right? Because up
Mm-hmm.
there at the top, we see artist DL Hughley. So in additional provisions, it does say artists to have approval of lineup and running. I think it then says running of show, right? So
Right.
again, that means that DL Hughley would have the run of who performs when, which means
Right.
that more than likely he would want to be the last performer.
Right. In a smaller version of this, it says exactly approval of the lineup and running order of the show. Lineup, DL Hughley. Closing says that Monique, right? And then we got Rodriguez, local radio station host. So this is what it's saying here, folks. Exposed to the COVID. Okay, they're talking about if you're exposed to. Talks about travel and accommodation. All payments shall be paid. So this is what it says on his document. This is what he put, ladies and gentlemen, not us. This is what DL Hughley put out on his Instagram as his proof that he was the one that was supposed to be the headliner, and you can see it increased here. Now, let's go and look at Monique's contract that she put out on her Instagram, ladies and gentlemen, not something that we're making up. You all have seen this. You can all go on her Instagram. This is what she put out, and let's see the enlarged version of this for everyone to see. And there we have it. So, counselor, what does that look like to you?
Okay, so what we're looking at here is a contract. So in business and corporate deals and things like that, sometimes a contract is literally referred to as a contract. But from a practical perspective, usually a contract is called an agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Legally, it is a contract, but for practical purposes, we usually call it an agreement. And performance agreements are specific to entertainers. Why? Well, because they perform, right? Sometimes you will have performance agreements for someone for some other type of performance, some other type of work. But performance agreement means contract. So this is the actual contract.
So when you look at the language of this contract, and Carl, if you want to come in at any time, if you've experienced having a contract like that, if there's anything that you want to add, Brother Carl, because you work in entertainment and you're a comedian.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you right now, have you received a demo, a memo like what DL Hughley presented? Have you been presented with a contract like this for gigs that you've had in the past or that you have now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially when you do colleges, they'll give you a list of things you can and cannot talk about. So the contracts are much longer
Mm-hmm.
than when you were like professional like DL Hughley. You can pretty much do or say whatever you want. But as far as the whole contract and Monique and all this whole thing goes, personally, I think Monique's ego is much bigger than her talent. I think, because what she's doing is you don't do that stuff out in public. I just don't think you do that stuff out in public.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if you guys remember this TV show Moonlighting with Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd many years ago, back in the early 90s, I think. But though it was said they did not get along, right? He didn't like her, she didn't like him. But when the show was on, when the camera went up and they were acting, they did their job.
Right.
So I don't understand why Monique feels to bring this stuff public. Why it needs to
Well,
be made public.
what all I'm going to say is a person looking at it from the outside, it looks like all of these things have started showing their naked head ever since things didn't go well with the Netflix deal that she was looking for.
Yes.
And I got to be honest with you and Empower Esquire, if you agree with me or disagree with me, it's okay. I just want people, I really feel personally looking at this, that Monique feels that she has not gotten the support from the black entertainers, that none of the black entertainers from her point of view, particularly within the comedy realm, that they have, I feel that she doesn't feel like people are rallying around her to support her in her plight. And that maybe there's a hint of, is there sexism in this entertainment game? Is there sexism in the comedy game? And that she's a woman, and there's not that many women in the game as there is men. You know, that's an aspect that people can debate. You know, I'm not saying either way, but I get the feeling that she feels like people have not had her back when she was going through some of, and maybe she's right, maybe she's wrong. I can say this, that as black people in general, sometimes we don't tend to stick together. We can be a little bit of a crabs in the barrel in some cases. However, should she lash out at everybody and sort of blame everybody for her problems or her shortcomings? That can be debated whether she should be doing that or not, because there is such a thing, as you know this, Carl, of burning your bridges in the entertainment business, because some of the people that she's calling out are people that have put her in their movies that have gotten her more popular.
Absolutely.
So,
I can personally tell you, when I first started, and I felt like I reached headline status, and a lot of clubs were not headlining me. They would put me in the middle. They would have me host. And I knew, and I'm not just saying, I knew it was because I was black.
Okay.
And any black comedian would tell you this. When you're really funny, you know, in this industry, unless you become a big superstar, they will try to hold you back as long as they can. And you got to find different ways. You got to jump through different hoops and do different things just to get some kind of fame, so you can tell them to go F themselves. So what we have to do is, now, do I get mad at these bookers and yell at them and tell them, I know what you're doing, F you, blah, 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 and then lose everything? Or what I did and what other black comedians have to do, and actresses, you try to get as good as you can, so you know one day you'll reach to the point where they can't hold you back. So you keep taking all their shit until you get into a space where you don't have to take their shit anymore.
Okay. Let me do this. Hey, brother Doug, thank you for the super chat. Everybody out there that's in that chat room, love you all for being here. But now, getting back to the legal aspect of this, and Carl, hang on there. We're going to need your expertise here. To the Empire Esquire, when you look at this, what is the most legal binding document here? Is it this document? I know I may be repeating some things, but this is for the purpose of people that are coming into the chat room that may be coming in late. What is the most legitimate document? Is it this document, which Monique has presented herself? Okay. Or is this the most legitimate document? Which one, counselor?
The performance agreement is the most legitimate and the clearest indication of what was agreed to.
So on this agreement, it says here, this agreement made on the 28th day of March 2022 is between Hicks Media Corporation, right? Monique Hicks, PK. Monique, hereafter referred to as Talent, New Day Entertainment. Okay, hereinafter referred to as, so engagement, hereby engage Talent, and Talent hereby accepts such engagement to perform 1:30 minutes to 45 minutes concert show engagement. Talent shall be the headliner. Because she said she was the headliner of the show, and the closing talent for the show, which talent shall not perform later than 1 hour of performance time after the start of the show. Performance date, May 28th, Fox Theater, Detroit, Michigan, as she said before. So therefore, folks, according to Empire Esquire as a lawyer, this is the more legitimate document outside of the D.L. Hughley memo that he presented on his Instagram. Now, here's the dilemma. And I'm going to ask the counselor this. Here's the dilemma. And let me take something off the screen here. and come back over here and bring everybody back on with me. Or should I just do this? I'm going to do this. Bring the Empower Esquire over in the bigger part of the screen. There we go. Now, this is the question. Shouldn't the promoters be at fault here, even though we're kind of keying and laughing about this whole battle between the two of them, and we're kind of saying, my God, look at Monique go in on him, drag him down the street, around the block, and down the corner. But at the end of the day, shouldn't the promoters, Carl or Empower Esquire, shouldn't the promoters be the blame for this? Shouldn't the promoters be responsible for drawing a line in the sand and saying, this is who's closing, this is who's the headliner, this is who's doing what based on how much money they're being paid? Now, DL Hughley made a claim that he was being paid more than her. So therefore, he was the headliner, according to what he was under the belief of, right? She said that he went behind her back, behind them curtains, and started yapping like he wasn't going to go on. And then that's how and then she said she wasn't going to go on as well, but then she ended up going on. So, counselor, from a legal point of view, what's the responsibility of the damn promoters?
That's what I was saying at the very beginning. We're looking at this as a Monique v. DL Hughley situation, and it's not.
Yes, it's not.
It's an incompetent, and I rarely ever say this, but this is what it is. It's an incompetent intermediary. That is the problem. Because we clearly see that Monique has a contract that says she's a headliner. I mean, that's clear as day. And then we clearly see that DL Hughley has a deal memo, which, as I said, it may not be the contract, but it's a summarization of the contract, right? So we can see that DL Hughley has a deal memo, a summarization of his contract that says that he's the headliner. So again, it's an incompetent intermediary here that caused the entire issue that we're seeing.
Okay. And Mrs. Mode Afro Mama, who I like, she's very, very nice content creator. She says that don't bring the kids into it. And yeah, you shouldn't bring children into this situation. I know she made some reference to why she's feeling sorry for DL's wife having to do certain sexual positions on DL that and his wife did not take to that. And once again, I don't like seeing black people going at each other like this. But let me put DL Hughley's wife. He's been with her for many, many years, everybody. Many years. Put it front and center. And the wife did not care for the things that she said on the stage. Now, it got personal, but let's just hear what I'm saying, everybody. The bottom line is, according to what the lawyer is saying here, the Empower Esquire, is that this is more about the fact that the promoters dropped the ball. There should have never been a beef between them on this night if the promoters had laid everything in the sand and made DL know exactly what his position was on that show and let Monique know exactly what her position on this show. And then hopefully this would have never happened. We wouldn't be talking about this right now. And that's just the facts. Let me read something to you. This is from DL Hughley's daughter. He has two beautiful daughters. He has one daughter who's just gotten married not too long ago, some time back. He has a beautiful granddaughter. I think a grandchild. His daughter got married. This is from his daughter. He says, this is from Rand Nichols, DL Hughley's eldest daughter. You're now publicly, this is his oldest daughter speaking here. You're now publicly disrespecting my mother. This is right off of the Twitter feed. So I'm not making any of this stuff up. This comes right off of DL Hughley's Instagram feed. Let me say so. You're now publicly disrespecting my mother, who I love and care for very much, and my baby sister, who I love and care for very much, to get back at my father, who I love, respect, and care for very much. At this point, I feel like you are asking my father, my family, and myself to act out of character, out of all the things you could have allegedly said about my dad. If that's the route route where you want to go with this and take it to, you choose to be deliberately mean and hurtful to two black women who have nothing to do with this conversation, using my mama and my sister to show people my father's character, only shows how little mentally stability and dignity and morally disrespectful you basically are. That's what his daughter is saying. You have not only disrespected my family, but you disrespected yourself, but other black women as well. You are clearly 2 crayons short of the full box. You disgusting, and you absolutely need to keep every single member of my family's name out of your, we know what that word is, out of your mouth. Absolutely need to keep every single member of my family's name out of your mouth, out of that poison mouth, not because you can do us harm. You cannot, but because you are adding to the historical and systematic disrespect and trauma of other black women who you claim to love. And for what? A check, you are bringing up trauma for a concert lineup. All you've done is to prove that you have no moral compass. Nothing is too far in your quest to prove a point. I am blessed that my parents raised children who have no idea how you could possibly go here. The Hughleys are going to have a good ass day and blessed life. We are healing, we are whole, and we love each other fiercely. That's what she said, ladies and gentlemen. That's what she said. I got to give it a clap. Monique did, to be fair, Monique did make reference to his wife. She made reference to the children or his daughters. And that's why the oldest daughter put out that statement on the Instagram. So I got to say, from that point of view, Monique was wrong. You should never bring family members into matters that have nothing to do with them. You had a contract dispute. You really should have taken it. This is just where I'm going, my opinion, and as just as being backed up by Empower Esquire here legally. Monique, let me just say this to you right now. So the question is, counselor, do you think Monique should have just basically brought this up to the promoters? She should have never even gone at DL Hughley on this personal thing, because I personally think that she's had it out for him for a long time. And this gave her the opportunity to say the things that she possibly wanted to say, because she did say that he has embarrassed her in other situations in the past, because she really should have been at the throats of the promoters, not him.
Right. So let me begin by saying that what probably happened, and I'm sure we've all been in this situation, is that when Monique realized that there was some discrepancy, she went to the intermediary, and the intermediary probably tried to throw DL Hughley under the bus and blame him and his team, I should say. What Monique should have done next, in my humble opinion, as I always say, is she should have went back to the intermediary and said, no, I'm not going to argue with DL Hughley and his team. You portrayed one thing to me. I signed a performance agreement that says that thing. And so now you are in charge of fixing it. So the fact that she went at DL Hughley as though he specifically did this is what, quite frankly, caught me off guard about the situation. Because as I said, there has to be an intermediary. So why not realize that the problem is with the intermediary, and why jump to assuming that DL Hughley is the problem? So maybe there's something we don't know there, but that is the portion of it that I don't necessarily agree with.
I don't agree with it either, but it seems to me, as I was saying to Carl, that something's been bubbling up. I just think that Monique is very frustrated from what her perception is, a lack of support for her when going through her trials and tribulations within this entertainment business. And I know she had a sit down with Steve Harvey some years ago on his show, and he said that you got to play the game, that it's not a race game, that it is a money game. And there's people who didn't take what he said to her very well. Some people saw that he was kind of coonish when he said what he said to her. She didn't really like what he said, and she did a whole circuit on digital media where she was calling everybody out. I don't know if that was the right thing for her to do because, even though we don't see her in movies, she is still performing and doing dates in clubs, right? According to what she's saying, this is what she does. But I just don't think burning bridges with people that you're going to probably need to go to bat for you. But that's the problem. She doesn't feel that people, or it appears allegedly that she doesn't feel that people are going to bat for her in this case. Let me ask you this question legally. Could Monique sue the promoters if they gave her had one agreement with her, but maybe they gave DL Hughley a different agreement and had him under a different, set of thoughts? Could that be what has taken place here? And could she sue them over that?
She absolutely can. She can most certainly sue them for, first of all, being malicious in their contracting with her, right? Because you're being malicious towards a person if you know you are entering a contract with them that you cannot uphold, right? So if what she says happened, and we're kind of going with the intermediary being the most logical flow of information, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then yes, she has a case against the promoter or whoever the intermediary was in this instance, because they entered a contract with her knowing they could not fulfill that contract. Why? Because they know that DL Hughley also has in his mind that he's headliner. So yes, she can absolutely sue, and she can get damages not only for the performance of the contract, but also for any suffering, any loss of income she might have incurred, any damage to her reputation. Yes, if what she is saying is correct and the intermediary part flows from that, she can sue them.
Okay, what's going on, Trap Vision? Kevin's Clubhouse room. We got a lot of great people have come over. Tiffany, I appreciate everybody in that chat room. Believe me, big audience today. Now I'm going to ask I'm going to ask a controversial question of you, counselor. This has to do with her husband, because her husband, over the years, as you may know, he's her manager, and he has taken a lot of criticism here. And let me put myself front and center just to make reference to him so everybody can see this. This is the husband, and I'm going to show you that video as we get near the end of this podcast today of them speaking out together. But that's the husband. Counselor, if the husband is the manager, and there's some that say that part of her problem, I'm trying to be respectful. There's some that say that part of her problem is she has a husband who is not very good at his job. And maybe that's the conflict right there, that the man that's her manager is the man that she's laying in the bed with, who you would say, well, that's the man that she should be able to trust because that's the man that's her husband. Why would he not have her back? And I'm not saying that he's not having her back, but does he have proper management skills so that she wouldn't even have to deal with this in the first place? Because some would say that wouldn't it be his job, counselor, to make sure that damn contract is correct?
Tell the truth.
So here's what I will say about management in general. Usually, if someone is bringing someone on as their quote unquote manager, right, they're retaining them or hiring them, whatever turn of phrase you'd like to use, they should want to make sure that that person has experience and a track record of being in that position.
Mm-hmm.
What needs to happen, and this isn't all the time, right, but this is some of the time, what tends to happen is spouses who are in managerial positions with no prior managerial experience.
Mm-hmm.
That is bound to be a problem, right? In that kind of business, you want to start out kind of slow, which is what a person should be doing, starting with smaller artists, starting with smaller, less known performers, and then working their way up. But sometimes what you see is that a performer is already huge, already international, already Oscar winning, et cetera, right? And now they're bringing in their spouse without experience in a managerial position. And I think that is a recipe for quote unquote disaster.
Yeah, because he sort of, I don't want to be I want to be respectful here. It seems to me that she met him and they got married and became a couple when she was at the rise of her success. He wasn't really there for her in the beginning to get his training wheels going too. So that's one of the things. And Carl, you can, if you want to chime in on this too, brother, that's one of the criticisms that has come at both of them, where you've had people in the business say, well, you need to look at who's your manager, because your husband may not be doing the proper job for you. And I got to be honest, it does seem to, I'm alleging, it does to me personally seem to be interesting that she didn't start having these problems until sort of maybe there's a common denominator to this, until he sort of became the manager. I don't remember her having these problems until she kind of mixed her pleasure. I'm trying to be respectful here, with her business. And I got to be honest with you. If your husband is your manager, you are mixing pleasure with business, because as a manager, are you making sound decisions for your spouse that's out of business sense or emotions? And I'm not saying you can't have successful couples who are managers of one another. There's people that have done it and they've been successful. But the question is, you got to be able to separate the emotions of your love for your spouse from the business of entertainment. And I'm wondering if decisions are being made too emotional. Now, this is just my opinion, counselor.
Right. I try my hardest to stay away from giving my personal opinion on things. I think Carl is back. His name, right? Okay, Carl is on. I think Carl will give us great insight on this. Let me go ahead.
Carl, if you've heard what I just put out there, if it made any sense to you, or what are your opinions about this whole thing?
I really think that first of all, Monique should keep this stuff behind the scenes. To me, this is all behind the scenes stuff. Okay. And but I definitely agree with you that Monique doesn't feel, as a woman, as a black woman, she's getting her share. It's kind of like the female, the women's soccer, right? US soccer team.
Yeah, the U.S. soccer team. Yeah, women's team.
Right, the women's team. They don't feel that they're being treated equally. So I kind of get the same thing with Monique. But for me, bottom line is, and I do agree also, this is the promoter. When I do a show, before I leave my house, I know whether I'm hosting, whether I'm headlining, whether I'm middling, whatever. I know that even before I leave my house. Mm-hmm. So how is it that two of these big stars sign contracts and nobody knows who's closing or who's headlining? I don't get it. But for me, really, Monique should handle this stuff behind the scene. Call and deal with it. Say, hey guys, next time this can't happen. I'm the headliner. Hash it up behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. But we as black people, we always got to keep it real.
Yeah, we do. We do.
I'm keeping it real. You know what I mean?
Right.
Can't always keep it real.
Well, let me ask you this question. I have two other questions for you. I'll go with the first one. And the counselor had answered this. When you look at the memo that DL presented on his Instagram, and of course he came out publicly and made some statements, and you look at the document Monique presented, which one, from your experience in the comedy, entertainment, which one looks the most legitimate?
Honestly, Monique looks more legitimate.
And the counselor has backed that up with looking at as well.
Yeah, Monique's looks more, which means whoever promoted this should have been hashed out even before the show started.
Exactly.
Tell the truth.
Right.
You know what I mean? Absolutely. So the promoter really dropped the ball on this. And Monique is going after the wrong person. She's really going after the wrong person.
So would you agree with me when I say that she's probably been wanting to give DL Hughley, she's been wanting to give DL smoke for a while, and this maybe was the door that she needed to give the smoke that she'd been wanting to give him anyway, even though, like you said, she could have very well just gave the promoter hell.
Yeah, I think Monique's want to give a lot of people smoke because she seems frustrated. She's frustrated. She's been in this game, as she said, 30 plus years. She's won an Oscar. But at the same time, sometimes you got to look at, am I doing this to myself? She should be way bigger. Sometimes you got to eat a lot of crow if you really want to make it into business.
Okay.
If you can't do that, then some people in this business, you make up your mind. Am I going to take all this, or am I not going to take all this nonsense?
Right. And let me say, shout out to QT1, Queen I Know I Am, Tawana. We have some great folks that are in the chat room. We're 213 strong watching. And of course, Carl just dropped off. I hope he comes back in. I had another question to ask him. Let me bring the Empower Esquire back over front and center. We have a lot of great people. Keisha's in the house. Talk with Tori. Make sure y'all check out that brother's channel. Make sure you write each other's names down and support one another's channels. This is very important. Queen I Know I Am is here, and I want to say thank you for this super chat right here from the Brother Speaks podcast. $5 super chat. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the super chat.
All right. He says, do you all think the husband is talking or taking his instructions for these business deals from Monique? Well, all I have to say is that's when you mix business with pleasure, sometimes emotions can take over decisions because you're married to a person. So therefore, you're in a bed with that person. You're pillow talking with that person. You're sharing more than just a business relationship with them. You're sharing an intimate relationship. What man or woman does not take advice from one another? What man does not have influence over his wife? What wife does not have some influence over the husband and decisions that you make? So there could be, I'm not going to speculate, but very well, possibly they could be, she could be telling him certain things that she wants him to do. They're in a relationship. I just don't look at the relationship in the same way that you would look at a manager and a talent who's not married to each other. I don't look at that relationship the same. It's different. It's a more emotional relationship because you love this person. You're making love to this person. You're spending time with them. You're affectionate with them. So it's just a reality. But Carl, I got to ask you this question. It's going to be a controversial question because when I was on the 5 Black Comics on your show, and make sure you all check out the 5 Black. Carl, tell everybody where they can find your show. Let me let you speak for yourself.
Every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We are the 5 Black Comics, but now the show, we are kind of transitioning. The show is going to be called Black Therapy, the Black Therapy Show.
Okay. Sounds good. And you come on every Wednesday during the week. Everybody check it out. It's a great show. I want to see more people over there because they drop a lot of dimes in the stuff that they talk about. When I was on your show once upon a time ago, you and Kevin Lee and a few others had said something about within the black comedy circuit. And I don't, and you don't have to say anything if you don't want to, for whatever the personal reasons are. But you said there are some sort of grubby things that go on between black comics or just comedy in general.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to misquote you. If I'm misquoting you, you tell me.
Okay. So we see this. And as you know, I keep it real, and I tell, as you see on your show, we tell the truth. But it seems like, but I've experienced this where you would see if one Jewish comedian makes it and has a show, you would see most Jewish comedians in that show. They grab each other and they pull each other. And this goes for other groups also, Asian, whatever. But if they hear about an audition that's going on, they'll share it amongst themselves. If one got a big show and they're headlining, they'll grab other Jewish comics or Asian comics to be on the show with them. Not so much in the black world. And if you go on YouTube and you Google, there's a few comics out there, several that are speaking on stuff like this. There's one guy I saw who said he was doing a show with Steve Harvey and he did really well. And after the show, Steve Harvey told him, "I don't want you on the show. Go get your own." That kind of, like he didn't try to help him, and that's not, speaking down to Steve or any other but that's just, we don't seem to help each other the way other groups help each other. You know.
So the dispute between DL and Monique, is that just a unicorn that we just witnessed this week, or is that something that goes on that sometimes or often, but we just don't hear about it? And in this situation, we hear about it.
Yeah, I would say it's not a unicorn, because I've experienced that.
Wow.
I've experienced it, and it wasn't even like
Tell the truth.
a black thing, where I was headlining and some other guy felt like he should have been headlining. And me personally, like, if I'm getting the same money and you want a headline, if you want to go ahead and do the hour and I can do 30 and bounce and get the same money,
yes,
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
You know? But I think a lot of it has to do with ego, and I get it. You've been in this business for a certain amount of years, and you feel that you earned to be headliner. You know, it can really play on your mind, as I would say. You know, you want the star on your green room door.
Okay.
That makes a huge difference to people. But getting back to Monique, I just don't feel this is stuff that needs to be handled in public. You go on stage and talk about the contract. Nobody gives a shit about that. People, you are there to entertain the people. They're there to see a good show. If you want to, after the show, go after DL, go after the promoter, whoever, fine. But the people are there to see a show. They don't give a shit about what happened in the contract. They do not give a rat's ass about none of that stuff. People paid money to see funny shit. That's all you need to do. Bring the funny. When the show is over, then you handle all the other stuff. I don't think that's stuff that people need to be involved with.
Now, let me read this real quick. And before I do that, let me, because there's somebody who's going to be my guest next week on the show, and that's Sir Hale Speaks. And where is he at in the chat room? He's been giving a lot of people love in the chat room. Sir Hale Speaks, I'm just going to change this up. So Hale Speaks he was supposed to headline this week, but he's going to headline on this show next week. This brother is very intelligent. He's a family man. He has an incredible show where he talks about issues between black men and black women in an intelligent manner. He brings people together to have honest conversations about our relationships with each other and how we can get to solutions. He will be on this program next Sunday, and I'll interview him, and he will basically promote his channel and tell you some of the things that he's doing on the channel. And I want people to check him out, subscribe. You see, and I don't go on a lot of panels these days, but between him and Black Man Filter and a few others, I go on their panels every now and then. Because they're intelligent panels. I'm staying away from the unintelligent panels. I'm just keeping it real. So if there's a panel that I'm going to be on that you could see me on, it's going to be on a panel like Sir Hale or someone like Black Man Unfiltered, who I'm also going to be bringing to this platform as well for you all to hear from him. I'm going to be involved in a show on Black Man Unfiltered show where we're going to be talking about how we can build up and help our young black males. So we're going to be doing a lot of stuff on the Black Men Unfiltered network, as well as on Sir Hale Speaks network as well. You'll see me over there from time to time, and I'm going to be promoting him pretty heavy over here as well. So I really appreciate you, brother. Here you go. Much respect to you. And we're going to get it going very soon. I just wanted to give him that shout out because he has shown me nothing but respect when I go over there. They always promote my channel over there. I'm a member of his channel as well. And really appreciate you, Sir Hale Speaks. He is the man. What's the next thing I wanted to ask? So let me ask the counselor, the Empower Esquire. So what would be the advice that you would give someone like Carl or any other entertainer out there, or people who are getting into entertainment that are new, or people that are getting into, being a manager? Because I'm going to say it again. I just don't understand why Monique's husband didn't make sure that this stuff was taken care of as well, since he's her manager, so that she wouldn't even have to do this kind of stuff. What would be your advice, counselor?
So
from a legal point of view.
Yeah, so from a legal perspective, here's what I would say. I've seen people in the chat saying that DL Hughley never saw the contract that Monique signed and vice versa, right? Monique never signed what DL Hughley signed. Let me tell you right now, that is not how I operate in contractual agreements. I cannot say how other attorneys operate, but if there are people executing different documents, meaning if we have info over in California, right? And we have Carl in Massachusetts, and we have Felicia in Florida, and we're all signing our contracts electronically. Guess what? I require that I be looped in on all of the executed documents. Meaning I look at what everyone has signed. So even if we're not all signing the same document because we're not all in the same place, I am aware of what each person signed. That should be happening here. Everybody should have been well aware before they even got to the venue of what each person had signed. And
yes.
This could have been handled before what occurred.
Wow. Wow. I mean, you said it. You said it as. Let me ask you a question, though. In your experience legally, have you represented anyone who had contract disputes that are similar to this? It doesn't have to be just entertainment, but have you had personal experience with dealing with contract disputes between people or your firm that you work with?
Yes. So I would say that I haven't had this specific issue. What I have had is that two people sign the same contract, the same agreement, but they have different understandings of the performance required, right? That issue happens all the time. Like, oh, I signed this contract and I thought that it was for one engagement. But now this person thinks that it's one engagement and it also includes, you know, any promo or this or that. That happens all the time. But this specific issue where you have two people saying they signed two completely different contracts, I have never seen that before.
Now, Carl, let's get your perspective in here. Monique made reference to promoters sometimes being grubby and shady. Has that been your experience?
Oh, absolutely. Promoters are in it to make money. That's bottom line. They don't care if the show is bad, good, indifferent. They don't care what. They're in it to make money. And I've had situations where they'll say like, they call, they want to book you, or they call your manager, or they call you directly, however you're handling it. And they'll say the venue holds 2,000 people. And you get there and it's a big theater and it holds 5,000. Or they'll say it's a 500-seat venue and we'll offer you this amount of money. But then you get there, it's a much bigger venue. And the place is sold out. And they're paying you, even though you already agreed to the money, you can clearly see that they weren't truthful in the size of the venue. And they do stuff like this all the time because they try to squeeze as much money out of you not out of you. They try to make as much money as possible, regardless. Regardless. So the promoters are grubby. You know what I mean? They are, and they try to, to make as much money as they possibly can in that one night.
Oh, you know who we have in the chat room? We got Tiffany here. Hey.
What's up, Tiff?
Yeah. Man, I wish, you know what? If you like, you can send her the link if she wants to come up and give some. Yeah. I just realized that she's in the chat room. I appreciate her being here. And once again, everybody, let me give everybody a clap. I just want to tell everybody right now in the chat room, even if I'm not able to call up everybody's name, because we want to make sure that we get all the information out there for you. Thank you for being here. A great crowd today. If you're new to the channel, you know what to do. Here it is right there.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
I appreciate you. Subscribe, hit the bell notification, keep coming back. I've got a lot great more shows in store for you. But thank you for your support today, everybody. Please share this video out in your social media. If you're a content creator, definitely share it out in your community tab. And I'm going to give everybody a heads up because I'm very excited about my other channel called Info Media Live, where I give out tips and strategies how to improve your YouTube channel. I've already hit 1,000 over there. I got it really quickly. And I think all of my things that I've been talking about is working even on the channel. And I've got a couple of videos over there that's getting some great views, and the channel is starting to crank itself through the algorithms, and I'm getting people that are very interested in the channel. So if you are a person out there who has a YouTube channel, you're interested in creating a channel, you need to get a few tips to kind of like fix a few things here and there, check out Info Media Live. That's my content channel. I usually go live on that channel on Saturday mornings, Monday afternoons. And you're going to get some value out of that channel that can help you all, because I'm covering everything. I'm doing equipment reviews. I'm telling you how you tweak the algorithms, the best time to go live, everything, how to build an audience based on keyword search, but really based on the topics that you pick in your niche. So come on over and check out Info Media. That's my Info Media Live in high caps. That's the other new channel, and I'm expecting great. I've already started to build an audience over there, and my audience is pretty much international, because learning how to do YouTube is an international thing. YouTube is international. So I just want to give that little shameless plug there. But I appreciate you all again in the chat room, everyone listening. Thank you again. And let's get back on topic of the program. Carl, I'm sorry. I don't know if I had cut you off there or not. Were you? Did you have some other things that you were about to say?
Not. I mean, yeah. No, it's talking about promote house slime. Well, not slime, but they're just like any other business person. They want to make as much money as they can, and they'll, or they will tell you, well, I'm not making a lot of money on this. I'm breaking even. And they're not. You know what I mean? They're making a killing. I've had instances where they were paying the headliner more than they were paying me, the headliner, more than they were paying me. And I was headlining. They were paying the middle guy more than they.
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. Lightning strikes here. So you're saying that you have personally, this is why what Monique is talking about, what there has some validity to it. So you're telling me that you were told that you were the headliner.
Yes.
And then you later found out that they paid someone else more than they paid you.
Yes.
And how commonplace is that? Very common? Is it high? If you were to rank it on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how common is this?
Women and black people get paid less. Let's just say that.
Wait a minute, Carl. I want you to emphasize what you just said to the crowd, front and center. How does black comics get treated in compared to white comics? What did you say again?
You get paid less, and this is not on the scale of
Tell the truth.
Or this is like when we're in the grind, when you're doing colleges, when you're doing one-nighters. You know what I mean? I've had it where, white comedians be talking about, hey, they're booking shows at this club, and I got $3,000 for the weekend. So then you call up the club, they offer you $15 for the weekend. So
wow, man, that's
it is what it is, brother. It is, you know what I mean? I've had white comedians admit to me that when they were making out the checks for the comics, they saw my check and they got $100 more than what I was getting. You got
to be kidding me.
They got 500, I got 400. And this is where I was telling you, as a black comedian or as a woman, women get treated. I can feel Monique's anger. Trust me, I am with her in her passion, because she's 100% on the money as far as she's being treated. But you want to do it open. That's my issue.
Okay, then let me go over to the counselor and ask her this. This is a very important question. The counselor can answer this better than any of us. The Empower Esquire. So if Monique has not been happy about how she was treated by Netflix, how she was treated in this situation with this concert, this comedy explosion that they had, and she's been very vociferous about other matters. This is the big question. Why is Monique not taking any legal action if what she's saying has legal ground? If that even makes sense, what I'm asking?
It does make sense what you're asking, and that is the question. The question is, if what she is saying is legally sound, why is she not taking legal action? I think that's a fair question. Yeah.
Because it leads one to think that she might just, because there's some comedians that are saying she's just blowing hot air, right? So it makes you wonder if she's really got these facts. Why don't you just file your lawsuits?
Now, but here's the other question.
Okay.
Monique has this fan base, this following. Why not do what a lot of other comedians do? Rent your own theater and put on your own shows.
Well, she does. She is, she made a statement that DL has seen her at other comedy clubs. So she's doing her thing on the road because she's claiming that DL is saying that, well, she doesn't have any other jobs. And now that brings me to this question too. And this is all theory on my part. I wonder if the promoters treated her the way they did. They underestimated her, undervalued her, and marginalized her because they think that, well, Monique is desperate. She ain't been that hot lately. She ain't doing movies. So we can kind of treat her any kind of way because she's probably just glad to have a gig. She's just glad to get the money. I wonder how much of that plays into this, whatever the promoters did, because clearly the counselor is right. This was something that was created. Even if DL Hughley went behind the scenes and start barking at the promoters, if the promoters had already had a contract with her, they were supposed, tell me if I'm wrong or right, counselor, they were supposed to do what, counselor?
Honor that contract, period, because if they had already entered into an agreement with her. And I want to say very briefly, by the way, info, I'm going to have to go in a second because my family is still wondering, like, why is this?
Okay. I don't want to take up all your time, but I'm just glad that I'll be able to get something out of you here.
Throw this in because there was someone in the chat talking about what usually happens. I want to be abundantly clear. There are tons of things that usually happen that are not right.
Okay.
There are tons of things that usually happen that are not legally sound. So when I speak, I always say what I do, right? To make it clear that, yes, there may be some things happening and there may be some quote unquote norms that quite frankly really should not be norms. And that is not how I run my practice of the law. I always err, or try my best to, I should say, to err on the side of best practice and safety and making sure that I'm protecting my client. And to protect your client, you need to know what is going on. To protect your client, you cannot just enter into a contract with a promoter and then say, fine, I have a contract. In my humble opinion, that is not protecting your client. You should be speaking to the other parties as well. And as I said, ensuring that you are all on the same page.
Well, the Empower Esquire, before you leave, and I'm glad that you gave us this perspective, let everybody know again. And I, just so you know, I have the description of your channel link in this video. So if people want to subscribe to your channel, you can click right into the link in the description of this video. Mod, you can run her link through the channel, through the chat room, as well as the 5 Black Comics link is in the description of this video. But of course, Carl said they'll be changing the name, but it doesn't matter because once you click the link, it's still going to take you to the channel.
Absolutely.
But remind everybody where they can find you in your own words, the Empower Esquire.
Thank you very much. You can find me on YouTube at Empowered Esquire TV. In the description for all of my videos, I have my email and how you can reach me if you want to contact me. I am the co-founder, one of the partners of Above the Bar Law Firm. So you can find us online at www.weareabovethebar.com.
Okay. Counselor, once again, you're always there for me. I look forward to other future videos that we do together and other issues that come up to get your legal expertise about a myriad of issues that are occurring weekly, monthly. We'll see what comes down the pipeline, but I want to thank you again for being here. And everybody, make sure you check her channel out. And she comes over here and she gives it to us every time there's something that's legal. Everybody, I'm going to call on her so that we can get it right. See, there's a lot of people doing videos on YouTube about this issue, but you're getting mostly gossip. I'm not saying that to hate on anybody that's doing videos, but we're not giving you gossip today. We're talking to you about it from a legal point of view. I have Brother Carr up here. He works in the comedy entertainment. He's giving you some perspective. So we're giving you real value and perspective here, not just innuendo. Of course, we've all have our opinions. I've given you some opinion as well, but we have balanced it out with some things that are facts. And as the pirate Esquire just said, and before you leave, I just want to show this one more time for people before you leave, counselor. Once again, the counselor, the lawyer, the attorney, the Empower Esquire has already made it clear that the document that you see on the screen that Monique presented is a legal document. It is legal binding, and that is a real legal contract document, which she presented on her Instagram. And of course, DL, he presented his memoranda, right? That in comparison to this document right here is not legal. This is the legal document. So therefore, for those of you, no matter how you feel about Monique, whether you think she's wrong or right, or whether you're on the man's side, the woman's side, or you just don't like the way she did things, or you don't like DL, you thought that DL was a snake for going behind the curtains allegedly, because we don't know. We weren't there. We really don't know, folks. Whether you believe that or not, at the end of the day, Monique's document, according to the legal expert we have on the channel today, states that that is the binding contract. So therefore, it was the promoters, once again, as the counselor has referenced to this, who have made the mistake, who screwed up, who should have made sure that everything was tight before they went live with this. Counselor, thank you again.
Thank you very much for the invite. I appreciate you, information man. It was lovely meeting you, Carl. Thank you for your insight as well.
Very nice meeting you.
It's so useful to hear the performer perspective. And blessings to everyone. I'm going to head out. See you soon.
Okay, there she is, everybody. All right. Carl, it's just me and you for right now. This is what I'm going to do because people love when I do this. Because I was thinking about, I'll just end the show now. But no, people would be mad at me because they would say, hey, Info, I want to get up there and I want to give my opinions on this. Damn it, Info, you can't do that. Don't just end the show. And I usually don't do that. I usually say, I usually tell people, Carl, we're going to have a conversation for just a little while, right? Yeah, right. And then people get up here. Next thing you know, I'm on for 4 and 5 and 6, 7 hours. But let me just go ahead and do that anyway. Oh, Carl, don't go anywhere. What I want to do, why I invite people on the panel, is let's go ahead and play the rebuttal video from Monique and her husband after DL said what he said. I know everybody has seen this, but for the purpose of this show today, we're going to play it. And while it's playing, I'm going to drop some links. Let folks come on in and give their opinions. We got the legal facts, but we're going to get into a little bit more opinion and thoughts from the audience. Okay, everybody? So here we go.
Listen to this man talk about all that I'm not, what I didn't deserve. I was mentally ill. I was bitter. Me and my husband did poor business. I was selfish. I was fanatic. I was psychotic. Now, don't take my word, please. You can Google it for yourself. YouTube it for yourself. D.L. Hughley speaks on Monique. And through the years, my babies, I said nothing because I knew the day would come that I would see D.L. Hughley. Now, for every interview he's done, I didn't get it from nobody else's mouth. I watched it for myself. And I watched this brother sit down with that white cat, Vlad, and tell this white man all that I wasn't, as the white man told him all that me and my husband wasn't. And I watched D.L. Hughley go in. Now, it ain't that he just goes in on me. D.L. Hughley has a habit of saying freely what he wants to say about anybody.
Ice Cube.
Come on.
Angela Stanton.
Come on. Kanye West. Mm-hmm. Like the young babies. The young babies, the rappers, Young Thug and Gunna.
Yep.
See, and let me tell y'all, when I made that joke about you, D.L. Hughley, I didn't think you would get tender in your feelings because you made the comment about the baby stage names and you said with names like that, don't you think they would wind up in jail? Well, that's what you said. Well, I thought I was coming back being clever, making a joke, because you know back in the day when somebody was on the DL, you know what they were. I don't think you're a homosexual man, DL. I was making a joke, and I can't believe you got tender. Saturday night, D.L. Hughley was going to get his ass handed to him because through the years, I've heard this man have a lot to say about me. And what the type of person I am, if y'all don't know by now, I wasn't going on nobody's radio show talking about how I felt towards D.L. Hughley. I wasn't going on nowhere. I was going to make sure the night that I spoke about D.L. Hughley, I wanted D.L. Hughley to be there. So that night, D.L., what you got back was the medicine that you've dished out to our community for so long through the years. If you watch the video of what I said, if you watch that video, I didn't say anything insulting in reference to that man's family, nor his beautiful wife. What I said is I feel sorry for your family. I feel sorry for your wife. Now, the other part that I said, y'all know what it was, and I'm going to leave it on the stage.
But to be specific, without being specific, you essentially said, I feel sorry for your wife having to perform a sexual act on a coward.
That's exactly.
How do you perform a sexual act on a coward? There is nothing that was said about your wife.
Nothing.
Your family.
Nothing.
It was directed specifically to you.
I could have not gone out on that stage.
Well, why did you?
Because I love the people. I don't take those people for granted. I don't take the people for granted that may have paid their last dollar to buy a ticket to a show that I am a part of. I don't take those people for granted that said, you know what, tonight I need to come out and release this. I don't take those people for granted. So I could have not gone out on that stage. But because of the people, I walked out on that stage and I said that to the people. So when y'all say, well, why didn't she go out? Because that's just not the type of woman I am. D.L. Hughley was going to get his ass handed to him. Because once y'all go back all through the interviews, I'm going to be shocked. I will be shocked if y'all say, Mo, I'm surprised you didn't get this, brother, a lot sooner, because it went on for years. Pay attention. See, when you run your mouth about other people and you don't know who you running up into, and then you get to running into a brick wall, and then you want to play victim and fall out and act like you've been damaged, come on. Like I said, I feel sorry for your family, brother. And DL, let me address you on this, brother. When you say it's what you're doing right now. See, you've made people believe I've stopped being a stand-up comedian. I've never stopped being a stand-up comedian, baby. I've been out there on that road doing my thing the whole time. So stop trying to put a false narrative out there. That's Steve Harvey's big word. Stop trying to put a false narrative out there that, oh, I just disappeared. No, brother, Hollywood doesn't stop the show. You know that, DL. You've been in those comedy clubs. As a matter of fact, there were times you was leaving and I was coming. We didn't stop doing what we do, so why ever would you try to feed that into the community? And D.L. Hughley has yet to still show his signed contract. As D.L. Hughley would say, oh, she just selfish and thinking about herself. Anybody that's selfish, D.L. Hughley, would not take a 13-year hit in their career. See, if I was selfish, I would have taken the $500,000 that Tyler Perry tried to offer.
And when they say, we don't like the way they do business, why is it they don't get specific about what it is that we've done? The problem that it's had with Monique, as with many black women, y'all not supposed to stand up for yourself.
You can't erase your words. You can't erase calling me all of these slick things, brother. That's what you said. So when you're talking about I turn people against you, no, DL, you do a fine, mighty job of that yourself.
For those who didn't know before and those who heard, the difference between a deal memo and a legal binding agreement, that deal memo is not enforceable. So why would he give you a deal memo that is not enforceable in the court of law versus showing you a contract? And we understand the promoter needed to grow a pair and tell DL what this situation was, because he got on the phone with our attorney and I and said he couldn't understand why DL's people were acting the way that they were acting when we don't have a contract. I made a verbal commitment to him, but we don't have a written contract.
He's excuse me, Mike was down but now working. Let me make sure before I continue on, let's make sure that all the sound is working right. Let me know in the chat room if you can hear me, if you can hear all the different sound effects. It's a sound check.
No!
All right. Everything sounds good. You guys can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat room if you can hear everything. I just want to make sure that everything is tweaked nicely as it needs to be. And just for you to know, we have the BS3 network in the chat room. I'm a part of the BS3 network, and let me hit a couple of these promos.
BS3 network is now on Roku TV under BS3 TV. Download today. BS3 network, changing the way you listen to podcasts. You are now tuned to BS3 network. BS3 network, changing the way you watch TV.
All right, everybody. And let's get back over here and get this thing working and get this thing going again. And we have, let's get the brothers on here. And Brother Lee, I'm so glad to have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. I think he might be cutting in and out here. But try if you need to pop out and pop back in, go ahead and do so, brother.
I think he's frozen here.
Yeah, he's frozen. That's why I think he should try to pop out, pop back in again, because he was clear at one point in time. Now he's frozen. Oh, there it is. Fantastic. Okay. Brother Lee, all right. Yeah, I've been waiting on you.
What's up,
okay,
man?
you popping back in. We've been waiting on you. Look, I don't know how much of the program that you've had a chance to hear. We had the Empower Esquire on. She's actually an attorney at law, and she looked at the documents.
Yes.
And in her legal opinion, Monique has the legitimate document versus DL. So she was giving the legal facts. We were giving a little blended facts with a little blended opinions, our opinions. Carl has done an incredible job expressing his thoughts as someone in entertainment as well as you. But now we need to hear from your perspective on this whole situation and your experience as it relates in comedy with dealing with contracts and some of the effery that goes on behind the closed door, as much as you can tell us, because of course we want to be, respectful. You don't want to be putting everybody out there in Front Street because you have to deal with some of these folks.
Yes,
but go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man. In the middle of my yard work, I'm gonna get to this real quickly. Glad to join the show, man. Sorry I'm late too, by the way.
No, it's okay, brother.
Yeah, let me put some business out real quickly that maybe I shouldn't say this in front of thousands of people that may be watching. I'm gonna say it anyway. I was on a show that was in Bermuda called the Capital Jazz Festival that went to Bermuda a few years ago. And the comedians on the show were Earthquake, Mark Carey from Hanging with Mr. Cooper, Tommy Davidson, and yours truly. I remember being backstage because Tommy Davidson and I had 2 nights of shows, and then Earthquake and Mark Carey had 2 nights of shows to close the week out of the Capital Jazz Festival. As far as the comedy portion of that program. Remember backstage, the promoter didn't make himself clear on who was headlining the show between Mark Carey and Earthquake. And those two were in the dressing room going at it verbally because Mark Carey at the time felt he was a bigger star. This is about maybe 4 years ago when this show happened. I'm talking about.
Wow.
Mark Curry felt just before Earthquakes. Newfound fame now with the Netflix special, which is great, by the way. And his him teaming up with Dave Chappelle and all that sort of stuff. This was 4 years ago. Earthquake wasn't as popular 4 years ago, as he is now. And Mark Curry, of course, had a TV show that ran for years, Hanging with Mr. Cooper. So Mark felt, and Mark's a very underrated comedian, by the way, very strong, excellent, amazing stand-up comic, for the record. But people don't know him that much as a stand-up because he was on the TV show, and he made so much money on the TV show. He didn't tour that much, so he never established himself as the great stand-up that he really is. But anyway, he's backstage, and I sit there and witness these two guys, arguing about who's closing the show. And finally, and Michael Collier was the host of all of these shows, so he was in the room also, comedian Michael Collier. So the promoter finally came in and said that that Earthquake will be closing the show. So Mark Curry, of course, went up and had an attitude, and he showed it on stage. He went up and got a stand ovation in front of Earthquake.
Wow.
That was, there's other ways to handle this. I don't want to say I'm pro DL Hughley, but I know DL a lot better than I know Monique. I haven't seen Monique in years. I was on a TV show called Comic View with DL years ago. I know DL from way back, and I know Monique from way back. I'm from Maryland. Monique's from Maryland.
Comic View, man, that's a blast from the past. Wow.
Yeah, man.
I remember that.
I did 7 seasons of that show, man. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, so I know DL from way back, man. I know Monique because we're both from Maryland, So, and but yeah, I've been around both of these cats, man. So I just think that I'm not saying I'm pro DL, but I did say that just now. But I know DL, man. DL doesn't bother nobody, man. You don't hear DL being a lot of beefs. He did get into beef with Terry Crews. He's a very outspoken brother, He speaks on his politics, what he believes in. He had a few, things, the Terry Crews thing when he said Terry Crews has all those muscles, nobody should be grabbing his ass or his genitals or whatever. And Terry Crews got mad about that, and they had that little beef and stuff like that. But man, DL, man, he don't really bother nobody, man. He tells it like it is. He's one of them guys, man. He don't bite his tongue. But he hasn't had a lot of beefs with people, man, over the years.
Yes.
He did have a beef with Bob Johnson back in the day because Bob Johnson, the owner of BET at the time, was underpaying us really bad. Bob Johnson was pimping a lot of comics, man, a lot of entertainers, period. But, when we first did Comic View, we didn't make a lot of money for that show because Bob Johnson was making a killing off of us, man.
I think I remember hearing some controversy because I was back when Comic View came out. Man, I probably was in my 20s then, much younger guy then.
I thought you was in your 20s now, brother. I thought you was in your 20s now. Looking all young.
But no, I think I remember hearing some controversy, something controversial about that. So you bringing me some back.
DL was the host of View, and he called Bob Johnson out. He called Bob Johnson out and said, "Look, man, you underpaying us like crazy. You're taking advantage of us." And he got banned from BET. You haven't seen DL Hughley on BET since the 80s, bro, because he's been banned from BET for life. Because he called out Bob, even though Bob Johnson sold the show now, sold the network to somebody else. You still don't see you haven't seen DL Hughley on no BET stuff.
That's true.
He's kind of been blackballed from BET because he called out. He called out Bob Johnson many years ago for taking advantage of the comedians and not paying it. Because at one point was only paying us $100, and we had to find our own way to the TV. If they were taping the show in Atlanta, we had to find our way to Atlanta, pay for our own hotel. It was only paid $100. Yeah.
Okay.
So and DL called that out. So anyway, moving forward, man. So my experience with DL, man, is he's always been a thoughtful brother, deep man. Never, he gets on these races, man. On his radio show, on his podcast, whatever, he comes after people, man, when they don't treat brothers right, man. So he's always been very outspoken. And the reason I'm saying this because, as he said, Monique's been in a lot of beefs with a lot of people. And after a while, you got to start looking at yourself. You can't have a resume of being in beefs with everybody from Tyler Perry to Oprah, and the list goes on. And then you're in another beef right now, and it's that person's fault. After a while, all these beefs, it's going to start looking at you, You become
you become the common denominator. And let me just add this to what you're saying, brother. You're giving us great value and great facts here. the Empire Esquire, I made a statement to her and she agreed with me. If Monique has been wronged, because I think personally that Monique feels that she's been wronged, that she's not getting support, that she has a case to make an argument for. I brought to her attention is why didn't she file and go to court when it came to the Netflix situation or any of these situations that has to do with money? If she's really being wronged, as she is coming out and telling people she's being wronged, why won't she just go to court, have her day in court and sue in court and do that? And the lawyer, Empire Esquire, said that's a good question. She hasn't done it.
Well, I'll tell you why. Show business doesn't, excuse my language, show business doesn't owe you shit. This is a hustle, man. Nobody owes you anything in this industry. You get what you work for and you get what luck gives you. And if you believe in the man upstairs, you get what he gives you. But you don't get, nobody that runs this industry owes you anything. You know, you got to play your cards right. When you get an Oscar sitting on your shelf in your house, you should be the next biggest thing to Denzel, or next biggest thing to Meryl Streep, or you know, get an Oscar. Comedians can say they got an Oscar. Monique,
yes, sir,
has an Oscar. You know, you change the business. That's the thing. See, most people, you can play the game, but you can't change the business. What goes on in Hollywood has been going on before Monique was born, before Monique's mother was born, before her grandmother was born. What goes on in Hollywood goes on in Hollywood, and you got to play the game. So I'm not on the level of these folks that we're talking about today, you know, Monique and a deal Hughley. That don't mean I don't know this industry. I've been doing this for 37 years. I know this industry, you know.
So let me ask you this question.
What I'm saying in a nutshell real quickly is you have to play the game because when you're beefing with a Tyler Perry who has a lot of power, and you beefing with Oprah in the same breath, who has a lot of power, and Lee Daniels, who has a lot of power. When you call out those people, you sit there and tell D.L. Hughley, well, you're putting my business out to a white man, but you didn't beef worldwide with two of the biggest celebrities on the planet, Oprah and Tyler Perry.
Facts.
Who are, by the way, who are black.
Facts again. Facts over facts.
Okay, talk to me, brother.
Keeping with the statement that I made before, the counselor said that she does find it very peculiar that she has never gone to court. At least I don't know this. Maybe you know this better than I would. That she hasn't gone to court to fight against the things that she's accusing people of doing to her in the industry, if it is if it is facts. Right. So the question we also spoke of, if you, because I don't know if you heard this or not, and let me just do this real quick because I got a super chat from Larry Anything Goes LLC, $20 super chat. Thank you for that super chat, brother. I just want to acknowledge that and everybody in the chat room. It seems to me, and this is personal.
Okay.
I just wonder if her having her husband as her manager has been a impediment or has impeded her success, because maybe he doesn't have the experience to know how to negotiate her contracts properly. Because not only do I believe, you tell me if I'm wrong or right, not only do I believe that the promoters effed up and should have had the contracts tight, but he's her manager. Isn't it the manager's job to make sure that your stuff is tight so that you don't have to worry about anything but going on stage and performing for the audience?
I talked to a comedian today, a friend of mine. I won't mention his name because I don't have to.
Yeah, we want to be respectful. I don't want.
We spoke today. Pretty popular comedian, by the way. We talked today, and he said to me what you just said, information man. Her husband. He says Monique's husband is going to ruin her career. That's what he said. And you know, I just think that, you know, sometimes, you know, you got to watch who's involved in your career. You know, we hire our spouses to be our managers sometimes. Look, even on a recent Janet Jackson documentary, she eventually had to fire her father. You know, she fired Joe Jackson after a while because he wasn't doing what he's supposed to do, right? And that's Joe Jackson. the architect of the Jacksons, the Jackson 5, you know, Michael Jackson's father, and his daughter fired him, you know, because, you know, so after a while, sometimes you have to, you can't always have your family members run your career. I mean, sometimes they're gonna do a great job, and sometimes they're not gonna do a great job, you know. And that's just the, you know, reality there. So you're gonna get the best. Having a good manager is like having a good wife. Every wife ain't gonna be great. You got to get the right wife, right?
It just seems to me, brother, that she didn't have all this controversy around her until he came into her life, because he wasn't her first husband.
Right.
And all of a sudden, as soon as he came into her life, I want to be respectful here, and he became her manager. That's when it seems like a lot of this stuff has happened. And it's just I got an old saying that I always say, if you become a famous or well-known person, if your uncle is a barber, don't make your uncle the barber your manager or your accountant. Just make him the goddamn barber.
Tell the truth.
There you go.
Right. So I don't know if her husband, what was his management background before he married her? And I want to be respectful, because I don't want Monique getting on the stage calling my ass out.
And she will, bro. She going after everybody. She going after everybody that's kicking it. But you know, I think it's also something personal with DL that dates back to, she called out him on Vlad, you know, but I don't even think it's Vlad. I think DL didn't have her back for several reasons, you know. So I think, Steve Harvey came out hard on her the other day, you know. Who else came out hard on her? Another comic came out on her, Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb came out on her hard the other day, and she haven't hit back at Corey, you know. So, you know, it's sometimes you don't want these fights, you know.
Right.
Like, she don't want to go with Corey, because Corey.
Yeah, Corey, he's built for this back and forth stuff. She don't want to mess with him.
He makes his living doing this on his podcast, this back and forth stuff, you know. So yeah, you don't want to go at Corey, because he's gonna come at you. He ain't gonna care nothing about you, you know. DL might have a reputation. DL's on national shows and stuff like that, and Steve Harvey's in the industry, as we say in the business, where he has. But Corey is underground.
So let me ask you this question before I get other people's opinions in, Brother Lee.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about this before. Wouldn't it, from a professional point of view and your experience in this entertainment game, as you say, and it is a game.
Yes.
And we talked about this earlier. Shouldn't Monique have been a little bit more professional and just went and put her fury on the promoters? Because is it true that some of these promoters can be slick or not?
That's what I was saying to you about. That's why I told the story up front about what happened with Mark Curry and Earthquake backstage. Yeah, they had a heated exchange backstage, but they didn't take it to the stage. Mark Curry didn't go on stage and say anything negative about Quake, and vice versa. You know, I'm not even as famous as these guys, and me and Michael Collier had some words at a point over something that I don't want to get into right now. But we never took it out on stage. So.
But in terms of Monique,
you don't take it to the stage, man. Monique took it to the stage, and that crossed the line. What happened? You know, I always say this about Will Smith, going back to the Will Smith and Chris Rock thing. Will Smith could have smacked the shit out of Chris Rock backstage, and he would have lost none of the jobs that he lost. He wouldn't have none of the backlash that he lost. The fact that he did it on international television in front of the cameras. Because if he'd walked up to Chris backstage and go, yo, man, you talking about my wife, and punched him, it would have made the tabloids. TMZ would have been talking about it. It'd have been all over the internet. But the backlash would have been different.
Okay.
So now, the fact that she's bringing this publicly, what's going to happen is not going to hurt DL's career. Let me tell you that. I'm going to tell you why it's going to hurt his career.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have, other than him and Terry Crews having some words, because he said, Terry Crews, God gave you those muscles for a reason. You shouldn't let nobody grab your genitals, then get on TV and cry about it. And Terry took that personally and said, when I see you, I'm going to slap you. That's a whole different thing. There's two men having some sort of grub thing. But I think they squashed it, right? But you don't really hear about DL not getting along with a lot of people.
Yes.
You do hear about Monique not getting along with a lot of people, including some of the biggest names in the industry. And what's going to happen, brother, is she's going to end up getting blackballed because of this. Because what happened, a lot of people ain't going to want to mess with you. A lot of people go, oh, this girl got some issues. She's always got to beef with somebody. She's always fighting with somebody. She's always arguing with somebody.
Right.
I don't want her in my studio. I don't want her around me. You'll see. She already, I mean, Monique ain't hurting for no cash as far as I would believe, but you already see, she's not working. You won't see her on a sitcom. You won't see her on a lot of TV shows. You won't see her in no movies or nothing like that right now because nobody wants to mess with her because...
Well, according to, if I may say, brother, according to Monique, she's saying that Hollywood doesn't stop what she's got going, so that she's doing shows on the road and she's doing those sort of things. That's what she is saying.
A fan base that's going to come out and see her, but she would lose some of those fans too after a while. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Nobody's invincible, other than Dave Chappelle. Nobody else is invincible,
Well, let me ask you this question.
He's not a god, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay.
Chappelle is
let me ask you this question.
Independent. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. This is coming in my head right now. I was looking at, and I like the YouTube channel. There's a channel called Comedy Hype. I'm pretty sure you already know about it. And they did a story about the Monique situation. And there was a sister on there. She's got a YouTube channel too, and she's a comedian. She's a more full figure sister, but she's very funny. I'm trying to describe her because I can't think of her name. And she said on one of their episodes.
I wish you knew her name because I probably know her.
Let me see. Yeah, Monica. Yeah. Yeah,
Dominique.
She's really
That's
funny, and she got a YouTube channel.
Well.
I like her channel. I love her. I would love to get her on this show and interview her.
She's from DC also. I'm from DC. She's from DC too. Yeah.
Okay. She said that she doesn't personally care for Monique. You probably know this already from talking to her, because she said that Monique kind of rubbed her the wrong way, but she does not want to use this moment to hate on Monique because she can see the other side of how female comedians feel, that they're sort of marginalized and stuff like that because they're not men. So she was very balanced, even though she said she didn't really care for Monique because she rubbed her.
See, I'm the same way. I don't care for Monique because she rubbed me the wrong way, and I won't get into that on this show.
Yeah,
I'll tell the story to call off the air when we talk.
Well,
but yeah,
but I'll be honest with you, brother. You can say whatever you want to say, but I don't want you to say anything that will impact your career.
Oh, she can't hurt my career. I didn't come on here to bash Monique, because I know her very well. But
I would love to I would love to get some of the details.
I didn't come on to bash Monique, man.
I know. Let's stop it.
Her brother Steve used to hang out, in my apartment and smoke weed back in the day, and when I lived in LA, man. So I know them very well. Trust me when I tell you that. I know them very well.
I love it. Hey, folks. You're getting authentic stuff here. Look, man, we love it.
My point is this, man, is that she's always, I've never been a fan of Monique as a person. I think she's a very funny comedian. I don't like what she stands for, and I have my reasons for that. I won't go into that right now, respectfully. Okay. But let me just say this. Okay. Dominique is right about the way female comics are treated in the industry. They are treated. White and black female comics are not treated the way male comics are. Look, the WNBA, Brittany Griner is still over in Russia. You think if that was a NBA player or NFL player, if that was Steph Curry, it'd be getting more press than it is with Brittany Griner, right?
She would be free right now.
We live in yeah. If that was Tom Brady or LeBron James or somebody, it'd be a different story right now. America would be bending over backwards to get them out of that prison. But that's just the way the world goes. You can't change the way the world is. That's just the way the world is. Yeah, female entertainers, period. I don't care whether you're a singer or whatever. You're not going to get the same love as Unfortunately, that's just the way it goes. But
all right.
So yeah, you're right. Women, female. I hear female comics all the time that say that they're getting the short end of the stick, and I know personally they do. But Monique has had a wonderful career, a lot of opportunities, and what she's not getting right now, she's bringing on herself with all these beefs. You can't beef with Oprah. Oprah might not be as popular as she was 15, 20 years ago because she's not in the public view anymore. But Oprah is a powerful human being. Tyler Perry is a powerful human being. You can't freaking beef with these people and think your phone's going to ring. You're going to get calls to go out and do stand-up gigs because promoters are going to, they always book you to go out and do a comedy club and pay you that 10 grand for the weekend or that 20 grand for the weekend. And that's good money to most human beings, not to big stars. Big stars don't care about no 20 grand. They make, 20 grand is a lot of money to a person working a 9 to 5. But yeah, when you got an Oscar sitting in your house and you live in a mansion, it's a whole different ball game of money, So I'm just, different levels to this shit, as they say,
Yeah. Well, let me do this. This is what I'm going to do because I want to get some.
I just want to say that real quickly that you can get blackballed, the same way Kaepernick was blackballed from the NFL.
Yes.
The same thing happened in this industry, in this show business industry, where you can get blackballed and you're just not going to get, you got information, man. You got a better chance of being in a sitcom on NBC as a comedian than Monique right now. You know what I'm saying?
Woo! Boy. Let me do this though, man. You're dropping some dimes on us today, man. This is fantastic, folks. I'm telling you, you're gonna get the real deal over here.
I gotta leave. I know, and I gotta leave shortly, man, because I got to. What time is it on the East Coast? It's 7:51 here. In the state of New York, and I got to cut this grass, or I'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight.
Okay. Well, look. I'm glad that you were able to. I'm glad that you were able to come on board and drop some of this knowledge on us as well. It was a blessing for you to be on the show.
Thank you.
But let everybody know. Okay, but it's okay, man. I want you to do this. Because I know that Carl told me you guys are going to change the name of the YouTube channel, and I have the YouTube channel embedded in the description of this video. So we want people to come over. I'll be bringing you brothers over again to promote the show. But let everybody know as well before you leave where they can find you. I know you do comedy. Let everybody know who you are, brother.
Hey, man, my name is Kevin Lee. I'm a stand-up comedian. You may have seen me on the original HBO Def Comedy Jam with Martin Lawrence back in 1992 with Bernie Mac and all those guys. I was on the original year of Def Comedy Jam. Of course, I was on Showtime with Apollo, with Sinbad, tour with Wanda Sykes as a few years ago was on the national tour with Wanda Sykes. Also the opening act for legendary Gladys Knight. So, yeah, man, I've been all over the world as a stand-up comedian. I'm out of DC, came over with Tommy Davidson, came over with Wanda Sykes, came over with my boy Martin Lawrence. And yeah, man, so I've been around for a long time doing this. And follow me on Instagram at Kevin Lee Magic, man. And or just go on YouTube and punch in comedian Kevin Lee and watch that old Def Jam clip and everybody go, oh, that guy, we know that guy. Because every time somebody watching Def Jam, that's the first thing they say, oh, that's the guy that came through the window frame. Everybody knows the guy that came through the window frame on Def Comedy Jam. So yeah, man. By the way,
Kevin Lee. I'm sorry,
Yes,
before
sir.
you go, I wanted to give you your flowers, bro. I remember you with the bowling ball, the apple, and the machete. And
That was
I
me, man.
remember
That's
that.
me.
That was you,
There you
bro.
go.
I
Thank you, John.
appreciate you even being in the game this long. And the funny thing is, I watch a lot of comedy, and I knew you through your voice. The moment you started talking, I knew who you were. Like, holy crap, I haven't heard that in a while, but I know exactly who you are.
Yeah, you know what's so funny? I was in a store one time, and I was talking to somebody, recognize me from my voice. I didn't know my voice is distinctive. Yeah, somebody recognized from my voice before in a store, man, for being the guy. Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. But I appreciate that.
problem,
Yeah.
bro.
So Kevin Hart posted my Def Jam video aired in 1992, man. But Kevin Hart posted it about a year ago on his network, the LOL network. So Kevin Hart posted that Def Jam video, but it got like 800,000 views right now, man.
Wow,
So,
that's fantastic.
yeah, man. So, but I'm on the show with Carl Yard, man. Carl is a funny comedian. Also, I met Carl. We did a show together. Believe it or not, of all places, in Massachusetts at a police function. For a bunch of, well, I'm not lying when I say it's about 500 white police in there. It was that about 500 white police, and we were only black people in the room, man. Was the comedians, and we did. So that's when I first met Carl, man. And but we're on a podcast right now. Carl put together this great show called The Five Black Comics, But some of the comics went on to do other things, and then one of the brothers passed away. Unfortunately, passed away. Man, he was a deep brother, good brother. He passed away. So yeah. So anyway, yeah, man. So we kind of rearranged the show, and now it's down to 3 people and dedicated people. We rock it out every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. The show is called the Black Therapy Show. Carl renamed it the Black Therapy Show because we feel Black America needs that therapy. There's a place to come and talk about the issues, and because we're traumatized in this country, man.
Yeah, we are.
And we need a place to talk about it. And the Information Man was so gracious, man, to give us some love, and he watches the show. Himself, he's a fan of the show, man.
Yeah, we're gonna give you some more love too. I'm gonna have you brothers come back over periodically to do programs and stuff,
I definitely want to come back on your show, man. Do some talking, man. So we're just talking some deep stuff right now. We're bringing it every Wednesday, man. We don't play around, we're just talking that talk and trying to find solutions to this thing. Trying to survive in this game called life and navigate through this. I'm sitting in my front yard right now, but cut grass. My next door neighbor don't even talk to me because my skin color. So that's just the way we go.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So
Tell the truth.
And I live in a nice neighborhood, so it's just the way life goes, man. So yeah. Hey.
Wow.
That's his problem.
Yep.
I was here before he was here. So yeah, man. So man. You got an amazing vehicle, man. I appreciate you, brother. I wish I could stay longer and talk this comedy thing, man, but y'all got this, man. Y'all can handle this. But what I said was nothing but the truth, man. I'm not, like I said, I don't want to say I'm pro DL, but I'm a fan of DL. Not only as a stand-up comedian, I'm a fan of him as a man. Because one thing he has done over the years is admit his mistakes. He's admit that he's been a shitty husband. He's admit that at times he's been a bad father. And he's tried to do better. He said, I'm going to be a better husband. I'm going to be a better father. I'm going to provide for my family. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to be faithful to my wife. I mean, he's admitted that he's done a lot of bad things in his life. Had alcohol problem or whatever the case would be.
Plus he was he's from LA. He was a gang member as well. A lot of people don't
exactly.
I think he was a member of the Blood gang. Yeah.
There you go. And he turned his life around. He said his first interaction with the police was he's like 9 years old. The police called him a nigga and told him to shoot him if he take his hands off the front of the car. So the dude's been through a lot, man. For him to be where he is in his life, and you ever watch him on his YouTube channel, man, he always bring it. He always calling out these racists. He always calling out these Trump supporters and all these racist people and all these. And he don't play, man. And he's just one of them guys, man, that he prays it, man. So I got to respect him as a person. And one thing I can see Monique doing right now is just drama queening a lot of stuff, man. And I think what she did to go up on stage in front of a crowd of people that paid to see her and DL and say all these negative things about DL in front of that crowd that spent their money to see him perform also. Sometimes some stuff should be done behind closed doors. That's all.
Okay,
and,
brother.
Well, two successful Black people shouldn't fight in public for the public to see.
Right.
Monique could have handled this with the agents, with the managers. It didn't affect her money going up before DL. Then she still got the same money. Look, here's the deal. I remember Richard, real quickly, the Rolling Stones and Michael Jackson. There was a live, remember back in the 80s, they did a Live Aid concert, was held in Washington, D.C. at the Arcade Stadium where the Redskins used to play back in the day.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they had the Rolling Stones. They wanted the Rolling Stones on the show, and they told Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones, Michael Jackson's closing the show, by the way. And Mick Jagger goes, well, we're not coming. We're not.
Oh, that really happened?
We're not opening for Michael Jackson.
So this happens more than we know between these artists and these entertainers.
Exactly,
wow.
Exactly. Mick Jagger's ego was like, I'm not opening for Michael Jackson. And the way I looked at it was,
but they ain't bigger than Michael Jackson. Shit.
Michael Jackson, you don't want. I'm thinking the whole time.
Tell the truth.
You don't want this heat, Mick Jagger. You don't want this heat because following Michael Jackson will not be fun. But
if Michael Jackson would have came out with that story, people would have turned on them.
Man, let me tell you something. I got mad respect for Mick Jagger. The dude is 70-something years old. He's still running around the stage like he's 15. But you don't want to mess with. You ain't want to follow Michael Jackson. I didn't see Michael Jackson in concert 3 times. You don't want to follow that dude on stage, man. No.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to come behind that madness. That dude is something else on stage. So, so that's my point, man. Yeah. So this goes on many levels. If Mick Jagger and Michael Jackson. I mean, they have an argument about it, but you know, Mick Jagger's like, I don't want to follow Michael. I'm not opening for Michael Jackson. And the promoters are like, well, Michael Jackson is Michael Jackson. You want to be on this show, you gonna open for Michael Jackson. And Stones pulled out, you know. But yeah, so it happens on a lot of levels, man. So even at that level, the Stones and Michael Jackson, you don't get too much bigger than that, right? Hey, peace and love, everybody. I got to roll, man. Get this grass cut. The sun is going down on me, and I'm be if y'all out there, you in California, right? Information man.
Yeah, man. And I got your email. I'll send you my number too. We'll talk. I will talk, man, behind the scenes too, and hopefully get you over here more often. You and Carl, and promote the other show and get things popping. I appreciate you giving up your time.
You got my email, man. Reach out to me anytime, brother. Okay. And we'll exchange numbers and stuff like that, and we'll stay in touch. All right.
All right, brother. Thank you. I'm gonna give you a clap. Thank you.
Everybody watching, follow me on Instagram, Kevin Lee Magic. I'm out.
Kevin Lee Magic, everybody. There it is.
Instagram. All right.
Instagram. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Woo. All right. That was Brother Kevin Lee. Check him out on the Instagram. And I'm glad that he was able to come up and speak to us and give us a perspective. We got a lot of other people on the panel. So I want everybody to be able to, speak their thoughts about this whole situation, good or bad, whoever. I don't care if you're for DL or you're not for him. I don't care. We need to have the discussion either way. So who would like to go at it here?
Hi.
How you doing? I know you came up first. I know you came up earlier, sister.
Oh yeah, so I'm not gonna stay long. So
look, I think there's some feedback I'm hearing. Do you have
really?
anything else open?
No. Is it still
just go
feedback?
ahead. Maybe it's just me. Go ahead. Maybe it's just me.
Okay, I'm sorry, but no. What I was gonna say was, you know, when it come down to the whole thing with Monique and DL, you know, Hughley, I was like, for so long, and I'm not pro DL, I'm not pro Monique, because at the end of the day, I think they're all adults and a lot of things should be handled behind the scenes. However, in Monique's defense, like for so long, her issue that she had with Tyler Perry, Lee Daniels, and I think it was Oprah Winfrey. That was her problem between them. I think when other celebrities start voicing their opinions and jumping in publicly, like for instance, DL Hughley, he went on his show for quite some time, and he was basically dragging Monique. He would say she was mentally unstable. He would say these things, and it's like now that she's speaking out and she's saying certain things, now it's a problem. Like, you don't get to slap nobody and determine how they respond to you or when they respond to you. My thing is, that's a fight. That was a fight between her and the people that she had the issue with. Me personally, if I was DL Hughley, before I go on my platform and speak on something that I know nothing about, regardless if you feel like she venting, regardless if you feel like she has a mental issue or whatever the case may be, I feel like you should call her up, because that's where I feel like the disconnect is. You can't just go and speak on people and then 2 to 3 years later, they come back and then they speak on you. They say some things that you don't say. Oh, all of a sudden now you're the bad person, or you're the person that likes to start drama or keep up drama, this, that, and the third. Well, if you would have just mind your own business and allowed her to, whatever issue she had with whoever she had them with, let that be between them, not speak on it. I think too many people had too many opinions when it came down to what she was doing and how she was handling her business. Like, I just feel like that was just her, that was her business between the 3 people that she had that issue with. So I just feel like people should just mind their own business and stay in their place. And you don't have to worry about nobody coming at you sideways or saying anything else, because it was okay when she wasn't saying nothing. And that just reminds me of Kwame Brown. And I'm not trying to jump off, but for so long he was a basketball player. Oh, they dragged that man for years and years, but he was a blessed life. He was this, that, and the third. But now that he's coming back and he's striking, oh, he's a troublemaker. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. Leave people alone. Just mind your business.
Well, let me just say this, because I'm going to bring some other thoughts in here too as well, sister. Can we make the argument that Monique should also keep her thoughts off of people too? Because if things are happening, as I talked to the lawyer, she should be going to court and fighting promoters and going to court and fighting against Netflix instead of projecting what's not working for her on everybody. However, see, this is where I'm kind of in the middle. I'm split. I do believe black people in entertainment should support one another when they see that a sister or a brother is being done wrong, because it could happen to them. And I do believe that there is sexism in which females do get treated differently in entertainment than men. But I don't think that it does her any good to lash out at black people who have the keys, like a Tyler Perry or a Lee Daniels, whether you like them or not, because I certainly have problems with them myself. But they have the keys to getting her an opportunity to get jobs. Because in Hollywood, they're not giving a lot of jobs to a lot of black people. So in some sense, she could be biting off the hand that feeds her. And she should also, unfortunately, look at her husband, who is the manager, and seems to me, just my opinion, is not doing a great job of being a manager. I'll stand on that.
Okay. And you know, I can agree. We can agree to disagree. And I agree with you with some points on that. However, my integrity is worth more than anything, because I feel like if you don't have my back, when it comes down to, you know, and that's the thing, sometimes it's all about money. For me, it's not, and apparently it's not for Monique, because she's speaking out and she's speaking up. So my thing is with that, you know, again, Tyler Perry, Oprah Winfrey. I mean, I'm not a fan of any of them, because I feel like, you know, they are who they are. They put on their clothes just like I do in the morning. And so, I mean, they're just people that so happen to have money. So for Monique, apparently it's not an issue with her getting I mean, I'm just saying, because she's speaking out, and she said it wasn't even really about the money. It's just about the integrity of things. So sometimes I do agree. Sometimes she may come off a little voiceful in her opinion, but that's her. But again, what she had going on with Lee Daniels, Tyler Perry, and the rest of them, I feel like that was just their business. And that my thing is with Tyler Perry, you know, if you tell this woman, okay, you're right, you know, I'm gonna do, this is what I'm gonna do. But then when push come to shove, you ain't really saying nothing. So that let me know right there that your loyalty does not stand with, and your actions are just different than what your wording is. And so I think that it happens in the community a lot when it comes down to that. So apparently the money is not an issue for her, you know, and I can't say whether apparently it's not, because she's using her voice. But my thing is this, just if people have like an issue, I think in our community, we love to jump and click up and all this other stuff. Whenever it's an issue, like I say with them, I feel like no comedian should jump in and speak on it, or you know, basically just tell the other one down. Because if we saying the same thing, saying that Monique is doing this or she's doing that with Tyler Perry, well then you got the other people that's voicing their opinion as far as, you know, D.L. Hughley and other comedians that have literally set up there, and Monique didn't speak on them for years, but then they come out and they say whatever they want to say. But then when she do clap back 2 to 3 years later, it's a problem.
Well, let me say
that's just how I look at it. You don't get to slap nobody and then determine how they respond to you. Just shut up, mind your business, and leave people alone, and let her handle that.
Well, let me say this. I think the problem with Monique in this whole situation is a reflection of it's a reflection of the bigger problem that we have in some of our black communities. Yes, can you hear me? Well,
let me say this.
Let let me just say this. See, I'm getting some feedback. So somebody's got something open on their.
It's hers.
Yeah, I think. Can you? I'm gonna have to mute you because what's happening is I'm hearing a feedback and it's slowing down.
Our black communities.
Oh my God.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, can you mute your
I can hear you.
Let me.
All right. Can everybody? Let's do a sound check. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you, bro. I got you.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
I need
feedback. Somebody is somebody's.
I can hear you. Might have our YouTube on.
Yeah, somebody has to turn off their YouTube. It's coming into the feed, and what's happening is I'm hearing myself repeat what I'm saying.
Have to mute you.
Okay.
And it's just, Thank you. I'm not trying to mute you because I didn't want to hear what you had to say. It's just that I wanted to make a statement to what you said. Okay, and I appreciate that, sister. I just want to say this: that what you see with Monique is a reflection of some of the problems we have in our community.
All right.
It's a reflection of it.
Sound check. Can everybody?
Okay, I'm still having the problem.
She's not muted.
Yeah. I'm trying to mute her, but I can't.
It's her YouTube. She has a YouTube on.
Yeah, I can't mute it. Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the problem is when she came in, she might have had something open and it was coming right in. All I wanted to say this is that the problem to what she just said, the problem is that it's a reflection of some of the dysfunctional issues that we have within some of our black communities. Not all. I don't want to put it all blink on everybody. But that we as black people, we call each other out, black men and black women. We go at each other. And what we saw between DL and Monique is a reflection of what we see on YouTube sometimes, what we see in some of our black communities. It's a problem that we have. And I hate to do this kind of comparison, but I don't see too many other groups of people in entertainment going at each other like this. If they got problems, they go to court and they sue your ass. You saw what Johnny Depp did. He had drama with his ex. He took her to court and handled his business in court. Even though the dirt came out in court, he still went to court. The Empower Esquire said up here today, from a legal point of view, Monique could sue the promoter, and she can also be sued for defamation when she's making statements about people that may or may not be true. This is a problem. We had brother Carl was up here. I guess he had to leave. And we had brother Lee, who said that in the black comedy circuit, you have this going on all the time. He said that Mark Curry and I believe Earthquake or some other comedian had an issue, allegedly. And they, instead of going at each other on stage, they went to the promoter to deal with the problem. I think Monique in this situation should have done that before going after DL. I just think she went after DL because she's got a axe to grind with him, and she wanted to. This was a perfect opportunity for her to get up in his behind. I just see it as simple as that. Let me go over to What We Know podcast. Glad to have you here. Thank you for your patience. I know everybody's been waiting to talk. Go ahead, brother. I want to hear what you have to say. Good or bad or different. I don't care.
Well, I try to stay as transparent as possible. I don't know if I will be able to, but this is what I look at. First and foremost, Monique literally was 100% wrong at what she did because she is not looking for the backlash. Not that she said it. It's the fact that when people start coming at her, she started being at a point where she's saying, well, you know, I should be able to say what I want to say, but she's still saying the same thing about DL Hughley. Let's get this 100% clear. DL Hughley is also in media, which he talks about he talk about everything. So he's in a different realm, and he's also a comedian. So whatever it is that he has to say, I respect it just because it's his opinion and he stands on whatever he stands on. Do I agree with it? Most of the stuff that he's been saying lately, I do not agree with, but that doesn't mean anything because it brings up for more conversation for us to be able to talk about. Because people think that when people have when they have their own opinions, they think that you should be silenced in these times right now. Shouldn't anybody? Monique did what she did, right? I don't think she shouldn't have did it. My personal opinion is that she did it wrong, but Now it brings for conversation. Now I can say what I want to say. You can say what you want to say. Everybody else can say what they want to say about that situation. Because I always look at situations first and foremost as something where we can learn from.
Yes.
Right. So to silence someone and all these different things, that's what I don't like about what's happening right now. She should have, and I'm gonna agree with what you said earlier. You said it more than once. She should have went the legal way. But the problem that I have with her is that she's not doing any of these things the legal way. She's just going out bitching and griping about somebody's treating her wrong. If they're treating you wrong and you have, I mean, it ain't like she's broke. She got the money to actually get a lawyer. She has the money to actually say, hey man, I love my brother DL, but he's doing some, he's doing some old foul stuff right now. So instead of me bringing it on stage in Detroit, by the way, I am from the Metro Detroit area.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people that they understood what she said, but they said she did the wrong thing. She did exactly the wrong thing. If you got a problem with how business was handled, you and your manager / husband should have took it the legal way. And on top of that, she gets on stage and she has not said one joke. She wasted them people's money by going out there, putting her own personal business out there, her own. That didn't have anything. She should have still went out there, gave some jokes, and would have handled that later on in life. These people work too hard for their doggone money, man. For somebody to come out there and give their rich people problems. That's where I have a problem with her. Other than that, I don't have a problem with her having her husband as a manager. I wouldn't do it. But if you want to keep it in the family, you do whatever you want to do. It may not be a business, a good business decision, but at least the intentions is that, listen, this is my husband. This is what I want to do. So even in one of my shows, I said, hey, look, I actually give her kudos.
Yes.
But does it make business sense? It's not ideal.
I mean, I think it's great. When it comes to black men and women coming together, you can look at it and say, hey, this is great. Her husband's her manager, so they're keeping it in the family. The money is staying in their pockets, right? But what I was saying earlier, and this was no disrespect, is I just think that when you are a manager and there's the business and then there's the emotions, and I just don't think emotions and business mix together. And I just think that he could possibly make decisions that are based in the emotions of his love for his wife that you can say could be good, but it could be a detriment if he doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm just sorry. It's just not a coincidence to me that the minute that she made her new husband, because he became her new husband, the manager, this is the minute that we start having all these problems, because I don't think personally, and I could be wrong, I don't know how many people that he managed that were up in her level prior to her. And this could be a matter of her meeting him, falling in love, and saying, hey, this man's got my best interest. And hey, I love black love. I love to see black men and black women working together. I just don't know if this man, and I'm only saying this because there's other well-known black comedians that are saying the same thing, that maybe the husband is the common denominator to some of her bad contracts or her bad deals that she's not happy about. I don't know. I don't know, brother. But look, everybody, this is What We Know podcast, and they're going to be on this channel soon for an interview. Let everybody know where they can find you at, brother.
You can find us on What We Know podcast on YouTube. You can also find us on What We Know podcast on IG. Our channel is basically we talk about everything, but it always winds back up into relationships. Whether it's with family, if it has to do with intimate or whatever, it's all about relationships with one another, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to turn anything that we talk about right back to what relationships are, and that's what our podcast is about.
That's fantastic. And before I forget, because I did get some super chats. I think Empress Queen gave me a super chat again earlier, so thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for the super
I also
chat.
want to call out this brother right here, Black Man Unfiltered Network. He came through and gave me the super chat, and I didn't get a chance to shout him out when he first came through. He's another brother with a channel, a network that will be coming over to the Information Man show, being interviewed. I'm doing some collaborative stuff with him. He has a new show that he's producing on their network where we're going to sort of get together and give advice to mothers about dealing with young men. And I'm looking forward to that particular process with him and his network over there. So check him out as well. Black Man Unfiltered gave me that super chat, and I appreciate that. Let me hit that again.
Thank you for the super
And
chat.
much respect to you. Okay. Somebody dropped off the chat, so please come on back. I know people have been waiting patiently to speak, and we're going to get to everybody. Tawana, you came into us earlier a little bit too. What are your thoughts?
Hey, information man. Hey, everybody. Okay, so the problem I have with Monique, outside of the contract, the problem I have with this woman is that she never apologizes. She never takes, responsibility for the things that she does. And when you have everybody else, they're making mistakes, they're apologizing, they're making amends with their family. And then, the only thing I see is she's griping with everybody. She's fussing with everybody. And it has been going on for years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, years. Like, when are you going to stop? You have a son. You need to make amends with your son instead of talking about DL and what happened in the past. Nobody cares about what happened in the past. These people are working today. It's 2022. These people are working, okay? These people are about their money. They are about the business, and they are not handling business on stage. I mean, they're not handling personal stuff on stage. Then they're at work. So if you don't want your personal business out in the street, if you don't want people raising their opinions about your personal business, then keep your mouth shut. Stop talking about it and stop talking about everybody else. SMJ, so what happened with her son? She had beef with her son. She didn't agree with some things that he was doing in his life and this, that, and the third, and they're estranged. So she keeps her son out of her mouth. She keeps her son out of the media. Nobody really knows, what it is right now in 2022 because she talks so much about everybody else's stuff. She talks about what she wants to talk about. She's not talking, she wanted to, if somebody asked her about her personal business, she would probably get upset about it because she's always talking about other people's stuff and she's talking about what used to be. Okay, everybody else is making a platform for themselves. Everybody is making a stage for themselves. Everybody is setting their own table, whether you're using social media or whatever. I have not, and I got a comedy club right up the street. I ain't seen Monique in a comedy club. Monique is striking me as a person who right now is blackballed to the point where she's having to work what we used to call the Chitlin circuit. You gotta take these, smaller gigs or whatever. Now you have opportunities on the table, Monique, right now. Are you gonna let your mouth talk you out of those as well? You gotta stop. At some point, you have to stop. It's just too much. It's too much.
Well, she said, I'm only going with that because she said out of her own mouth that Hollywood doesn't stop her from doing what she has to do. She's also doing comedy, clubs and things of that nature. Yeah. But you make a very good point. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm in California. And when I drive up and down the highway, I see lots of billboards for comedians that are coming to different. We have a lot of Indian casinos out here, like Cash Creek and all these different places where comedians perform, right? In California, where I live at in particular. And I've yet to see a billboard with her. So please, somebody's got to mute themselves when you come in because the back sound can be very horrible.
Yeah, I've not seen it either. I've not seen it either, information man. I haven't seen her on any tickets or anything like that. And the thing is, when are you going to realize that you need to mend some fences? You need to, like Monique used to have a show on BET, and I used to watch her show. Like every time it came on, I would watch it. Rodney Perry was her sidekick. I mean, she had, all the celebrity, and then all of a sudden she disappeared in the thin air. And then you hear the argument she had with BET back in the day. And it's like, why would you do that? Like this was, this was your moment. You were shining in your moment. Like, why would you do that? And from it seemed like from that moment on, you have a problem with everybody. Now, she said out of her own mouth that she wasn't going to play the game. She doesn't have to play the game. Everybody else in Hollywood is playing the game because it works.
Steve Harvey tried to tell her that, and I guess she feels that he's a coon. But even if you don't like the way Steve Harvey said that to her, the truth of the matter is, it's not just black people who have to play the game in Hollywood. It's everybody. I mean, of course, white people have more advantages because they're getting more of the jobs. But any type of industry that you're in, come on, let's be honest. For those of us who have jobs, professional jobs, whatever kind of job you've worked in, whether you are an engineer, a computer scientist, a construction worker, a painter, whatever, a teacher, whatever your job is, when we go to work, do we conform ourselves the way we do outside of work? Let's just be honest. I don't act the way I act outside of work. And when we're out of work, we're relaxed. When I go to the barbershop, I went to the barbershop on Friday, right after work, and I'm in there talking my jive.
Right, exactly. It's totally different. It's a different atmosphere. It's a different setting. And that's all they're saying. It's like when you go into a business meeting, you don't go in there like a gangster. You go in there, you sit down and you're ready to talk with some sense. You can't be yelling at, the people who sign the checks, the people who make the deals. You can't be fussing with them, because, you want an award. Okay, big deal. A lot of people have won awards. A lot of people, have gotten accolades. That's great. But the next deal is what you're looking for, the next deal, so you can stay relevant. Do I believe that Monique was the headliner? No, because she's not relevant. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Right. Well, today, the Empower Esquire she said that the document that she presented to us on Instagram, because that's what she presented to us, that it is the more legal contract in comparison to DL's memo. So that's what we have to go with what we could see with our naked eye. She's the lawyer. Right. She says it looks like a real legitimate contract to her, not the memo. The memo, a memo like that would not be enforceable in court. The contract, the actual legal contract is enforceable in court. So let me just say this. I think, Andrea, I see you down there. We're at 10 on the panel. If anybody does drop off at any point in time, I'll bring you up. Just be patient. Let me do this because I want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak their mind. I'm going to be fair here because I know that Q1 Film Media and Art was popping in and out of the chat room for a few times, and I know she wants to speak, and I want to hear from you. So go right ahead.
Yes. Thank you for allowing me on, Information Man. And I
would like
to say that I salute you for I love you, especially you and Empire Esquire together, because we as black people a lot of times, and I say we, even though I try not to to contribute to that, but people run off of conspiracy, lack of knowing law, lack of having education on the legal matters and true politics.
Let me just say this to you, sister. Let me just say this to you, because we can hear you, but it sounds like there's a little distortion in your voice. So I don't know if you're in an area where you can move to another area to give yourself a little bit clearer connection.
It may be. Can you hear me a little better now? Because it might be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you using your cell phone or your computer? Because cell phones sometimes give this. Cell phones give a distortion.
Right, and I have my hand over the little hole. I'm not using normally I use my computer.
Continue talking. We can hear you. There's just a little bit of it's got a slight robotic sound to it, just a slight robotic sound. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what I was trying to say, y'all pretty much covered everything that I wanted to say. The only thing that I have a problem with is my whole big passion is the Black woman empowerment and movement. And what that includes is the SA, and you know what I mean. The SA when it comes to what Monique brought out again in terms of DL's daughter. So you know what I'm saying. Anything that relates to that SA. Okay, because I don't want to say it because of YouTube. And then as well, the thing that I don't appreciate, I understand her plight and everything like that, but Monique being one who has, also bashed Black women, like in terms of bonnets, like which is nothing that's detrimental to us as people in our community. It may not look good, but everybody has a choice. And like now running out here at the forefront because she needs protection, she wants an army behind her because of the simple fact that she has a problem with DL and the promoter, because this doesn't have anything to do with the Black community as a whole. This has the problem, it is with the promoter primarily, in which I haven't heard her speak a lot on the promoter. And then you want to say, DL, and the only reason I'm saying that is because, neither one of them appear to have liked each other. But all of this stuff should have been handled behind the scenes, and then in Monique's case, legally. Okay, so for her to, especially in this day and time, and especially when, like we have 5-on-5, the Black femicide thing that we have going on, especially when we have missing Black women and girls going on, it's like Black women or Black women empowerment movement has bigger issues than what happens to a celebrity. Because a lot of times celebrities are living a lot better than us. And I'm not saying that we don't care about them, we don't care about their plight. We do care, like how women are treated or how women are paid. But not when don't bring it up when you're mad and just because you didn't get to go on stage first. You know what I'm saying?
So would you, as I move to another person to speak, I have to ask you this. Do you agree with DL when he said in his rebuttal to her on his radio show that Monique has weaponized? Anybody can chime in on this too. That Monique weaponized Black feminism. That was the exact word he said, which I find it very interesting. That because usually you just hear the word feminism, but he said that she weaponized Black feminism. And I know there's some ladies who may not like that term that he used, but is that what she did?
She definitely did.
And I have no problem with Black feminism, although most people who make it a negative thing don't know what it means, because it pretty much only means that Black women are standing up for their rights. It does not mean that Black women hate Black men or no, I'm just not going to say it's not just Black. It just means that women are standing up for their rights, in which we have a right to. So like I have no problem with it. So, like if he said it in that context, I have no problem with that, and I 100% agree with him. But if he said it in the negative, connotation as though, Black women or women are against men, no, that's not what that means. And I do think that she's weaponizing it, and she's not about that plight. And my problem is she should not and can never be the face of Black women empowerment and facing our Black issues, especially when she's been one to attack, other, like Black women. So that she can't be the face. You can't use this for Mad Day. I need to see you out here every day, or I needed to see you previously speak about what's happened to the missing Black women and girls. I need to see you out here previously speaking on what happened to you, as well as what happens to the majority of, Black girls or even Black women when it comes to SA. Don't use this for your benefit. Be about it. Don't, this is not a plaything, and we don't need you damaging our movement for your own personal agenda or gain. And that's all I had to say. And I'd like to, once again, I say salute and, love you and I support you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. What I try to do over here as best I can is, we can all get into innuendo, but what I try to do in this show is do the best I can to bring people on the show who can give you a more sound, thought about it. That's why I brought the lawyer on here, because a lot of people give innuendo, but we need to have all specs. I mean, this was a complete package today. We had brothers on this channel that are in the entertainment business who are telling you what goes on, that there is a problem within Black comedian lifestyle where they go at each other behind the stage. And then we gave you the lawyer aspect, and now we're giving the personal aspect. So it gives a full package to people watching this. I really appreciate you again. Let's a clap to you.
And that's why I appreciate you and Empire Esquire, which I also support and love, for taking the conspiracy out of things and giving us the true education in which we need. And once again, salute to you and salute to Empire Esquire. And thank you for allowing me on, brother.
Oh, thank you. Always, always, always to you. Let me also say this. Near the end of the show, I think I'm going to play all my super chat music and all that kind of stuff because I hate breaking into it because it kind of cuts into the discussion. And let me say to brother Brian here, who I have on the screen, he's a great moderator with Sir Hell, Black Man Unfiltered, doing great things over there. And I want to say peace to you for coming over, brother, because you said that you just caught a live show. And most of my shows like this are on Sundays. And I think Nappy Yankee came in and dropped in the chat room and had some thoughts. And I want to say peace to him. And I want to say peace to Last Call. We got brother Last Call here saying just two old mofos tired of each other. Yeah, this feud might go back a while with them. We got Jen who says Monique is the common denominator to the problem. I tend to believe that too. Let me see. We got Queen Lady T saying, hey, it's all hot air, saying hey to all hot air who's on the panel today. We got Susan Jones saying 50 Cent told her get back to work. Yeah, I'm going to put that on the screen as I end the show that 50 Cent gave them a statement telling her to focus on your art. People will love you for your art and get out of the beefing. Sharon is in the house saying tell the truth. Thank you for saying that. Remy Red is in the house. Remy, thank you for being here.
Tell the truth.
And if I think that's Remy Red from England, I think you're from the UK. I thank you. We got SMJ is in the house. Thank you. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe, hit the bell notification. Peggy Roster is in the house. Thank you for being here. We got The Natural out of Chi-Town. We got C Breezy 40. Sydney, the husband, daddy, raised his wife to be the man he's always wanted to be. Oh my God. Some people feel that he is a beta male in this situation. And matter of fact, real quick before I move on to other people, whether it be, let's get a male perspective here. Well, let me go over to the podcast. Just a short question I want to ask you. Do you believe that her husband, Sydney, it's for all the brothers on the panel, brother Sydney, is he a beta male?
He is. Absolutely. He's a beta male in the sense of what beta. I'm not a big person on calling people betas or alphas. I do understand a deeper understanding of what these are, but in the sense of, of just for conversation and the definition of what a beta male is right now as what it stands for today, that man is absolutely a beta male. That's the man she chose. And that's my only thing. Anybody else?
Well, let me do this. Where is Travel Points, Blank Point Travel? Where is he at? Did he leave? Okay, let me do this. Let me go over to Brown Bella, Brown Girl Bella, my sorority sister. She wonderful channel. Y'all should check her out. The Brown Girl Bella. Check out her channel. But let me bring you in and get your thoughts about this, and also remind people too, sister, when you have a chance, where they can find you on social media. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, first and foremost, for allowing me on your panel. I think this might be the first time I've been up here.
Right, and I actually want to bring you over here because I like when you were doing that dare questions with Point Blank Travel, and I would like to do a show one night where we can get men and ladies on, and we can go through that question game. First. I want to do it. Okay, I want to do it. I think people would love it. That's going to be our adult show, everybody. We're going to have an adult show with adult questions being asked. But go ahead, sister.
Absolutely. So yeah, first and foremost, I did want to say thank you for allowing me on your show. Secondly, in regards to Sister Monique, and I struggle with this because I hate to knock another woman, but I feel like in all of these confrontations that she's been having, she is the common denominator. And I don't understand why it is such a a discord for her to have like a real meaningful conversation with other artists in her craft. I don't understand why it has to always be a confrontational battle between her and someone else. You are a talent. We've seen her do phenomenal things on the small screen as a comedian, as well as on the big screen. So you have the talent, sister. I don't understand why you have to be in such a battle with all of these other people. And these are heavy hitting people. These are people who can really help make her or help break her. And I feel like 50 Cent, although, 50 and I, philosophically, we all have, some issues with 50 Cent and some of the things that he says. But I will say on this point, he is right. She needs to focus on her craft. I feel like when she had her husband become her manager, and I also have a feeling about how, when men and who are not in the industry take on the manager role of people who have been in the industry and not understanding and not really grasping what this industry is all about, and understanding that it is a business. You are in this business to cultivate relationships. Relationships had never been cultivated with Sydney. He's never had anyone else that he has managed to the same level of degree that he has managed Monique. And so he is making big missteps, and he is damaging her reputation. He is damaging her brand, and it is hurting her. And I feel like she needs to kind of make a clean break and say, honey, I love you, but let me get someone in here who understands the business to be my manager, and let you concentrate on being my support, my helpmate, my husband, and let's do that. But having him as her manager is really hurting her brand, it's hurting her business, and it is severing a lot of relationships that would otherwise be cultivated by this time, because you've been in business for as long as you have been. You know the game, you know the rules, you know how to play this game. And I feel like she's doing herself a disservice.
Right. Let me say this. This whole thing started with Monique as it relates to Lee Daniels, because remember when she did the Precious movie, I think it was one of those movies where Lee Daniel told her, hey, we got to promote the movie. And she became, I think, a little upset because she said that she had to spend her own money to fly out to wherever they were promoting the movie.
Right.
But I'm gonna let y'all know in a little bit of, I live in California here. Let you know in a little secret. There's a lot of these actors who pay for their stuff themselves sometimes. And when it comes to promoting movies, they will spend the money to go promote the movie, because if the movie blows up, they're making a lot of money on the backside. Exactly. Remember Jack Nicklaus with the first Batman? Do you know what he did? He didn't take a salary. He took a percentage on the merchandising and the marketing of the movie. He made more money. So he sacrificed some money, promoted the movie, because he knew that this shit's going to blow up. And I'm going to make a whole bunch of money on the back end of this movie. He ended up making more money on the Batman series, on the first Batman, than any of the actors in the movie, because he looked at the bigger picture. Lee Daniels and many of these actors are telling actors, hey, you go out and you promote the movie. Some actors are getting paid because of how big they are. And I think maybe Monique thinks in her mind that she's actually bigger than what she really is on the ladder of comedians. I'll be honest with you. She's not, this is not being sexist, but she's not on the same level of a Richard Pryor. These are men I'm naming because there's just not a lot of female. I'm going to be honest. There is sexism. And there's a reason why you don't have a lot of black women making a top dollar in Hollywood when it either comes to comedy or even acting. But I don't see Monique on that type of level like a Dave Chappelle or somebody, where maybe someone like Dave Chappelle is going to get paid to go make an appearance to promote something. And maybe it could be because of how big he is, and maybe it could be because of sexism. But she had her falling out when Lee Daniels was asking her, hey, just play the game, go show up, promote the movie. Because ultimately, if you promote the movie and it becomes big, you're going to make money on the back end and the front end anyway. Well, look what happened. She won the Oscar for that movie Precious, even though I didn't really like that movie, but she won the Oscar. And maybe if she had not gotten to all this drama with people, she could be making bigger movies now. But she's got this guy named Signe who could be what I would call her, we got Will Smith, who's got a wife who's, I think, messing up his career. And this could be the equal to Monique. She's got a man who's messing up her career. This is my opinion. Let me shout out Deborah Gunn. She gave me a beautiful super chat. Thank you for that super chat. Let me hit this again.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you for that super chat. Let me shout out Poppy, who's in the house, saying, Information Man Show, how you found? Hey, I'm doing fine, man. I'm glad to see you over here. Thank you. Thank you to Black Men Unfiltered. Thank you to everybody in the chat room. Anybody that sent me any super chat, I appreciate that. It goes back into the show. But let me stop right there and let other people chime in. Identity withheld, and I'm going to go over to Empress. Well, let me do this. Let me go to the ladies so we can get ladies' point of view, and then I'm gonna jump over to my man Identity Withheld and my man Real Aaron Collins, because I think it's important to get the ladies' point of view about this, whether good or bad. So, Empress Queen, as it relates to Monique and DL, what are your opinions?
Well, first of all, I want to send much respect to you, Info, and to the panel out here in the chat. But I just think it's a fact that women can't act the same way as men. We are supposed. Well, it's society that thinks that we are supposed to act a certain way, which is true. I just wasn't raised that way, I was raised, you do things, what's done, and everybody business ain't nobody business. You know what I'm saying? Keep those things behind closed doors. They're just out there putting them white people all in their business. You feel me? They already think we're a bunch of clowns anyway, and they just proving it.
Wow. Let me if I can, this brother right here left a really great comment. Gavin Hunter, this is a fantastic comment you just left here. He said this
earlier.
And look, I want everybody to hear this, and thank you, Empress Queen, because you're telling the truth. But this brother left a good comment too. He said, could Monique be sleeping with the enemy like Will Smith has been doing for years? That's what I was saying too. And he left another comment about what he felt. Nappy Yankee gave me a super chat. I really appreciate that. I'm going to call you out in a moment. Okay, here it is. I think this is Gavin Hunter says Monique is the only black comedian of her time that has an Oscar. That's true. And a Golden Globe and a Screen Actors Guild Award. He is absolutely right. Nobody else has that. I think that could be playing into why she felt in the first place that she should have gotten more money for her Netflix special because of the fact that she got that, award. And I like Monique.
Yes, sir. I've always liked Monique.
Yes, sir.
But I just think people's unladylike.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say this though. I have to say this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she had got those in acting, but as being a comedian, let's be 100% clear.
Right. That's
right.
Let's
be 100% clear. As being a comedian, she tries to compare herself to DL. I've seen both comedians myself, and I've seen DL sell out Petersburg, Ohio, the Laugh Factory, all these different things. I've never seen Monique sell them out.
Right.
We're talking about 200, 300 people in a room. He still sold it out, and he did 2 and 3 days, a Friday, a Saturday. Sometimes he'll do a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday, and he would sell every one of those days out. I've never seen her do that. She's still going off of the accolades of what she did with the Queens of Comedy. And if you heard Corey Holcomb when he spoke on it, he said most of them shows that they did when they was doing that tour, the Queens of Comedy, they didn't sell them out.
No, they didn't. You're right about that. And DL did say this to his credit. He did say that in the entertainment business, and he said that she should know this, that it's not what you did in the past, it's what you're doing lately. And I just believe that Monique, this is what the bottom line. The bottom line is Monique got a Golden Globe, she got a Gill Award, she got an Oscar, and I think in her mind, that made her feel that she had arrived and that there should be a different treatment for her because maybe she sees how other people who have gotten awards like her have been treated. But you made a good point, brother. You said that she did not win those awards as a comedian. Those awards were given to her for straight acting because Precious was not a comedic program or movie. That is the truth.
Tell the truth.
And Nappy Yankee, thank you for that super chat, my brother. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for the super
And much
chat.
love to you. Nappy Yankee, you're welcome to come up on the panel if you like. I'll put another link. Anybody else, since we're going since we're burning the midnight oil on this one. I don't got work tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow and Tuesday, so I don't care.
I always look forward to these Sunday shows because they're you bring the truth, you know, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate everybody here that came over, the big audience that came over today to watch this. I appreciate all of it. Believe me, I do. I'm a humble brother on this one. Wow. Let me do this. Let's go over to Sister Lynch. Let me hear from you.
Hey, Information Man, how you doing tonight?
Man, it's been a great show. This is one of the best ones because of all the opinions. We got the comedian entertainer opinion today. We got that perspective. I really wished that brother Kevin Lee would have dropped some more tea about because he said he knows some things about her. But anyway, let me stop. But go ahead, sister. Let's hear from you.
Okay, so I don't really care for D.L. Hughley either, but I ain't really feeling Monique either. And like 50, to me right now, what she said about the daughter, I just think you can say what you want to say about D.L. Hughley, but his daughter don't got nothing to do with y'all fight.
Right.
Okay. Cross the line to me. It's out of bounds. It's red flag on the play. It's just wrong, period. And this is why I read her comments. And when I read her comments, she was saying, how can a black woman on my case? Because girl, you was out of bounds. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The problem I have with it is the same thing happened to Monique. And she got mad with Oprah Winfrey because she brought her family on there. And the same thing happened to her. You're gonna do it to another black woman. And this my thing. If it happened to D.L. Hughley, God bless his soul. If him and his daughter made amends, and all D.L. Hughley has to make amends is his daughter and his family and God. He don't owe it to nobody else to have the conversation. But if he chose to have a conversation with the public and know this happened and to say this, how as a parent we can say is I'm a parent. I ain't been a perfect parent. I got 2 grown kids, and now I got a second set of kids. I can say I wasn't the best mom. I'm the best mom now because my kids are grown. I done went through the trials and tribulation of being a parent. And Monique knowing her own self, her and her son ain't getting along. And you need to get rid of Sydney. How about that? Keep him as a husband, but get rid of him as a manager. If he don't know how to manage you, girl, you need to get a publisher and get somebody else. I don't care if they're black, white, or blue, or purple. Sydney
Now, can I say this? I know I brought this up too. Could we be unfairly pointing fingers at, because I believe in looking at this from all different angles. Could we be unfairly pointing fingers? What's going on, Dr. J. Kelly? Could we be unfairly pointing fingers at Sydney when Sydney is not the one getting on stage having the tirades? Sydney is not the one, although he's been on video with her calling people out. So let me take that back. But he hasn't been the most outspoken as Monique. But I got to take back what I said because he has been on video with her sort of talking about people, under talking behind her as she's talking more boisterous about it.
That's what makes him a beta.
That's where the beta. That's what makes him. That's what makes him the beta, ladies. When you have a man who can't stand on his own 2 feet, ladies, he becomes your beta. And do you ladies want? I don't want. I'm not a man. this ain't a manosphere show. But ladies, do you want a man who's acting like that? Do you? Yes or no?
A good manager. My thing is, beside the husband, husband told the woman, what makes him a good manager? A manager is going to learn what this is business. This is not personal. This is business, and we're going to do business. Sydney is doing personal and business at the same time.
Right.
Business before pleasure.
Right. So the bottom line is, if I was the manager for Identity Withheld or Real Aaron Collins or What We Know podcast, and you were doing a show, as manager, it's my job to make sure that your contract is right before you sign it.
Thank you.
And then when you sign that contract, and if the promoters do something squirrely, then I'm going to say to the promoters, we'll see you in effing court.
That's right.
Tell the truth.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Identity Withheld. Go ahead, brother.
I apologize if I'm stepping on toes.
No, you ain't stepping on nobody's toes. I want to hear from I want to hear from some of their brothers now. Yeah, go ahead, man.
So yeah, real quick, I'll answer that. No, we're not being hard on him because he's the first line of defense when that contract comes up. It's not Monique's job to argue that. It's his. That's his job. That's his job. If she's not getting what she's supposed to get on her contract, she shouldn't have to be the spokesperson. That's his job. Did she negotiate that contract or did he do it?
How you know he ain't lying in his pocket?
Hey, look, that's another whole nother level.
As the husband and as her manager.
So the question is he her husband who's her manager, or is he her manager who happens to be her husband? I think the two lines are being blurred here. And it's like, it gets all personal, and it's like, no, but we're talking business. It should never be personal. This is business. And we wrote down the specifics of that contract. Now, I would say that she kind of scapegoated, and this is what the point I really wanted to make. When she accepted to go on that stage, she accepted the breach of contract to some degree. Now, legally, she could still probably go after them for breach of contract, but she's putting it off as, I went up there for the people. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're the stand-up person that always stand up for what's right, and that was your moment. That was your moment to stand up and say, this is not right. I am not honoring something that's outside of this contract. Now, that may look like a slap in the face to the people who spent their money, but that's, again, in hindsight, we now know your beef ain't with DL. We all know this now. It's not DL. He had his own set of level of contracts, whatever memos, whatever he has, he got what he was going to get. It's your manager's job to make sure you get what you're supposed to get. Right. So don't put it on the people and say, I did this for y'all. Well, then if you did it for them, then why are we complaining? You did it. You accepted it. Now, whatever beef you have with, the contract, leave DL out of that because he's honoring his own contract. Whatever he got, why are you trying to prove it to DL? What is the purpose of that? What is that going to mean? Is going to make him look worse? At the end of the day, you attacked him. That was not a comedian going at a comedian and jokes, and that was personal. There were no jokes. That was all nasty. I'm just going to cut you deep, telling you how much your wife is wasting her time with a blah blah. We've seen the video. That was personal.
Well, let me read this real quick by Gavin Hunter because I want to debate this. He says, but Tyler Perry was on tape called and saying that Monique was treated unfairly and y'all still dragging her. This is the thing, sir. All respect to you. And maybe I'm not reading what you said. Maybe I'm not getting what you're saying in context. But let me just say this here. You may be right that Tyler Perry at one point in time was trying to have her back. But guess what she did to Tyler Perry? She threw him under the bus.
Tell the truth.
She called him a coon as well. So you can't have it both ways. You can't, on the one hand, have people like Tyler Perry, for example, who say, I'm going to support Monique and call out the effery because she's being treated unfairly. And then you bite the hand that feeds you, or you bite the hand of someone supporting you, and then you turn on them. And at that point, when she turned on Tyler Perry, he stopped messing with her. DL said in that video that I played earlier that people told him not to F with her, like Tyler Perry, people that are well known told him, don't deal with her because she's an occupational hazard. And he at first he did not want to deal with her, but he said, let me give it one more try. So, sir, this ain't about dragging her. Monique has said things about people out of her own mouth. We ain't making her say this stuff that might have had her back, but now they don't want to deal with her. So you got to ask yourself, who's the blame? Who's the one who should take accountability here? Right. Who needs to look at themselves in the mirror before you can say that we're dragging her, or we appears like we're dragging her? I've had a well-balanced show today. I don't know how long you've been here, sir. I had a lawyer on. I had two comedians that are in the comedic game that told their perspective because they've been around. One of them, Brother Kevin Lee, he's been around her, sir. This ain't no, okay? The lawyer, Empire Esquire, has admitted to us today that her contract does seem to be the legitimate contract that shows that she was supposed to be the headliner. So we've been very balanced about this today. This hasn't been a one-sided. This is just the part of the show where we're now giving opinion. And so it's been a balanced show today, sir. But come on now. If you got people having your back, you can't throw them under the bus and then turn around and say, see, they messing with me. Well, you just threw a man who's very powerful who could put your ass in movies.
Tell the truth.
All right. I'm going to stop right there and let somebody else talk.
Yeah, I mean, I did want to
focus on the movie. Focus on the movie. Stop. Focus on the movie.
Right. Identity withheld out of respect for you because I did cut you off and I apologize. Go ahead, brother. Continue. And I agree with what you're saying too, sister. Go ahead. Identity withheld. I went on to a tirade there. Go ahead.
I think we've mentioned it before. These accolades. Why are we still talking about these accolades? Don't get me wrong. They are great to have. You've earned them. But you got to understand, when you change that medium, you can't expect to get the same level. Like, you get an award for acting. That doesn't mean your comedy spikes, right? Like, we understand that DL is a bigger draw than Monique. Let's just be clear. There's no debating that. I don't think it should be, but but to conflate it to say, I headlined for Queens of Comedy, and you were, and you were opening for Kings of Comedy. It's like, do you understand they are two completely different levels of comedic what's the word I'm looking for, impact on the culture? Do you understand there's a Queens of Comedy because how the Kings of Comedy did so well? It's not saying that it's worse than, but it did leverage some of the movement that was garnered from Kings of Comedy. Let's not leave that out. You're diminishing his effort in that, but I'll go back to my first statement. Your beef is not with DL. We all know now, hindsight, we know it's the beef is with that promoter, whatever that's where you need to focus your attention. Humble yourself and apologize for going so personal and move forward.
Yeah.
You can't stand on this now that we do know. Yeah, you definitely were in the wrong when you said what you said, because he's not your target. But now that we know that, can we at least admit that and move forward? Why are we going back and forth like with this negative, nasty, this and that? Can't somebody just say, look, I was wrong. I apologize for coming at you. It wasn't on you. It was on him or her. Why are we not focusing more on that than all this back and forth about show your contract? Who gives a damn? The show is over.
Right.
And if I could just add just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And this is the thing. She's standing in the way of the opportunity that she has now. She's getting ready to be on the show BMF as Goldie. I'm looking forward to seeing how she does. So my whole thing is with Monique, I think she's very talented, right? But right now, the things that she's bringing to herself, she's opening herself up for people not to even like her. And it's going to cause, even if it gets to the point of people looking at the show that she's getting ready to get on. 50 Cent already had put her on there as that. She's already doing the filming for BMF. And you know, the thing is that when you start looking at her body of work, all the other things, people, I mean, we will be able to you know, as public opinion, we'll forget all of this stuff that happened with her and him if she just say, okay, this is what happened. And I apologize, DL, for going at your family. I don't apologize for how I felt or whatever I did. I did it. But hey, listen, we could move forward from how I handle it, as far as putting your family in it, as far as going and think about this also.
Exactly.
She ended up saying it. She admitted in that video that she's been waiting to get at him for a long time. So it didn't even have anything to do with the business that happened at the Fox in Detroit. It had everything to do with whatever it was in the past that she had to get back at him for whatever he said about her. She found the time to go and get back at him for that. So it was definitely personal. It definitely was not anything that had to do with business.
See, that's the narrative that I had brought up earlier. I'm glad you said that it seems like this is something that she's been wanting to do for a long time. And she may have, I'm just saying, she may have used this as the excuse that she needed to lash out at DL for past things that he has said. And I'm going to be honest, if he said things, and I've looked at some video on YouTube, DL has said some things about her that I can understand why she didn't appreciate it. So therefore I can understand why I can understand why she decided to lash out at him. I don't think it was right, but I could understand her feelings about it when somebody's talking about you, because you know, she felt that he was marginalizing her. I just don't think that she should have did it in that venue. And another thing I want to say too is that once again, this is just a bigger problem. What we're seeing with these black entertainers is a reflection, unfortunately, of some of our communities where we treat each other like this. And and that's why I say some, because it's not all black people, but there are some of us who behave like this towards each other. And to me, you could take the comedy out of it. You could take all that entertainment out of it. It would be the same. It would still be a black man and a black woman going at each other. When you take all the window dressing of them being entertainers, it would still be this damn battle of the sexes thing, which I'm sick of.
True. It's true.
Let me go ahead and do this. Brother Real Aaron Collins has been waiting very patiently. So let me let him, take the mic and speak his speech. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so man, so panel. As someone who's actually worked in the entertainment industry, particularly when as it relates to Hollywood, one thing that Monique needs to understand, and I like Monique, I think she did a great job being on the Parkers, being a good mother figure to Countess Ron's character. But one thing, realize that she's made some good points before, but it's knowing when to say it, because when you're dealing with an industry such as Hollywood, because she's actually tried to come after other comedians, namely Dave Chappelle and even that white comedian. The difference is that it's their industry. I think you're smart enough and intelligent enough and probably have enough money. I think she should just start her own network or her own studio. I mean, a lot of people are doing that. She could produce and write her own scripts. I don't know why she doesn't do that, but as far as the situation with her and DL Hughley is concerned, it is unfortunate because once again, as I think someone said before, that it's just two black people putting themselves on a majority white platform for the world to see, and all they're basically seeing is, look at them, a bunch of niggas up there disrespecting each other, and why should we give two damns about them? So.
Right. The whole world to see us in our effery.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right, Aaron.
And DL, I mean, I'm not giving him a pass because he's been known to say some pretty some really disrespectful things. Like he's recently made it a point to disrespect people who didn't go along with taking the jab of a certain pandemic that we know of. So he's saying that people who shouldn't be involved and get a chance to be a part of society. I'm like, well, first of all, who are you to decide who gets to be a part of society or not? I don't give a damn how much money you make. You can make all the money in the world. You're not God. And I'm not saying that I don't necessarily hate DL, but I had issue with that because he's had some coonish moments, so to speak. But Monique has always been outspoken, and even though she may mean well with what she says, her delivery is not always exactly at its best.
Right.
So, but and then back, and I think you asked a question earlier about her husband being her manager. Yeah, let me tell you something. When it comes to family and business, the two do not mix very well at all.
It doesn't mix, in my opinion, too. Yeah. But Aaron, give us this perspective. See, I'm glad you came on board. You're in Los Angeles. You have worked in the entertainment business out there. You worked on it on so many different, you've been in on so many different levels. So you see all the little things that we don't see that goes on behind the scenes in production. You've worked in production. When it comes to these big film productions where they have to go out and promote the movie, unless you are a superstar, sometimes they will ask you to make appearances that you're not getting paid for. Ain't that a fact?
Exactly. I mean,
and Lee Daniels told her that was something that they needed her to do. And that's when she got upset at Lee Daniels because she was hoping. See, I think what happened is she won the Oscar. So she thought that she was going to get this huge bag dropped into her hand.
Yeah.
But it don't work that. And she forgot too, another thing too. And I don't think she forgot this. We know damn well that the black entertainers don't get treated the same. And I'm not saying it's right. And we had Carl Yard and we had my man Kevin Lee on here, who are comedians, say that black comedians don't even get paid as much as the white comedians, even though the black comedians, you know damn well, are funnier. So is that true, real Aaron Collins, about the sometimes they go out and promote for free?
Yeah, it's true. And I've said, like I said before, it's their industry. I mean, we're just basically just here, using our talents. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I think she should have just went out there. I mean, at least promote the film. I mean, because no, she's not a name. I mean, we've heard of Monique, but everyone else has not heard of Monique. Now, everyone can say, well, we've heard of Denzel and we've heard of such and such a person, but who is Monique? Monique who? That's basically, and that's not really a slight. That's not a slight toward Monique anything, but she's just not known on that level like that.
Right, like you would expect someone like Denzel and someone who's more seasoned in acting, like Angela Bassett. And then the other sister. Who's the other sister? That's a beautiful dark-skinned sister who's got that show on TV, How to Get Away with Murder. What's her name?
I can't think of her name.
Oh man, she's
Viola
really Viola Davis. She's become a big star now, right? People like that are seasoned, you would expect that they should get certain treatment, right? Because Monique, for the most part, has been doing comedy, stand-up, and some TV shows. So, and I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying that the reality is, like anything in life, even on your job, there's some people who make more money than other people depending on their job and their years of seniority. Where I work at, I got a lot of seniority. So I get certain treatment that other people don't get because I have more seniority in the department. It's just the way things work. You don't have to like it, but that's the way things work in life. Brother Steve T, you want to drop some knowledge in here?
I'm gonna drop that.
Yes, sir. I don't like the fact that a lot of people is making excuses for her being disrespectful. And like, I'm in Michigan now.
Mm-hmm.
I was born and raised in Pontiac, Michigan, which is outside Detroit. Well, it's Metro Detroit for outsiders. You would say I'm from Detroit.
Yacktown.
And I know, since me starting my business myself, how they get down there. I was told that I had to pay over $1,500 or $1,000 just to vendor at a spot, multiple spots.
Wow.
Look, I'll tell you this. I did a vendor spot with what was it, Court Radio, Court TV. This had to been a month and a half ago. I ended up spending $400 for the spot.
Yes.
the extra was for power and stuff. When I get to the spot, man, they had us on the opposite side. We didn't get no money. I didn't make no money. I had to have my own stitching cord to run it from the building to my vendor table. And that was it. But look, the hard part was that when they seen my wife, because my wife is white, they charged me double on everything. I wanted to get this I don't know if y'all know about a dragon tooth. It's a crystal. It's for love, communication, stuff like that. It's purple. And I wanted him to wrap it up in like some, Hotep type stuff, because that was his business. He charged me double. And then he told me if I don't pay for it today, the price go up. So they what's going on now is they raping a lot of people. A lot of these people in Detroit area.
Don't use that word. Say just say R. Don't use the word, the whole word, man, because that impacts the stream. YouTube don't like that. Just say the word R. Yeah, don't say those words, please.
I keep forgetting. My fault on that.
Golly, man.
But
don't say those words. Thank you. Go ahead. Continue what you're saying.
They like doing that. So me, as a black business owner, I'm paying double just to vendor, just to promote my business. And now I have to make a choice. Should I go mess with my people or should I go? And I learned in that area, nobody bought a thing. And I do edibles. I do sweet edibles, truffles, drinks, stuff like that. Everybody came to the vendor spot. It was a 420 thing. Everybody came there with their own stuff. They did not promote to tell people that people were selling stuff there. You don't need to bring it. So everybody came with their own stuff. Mom and pop barbecues that be in a hood store, they got to sit there and vendor for free. While I got charged out the butt because I have an LLC and I have a logo and I had an NFT and I got everything you're supposed to have. They looked at me and overcharged me. And out of that $400 I spent, I made less than $100. All the black artists that was there, that I gave samples to my product, they didn't buy a thing. Half of them didn't even come visit or even come, talk and see what was going on with the vendors or nothing. One guy, a white artist, came, he spent $50. And the other, it was two ladies, black women, that was vendoring like me, and she felt how we got screwed. So she came with her daughters, and so they brought like the truffles and stuff like that. They got buzzed off of them, so they loved them in the Kool-Aid. But it's very hard in Detroit, Metro Detroit area when it comes to this type of stuff. So when I seen the Monique thing, I said something went wrong with the people that she dealt with in DL. But they sat there and figured with each other because they figure it's better to do it that way. Go to the head honcho. Who got paid to do what? It's the question. Why is you fighting over who should do what? And that's very disrespectful for her because every time I see her talking, she's just dogging out black men. Every time. I see her tell a guy his real government name on a TV show in New York or a radio show. And then she says, sweetheart, baby, I'm just, and then she keeps switching it up. And I said, no, you're not fat and young anymore because that was funny when you was fat and young. That was our whole gimmick. And personal shout out to the Parkers because that was a good TV show. But the D.L. Hughley show had more family things in it. The Parkers was a single mother, don't know who the daddy is, daughter running around going to school with the daughter, and you already grown. D.L. Hughley show, wife, kids, marriage. He talking with his son, going through stuff at school, going through stuff with his wife, his daughters. Totally different. So Corey Holcomb was very on point when he was like, like, you can't, her comedy didn't age well. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think what's hurt her at the end of the day is bad business decisions, which I feel personally are bad business decisions, not only on her part, but I just think that her husband doesn't know what he's doing. He's got an artist that he doesn't know he doesn't know how to manage. This is my opinion. And I think that once again, as the lawyer said on the show today, she should take these issues up legally. because at the end of the day, it was the promoters who I believe should sit down with the artists before they go on that stage and tell everybody this is what the deal is prior to going on any stage, prior to any audience being out there, so that nobody gets embarrassed or gets embarrassed themselves. And I think that was the bottom line. But I think because, unfortunately, as a people, black men and black women, there's a level of self-hate for ourselves and for one another that we are easily to turn on one another when things don't go well for us, and who we should be pointing the finger at. And I can just, I bet you any kind of money that people that was promoting this, matter of fact, let me ask What We Know podcast, because he's in the Detroit area. The people who promoted the show, are they an all black outfit or an all white outfit?
It's diverse. It all depends on who it is that actually is running, because Detroit is not just the city of Detroit. It's like my man was saying, it's the Metro Detroit area. So you have a lot of promoters that come from other areas that actually deals with the business of Detroiters. So when you talk about, and specifically, I think that was was it Fox? I think they were at the Fox. And one of the things that they have a problem with, not only is it with the managers, but they also have a problem when it comes down to managing the staff. I've been at the Fox a couple of times, and I love old school hip hop, so they always do old school hip hop there. Yes. But if you do a show late, man, it cuts in everybody else's time, and they have to shut the show down immediately. And one of the reasons is because the people that work for the Fox, they actually have a union. And the union, you know how the union is, they don't play when it comes. Yeah,
I'm a part of a union too, so you're right about that.
Yeah, so you don't pay us for overtime, you don't pay us for any of that. We cutting it short.
Right.
So you will see a lot of issues that they have, for one, at the Fox. So when you talk about the promoters, man, you have to be on top of them. One of the problems I had was when Monique just didn't go and give it all she got. Regardless, this is your craft. This is something that you supposed to, regardless of what went down, she was still supposed to have went there and gave those people a show, the best show that she could, and not bring down a fellow comedian. I can care less if he was black or not. That's your fellow comedian. It's a very small family when you talk about the comedy world. And one of the things that I have a problem with, people, like my man was saying, when it comes down to us as black folks, we don't even want to really promote one another. I see people on Facebook and on all these other media outlets, they're talking about Monique is not funny and she's a has-been. That is not for everybody. I think she's is talented. She's not probably my favorite comedian. But I'm not going to sit back and tear her down because of, what her level of being a comedian is. That's up to the people with their dollars.
Yes.
We'll tell you who we actually like with our dollars. And when we don't support people with our dollars, who the hell cares about what our private or public opinion actually is? We're not supporting these folks. I supported both of them. And then, so my whole thing is the business of being an entertainer. She did the wrong thing. She should have went out there and just gave her her show, gave those people their money's worth. We're talking about $70 to $100 to $300 that these folks have to pay. Right. They don't want to hear her having a problem with no damn DL.
Right. So at the end of the
tabloids,
at the end of the day, this isn't about hating on Monique. At all. We're simply saying that there's a way to handle business and then there's a way not to handle business. What she did is she took her personal frustration out on DL. Now, I'm not saying that DL is innocent in this, because she is right, folks. I got to keep it real. She's right. When you go on YouTube, she's right. When she says YouTube it, you will find old videos where he is talking kind of greasy about her back when she had the issue with Netflix and other things. He made some statements about her husband, and we made some statements about him too today, but he has said some things and she didn't like it. So I do believe that what she did, and I think all of us on the panel kind of agree with this, that she took a personal venomous towards him out on him at a time that gave her the door to open it up to that because she said that he went behind the scene as a snake, as she said, and sort of made a noise about, hey, I'm supposed to be the closer. So at the end of the day, she should have handled the business of show business professionally by suing the promoters and dealing with the promoters. Then what she should have had was a conversation with us on social media saying, hey, I got my lawyers on this. There were some things that happened at that show. I gave y'all a hell of a show, but there were some things that I did not like, and my lawyers are on this. Or she shouldn't even have to say this. Her damn husband, who's supposed to be the damn manager, he's the one that's supposed to come out and say there were some things that weren't done right, and we're in legal arbitration for some things that went wrong in that show. Right? That's how you handle it. Let the husband, which is kind of crazy to me. Well, he should protect his woman, but he's the manager, so it's all mixed around. Like he should be the one to be her mouthpiece while she just focus on the comedy.
In the craft,
and he should be managing the proper contracts. I'm going to say it again. I know some people ain't going to like this, but her husband should have had those contracts right. And check this out.
Yeah.
If Monique would have left that show, see, this is the thing. She came out and told everybody that she was thinking about leaving, but she didn't because no. Let's keep this real. Monique performed because she know if she would have left, they could have contractually sued her. So even though she could have turned around and said, hey, I was supposed to be the headliner, but the reason why I left because they lied about me being the headliner, guess what? She still was contractually obligated to still perform. So they could have come back and said, well, yeah, you can countersue us for lying about you being the headliner, but we still have a contract that says your ass is supposed to be up on the stage. Now, we might have effed up when you're supposed to be on that stage, but at the end of the day, you're supposed to be on that stage. And that's where she could have countered. And this is a question that I should have asked Empowered Esquire this. She could countersuit on the contract saying that she's supposed to be the headliner. She can countersuit on that. But they could still get her and say she was legally obligated to still get on stage.
I believe that she already understood that she did not have
a
position to sue.
That's why she and what we know podcast. Do you believe that's the why she still got on that stage? She was frustrated and started to lash out at DL.
Absolutely, because from what DL was saying also, that she was trying to prolong her getting on the stage. She was trying to act like, I think she took at least about 30 minutes more than what she was supposed to. And they already know how the business of the Fox is. So when she kept prolonging getting on that stage, somebody had to talk her into saying, no, don't do it this way, because they can sue you for not going on there. They don't have to pay you. So one of the things I already understand is when you don't have a leg to stand on, that's what you're going to do. You're going to start bitching and griping, especially with the money that she has. There's no way that she couldn't just go and get litigation and then she could still be doing what she was doing. She ain't got to go to court. She ain't got to do all that stuff. All she got to do is pay a lawyer to do all those things. She didn't even take on that obligation to say, man, listen, I need to get this business together. And my whole thing, she never even talked to DL prior to that. They never even had a conversation. So why would she go on stage and tell people that he attacked her?
And check this out. Check this out. Now, Empower Esquire, the lawyer who was here earlier, the great sister, she said that this contract that you see on the screen, and I was able to bring it in a little bit more through my other system, but just for the purpose of now, she said that this looks more like the legal contract in comparison to the memo that DL put out. Here's that memo again, right? She said that the contract, this looks like a legitimate contract from her legal eyes looking at it, right? And then let's look at the list of when they were supposed to go on. This is information for anybody that's saying, hey, you manufacturing stuff. No. This came off of both their Instagram sites where they both loaded this information up. So nobody out there saying that I'm putting out false information. This is legitimate paperwork, right? It says here, artist Josh Adams comes on at 4:30 p.m. Now, this has sound check. So this is sound check. Then they had Monique at 3 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. doing her sound check for 30 minutes. Then you got the artist, 105.9 KISS FM morning show. And then you have here, DL Hughley comes on at 8:35 to 8:40, 5-minute set. This is for the show schedule. DL Hughley will come on again for another 40 minutes. This is the show schedule. 8:35 p.m. to 8:40 p.m., 5 minutes. I guess this is them prepping for the show. Then DL Hughley again, 8:40 to 9:20 p.m. This is the different sets that they're doing throughout the day. Then you're going to have an intermission at 9:20 p.m. Then you've got Josh Adams' intro at 9:35 p.m., 9:40 p.m. Monique is correct. Monique comes on she comes on at 9:40 p.m. And then she comes on for another set at 10:25 p.m. So she had 2 sets on this day. Both of them were 45 minutes, and DL Hughley was 40 minutes. On this list of artists, this does give you the impression that Monique was supposed to be the closer of this show, along with the contract, which earlier today we were able to get that through the legal eyes of Empire Esquire that was a legitimate contract, and I was able to zoom in on it a little bit bigger than what you're seeing right here. So let's just set that record straight for any of the damn haters out there who leave comments on this video saying you just hating on her. No, I'm showing you that she did have a legitimate legal position, but I believe, and we all believe so far up here, that she should have never went personal against DL, because this was really about the promoters effing up, and maybe her husband should have got his business together right. Yeah. So it's clear.
Her husband.
Right. It's very clear. Right. It's very clear to me. Right. It's very clear to me that she had a problem with DL all along, and she took it there. But this is the problem. Why is it? And I'm going to go over to the sister here because I know she's been waiting patiently. I'm just going to throw this out there for everybody in the chat room, everybody on the panel. Why is it that black people, and I hate to stereotype, why is it that it appears, that's the better word, why does it appear that black people and all the different things that we do in life, that we appear to be the main ones who hate on each other openly in public for people to consume? I'm not saying that other races of people don't hate on each other, but it seems that a lot of other people do things behind the closed doors, and that we tend to always have to come at each other, whether it be entertainment, sports, YouTube, whatever. Why do we always have to put our tail feather out there and shake our asses?
Tell the truth.
My God.
I got an opinion on that one.
But before you hold that opinion, because I want to let the sister here speak, and then I'm going to come back to you because we're going to get ready to wrap the show up, because I've been on for damn near almost 4 hours now. I got to rest and eat something and all that good stuff.
Good show, man. It's a good show.
I know. Go ahead. And I'm loving everybody that's here today. I appreciate everybody. Okay, I'm going to mute myself and let this.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm going to mute myself because I think when you speak, for some reason there's like a back sound that comes in. So go right in. Are you in your car still?
I think it's my freaking internet. I hate this. What about
okay?
now?
Oh, you're on your computer. It's okay. This is what I want you to do, even though there's a back sound for me. I'm going to mute, and I'm going to let you speak and do your thing. Okay. And then I'm going to go to the brothers and let them close out the show. Go right ahead.
Okay. So my thing is to piggyback off of what you were saying. You are absolutely right. I was just talking to one of my friends and telling her, I don't know what it is about our culture of people, but we have no code of ethics, meaning that we don't we have no codes. You know, you have other races, they do have codes. I don't give a flip if they don't disagree with their race or they have an issue with their brother or their sister, whatever the case may be. They are going to handle it accordingly. They're going to handle it behind closed doors. They're not going to handle it in a way where it is bringing so much rhetoric or attention to their race. Now, to pick it, and also I was going to speak when it comes down to the Monique situation. Now, you know, like I said before, I'm not a fan of either Monique or D.L. Hughley, but I have to speak on facts and how I feel. And everybody have their, you know, entitled to their own opinions. But my thing is, we all know that was personal between them two. My thing is, and this is what I'm just trying to explain and what I'm trying to say is, it's just best for people to mind their business. That's all I say. When I say mind your business, because my thing is, you never know what type of mental state people are in. And we can clearly see that in our race, period, because the things that we see that going, you know, every day, like we have, and not just our race, but others. But it's just one of the things with me and how I feel. Like when DL, he did go on and he said what he said and he made those videos. Like, why didn't you just call that sister up before you go on your platform and you drag her like you did? Why didn't you just call her up and say, hey, sister, you know, I need, you know, I need to talk to you about some things. Now, you however you're going about it, but you go on your platform and you talk about her and it's almost like you bullied her. And I'm telling you, it goes back to what we see and what we're seeing now. Like, you got all these shootings and people killing and coming back for revenge and all this other stuff. And a lot of them are bullied because when they was in school, they was bullied by someone. And that's what I'm saying. It's not right. But what I'm saying is, leave people alone. If he sat up there and said that she had a mental problem and she was mentally unstable and all this other stuff, why would you poke the bear? And then when somebody come back and don't get me wrong, it was a night that was supposed to be a show that people paid their money. I totally agree with that. But again, at the same point in time, you know, you don't get to determine when somebody lash off on you. And don't get me wrong, everybody was applauding her, which lets you know how backwards our culture is. Because they came in, apparently she gave them a show because everybody was clapping and cheering and all this other stuff until everybody else started getting involved and putting their pieces together of, you know, well, you know, she came for it, she been paid. And I get it. They paid for a show. But at the end of the day, and I feel like he really just got what he really just dished out, you know, what he's been dishing out for so long. And he's not above, you know, having it. But again, mind your business. Stop speaking on your culture. Speak on some of these other races. Talk about somebody, but you would tear your own down. But then when somebody come back publicly and do it to you, it's a problem. That's what and that's my only thing right there. Like, just don't do to other people that you don't want done to you, because clearly I don't agree with her bringing his daughter in it. But again, what does that tell you? Monique was a person that was sexually assaulted by her brother. So they ain't do nothing but trigger that with her. And then the fact that, oh, well, my daddy didn't, and I get it, it's personal. But again, she may have felt that it was personal when he attacked her, whenever he was on, you know, his platform and talking about her and all these other things. So it was personal. So that's why I say it's just best as a culture of people. We got to stop doing that. We got to stop attacking and dragging and all this other stuff, because when it's all said and done, you know, we got 10 people, and I'm not trying to jump ship or not speak, but we got 10 people that was just murdered in Buffalo, New York. And my thing is with that, y'all, and it breaks my heart. It really breaks my heart, because it's so much going on in our community. It's so much. And we would sit here and bicker with each other. And to me, it's petty with them as far as this whole contract and all this other stuff, because it's stuff that none of us should know. We should know this stuff. You were grown adults. You should be handling it accordingly. Just like I feel like D.L. Hughley should have called her and handled what he had accordingly. He should have just called up and spoke it. But don't go on there when you done set up somebody's table and you chopping it up with them, and then I'm looking the next, and you dragging me, and like, come on, that's hurtful. So you know it was personal for her. So it's just things like that, like, it's really sad. And again, we sitting up here, and I'm not saying we, but as a culture, and I go back to these 10 people that was murdered, and the 10 people that was, the people that was murdered in South Carolina in that church. I mean, you got these Asians that got a freaking, and I love Asians, I love everybody, I'm not racist, but they got a bill passed, Asians, a hate bill passed. But what about these 10 lives that was taking Black people in New York, and we ain't even making no sounds about that? You know what I'm saying? It's like things like that. We so caught off guard and not really focused on what we need to be focused on, because what we need to be focused on is a lot of these bills that's flying over our heads, and we're not fighting for a hate crime for Black people, and this is happening every day to us. So I'm not trying to, just switch, switch content or whatever the case may be. But I'm just saying, like, we already in a state of depression. People are. So you just never know what clicks, what sets a person off. So with DL, I feel like he owe her an apology too, because if he did that, which he did, because I went back and heard some things, brother, you was wrong. So you got to understand and accept the things that come back to you. It may not come back the way you want it to come back to you, but again, you don't get to tell nobody. I can't come up there and slap you and tell you how you should respond to me. If I slap you and you shoot me, then guess what? I brought that on. So I have to deal with the consequences that come behind it. Is it right talking about other people's family? No, but he's did it for years, even whether he's joking or he's making a comical view of people and speaking on people because he's a comedian. You've done it. And I'm just saying this, even down to Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams, she did it for so long. She talked about people. She dragged them. And look at this position she in now. So it's like, we just got to love on each other, embrace each other, and stop with this self-hatred towards one another.
Let me say this if I can. Go right ahead, Identity Withheld.
I apologize. I can hear myself in the echo too.
Yeah, I'm gonna when everybody talks, I'm gonna have to mute you, sister, because there's something about, I don't know, your computer or what you're using that's creating an echo sound. I don't know if you got a headset. They do recommend when you use StreamYard that you should use a headset.
Oh man.
But and this is no disrespect to you, I have to mute you because of the back sound makes it hard. It slows down your conversation because you're waiting to finish what you just said.
I understand. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Okay, Identity Withheld. Go ahead, brother. And before we get out of here, because I don't want anybody to drop down yet, I want everybody just to kind of get, as we end the show, for those of you who have channels, I want you to let people know where they can find you. I see we got Nappy Yankee in the chat room. I would have loved to have gotten his perspective on this. I'll drop... I don't know if this is my best judgment right now because I'm tired as hell sitting in this chair, but I'll drop one more link into the chat room if anybody wants to come up and give a statement, but it's got to be a short statement. And if Nappy Yankee wants to come up and give his thoughts, go ahead. Identity Withheld.
Okay, thanks. So I was going to pose a question, but I'll make it a statement just to make the conversation faster.
Well, no, brother, no, because you've been waiting patiently. So to be fair about it, just ask your question regularly. I don't want you to rush. Just go ahead, brother. Just ask it the way you want to ask it.
So to the sister on the panel, she mentioned about DL dragging her. I would ask the question, as far as dragging her, I didn't know about them having beef until this came out, to be honest. As far as them, not wanting to work with her, having an issue, potentially having business with her. I didn't even know that was an issue. And I've been watching DL for years. This is all news to me, but I would have never caught wind of it had it not come out in this whole, let's be clear, Monique attacked really nasty. That we do know. Now, as far as all the background stuff, taking shots at her, I think it's kind of hard to not talk about her if she's in the media with things going on with Netflix and Lee Daniels and Oprah Winfrey. That's hard to not talk about, especially if you're in media. So I don't see how that's even possible with the kind of job that he has, especially, it's not that he covers only Black news either. So I'm not sure if you're a fan of his, but I do know all the things you're talking about, the shootings and all the things happening to black people, all that stuff. He definitely talks about that stuff.
Yeah,
now
he does.
he ribs a lot of people. He gives his personal opinion on things that the whole Netflix thing, everybody had an opinion on it. No big deal. But as far as attacking her, I didn't see that until I saw the rant against him. Now, that's why I'm differentiating the two. One was personal. That last one was personal. So, I said it before. This has nothing to do with some 25-year-old beef. That contract issue was your problem, and you turned it into you put fuel to the fire talking about a 25-year something. He was talking about me, and I have no idea why you're trying to conflate the two, but I can see definitely you did have a problem with him. But what does that have to do with this contract issue? You know, that's what you talked about on stage, the contract issue. So don't smear it and say, oh, this goes way back.
Yes.
You've had the mic how many times? What are you talking about? You could have been trashed him. I have no idea why tonight was the night, but maybe the contract thing took you over the edge.
I think it did take her.
And she has a podcast.
Right. And I think I agree with both of you. I think it was that took her over the edge, but I'm gonna still hold my ground that this was festering, and this was the opportunity that she took advantage of. But you're right; she could have been vocal. Look, a lady 747, which I want to say peace and love to you. Thank you. I noticed that you were in the chat room. I didn't have a chance to shout you out. She makes a good point here. DL has a daily talk show. It's his job to have an opinion. That's exactly right. He does a show where he talks about a variety of issues, and particularly issues that affect black people. So therefore, Monique or anybody can't turn around and say he doesn't have a right to have an opinion about something. Look. I do realize that DL has said some things in the past that was not favorable to her. And obviously she didn't like it. And that's why she's saying what she said about him. But this is where Monique was the most wrong. If y'all came in late, I read the letter by his daughter, beautiful daughter. She got married a couple years ago, or maybe not too long ago, has a baby. He has a younger daughter and he has an older daughter who got married and has a beautiful child and husband. And I saw the pictures on his Instagram of him walking her down the aisle. Just beautiful shit. I'm going to keep it real. For those of y'all out there to say that black men ain't fathers. Right? I have a daughter. I wish all of those beautiful things for my daughter. But she said horrible things about the wife. She said things that were pertaining to the wife and to the daughters. And that's where she crossed the line, because his daughter came out and said what she did was poison. It was horrible, that we're going to stay strong as a family. That's where she crossed the line. Now, her argument to why she went there too, when you heard in the video that I played, is that DL, well, you've probably heard this already. She made mention that DL had said things about her husband. Okay. But I got to be honest with you. Her husband is beta, man. I'm sorry.
Tell the truth.
Her husband has beta energy. But let me get off of that, though. So that's where she crossed the line. If she just would have kept it at, I don't even like the fact that she came at him anyway. But if you're going to talk about somebody, you keep the kids and the family out of it, period. And that goes for DL as well. Same thing on YouTube. We got people on YouTube that will dox you, talk about your family members, try to find your personal social media and be trying to dox you with pictures of your family members and all of that crazy stuff, because people feel comfortable because they're 3,000 miles away or some miles away and think that you can't pull up on them. See, so as much as we critique the DL and Monique situation, that shit was a reflection of some of the effery that we do on YouTube and what we do in some of our communities. Come on now.
Absolutely.
Tell me I'm lying. Anybody tell me I'm lying? Tell me I'm lying. I don't think I am, but tell me,
Tell the truth.
You're on point with that info, man. They do it all the time, and I've seen it myself. These folks talking about they're gonna pull up on someone, and yeah, you may be 3,000 miles away, but you have some people who are just actually at a mental state where they will actually take a flight and will roll up on you. And what you gonna do if they show up at your doorstep They looking you square in the eye, then what you gonna do?
Right. And to brother Gavin Hunter, DL did address that. He did admit that he was invited to an event, I think at her house or some event that she would put on, and he said he had a great time. He came to her place at her invitation. DL has said this. I mean, whether you like DL or not, I think DL has been transparent in admitting that, yes, she invited me. Now, has he been honest about the things that he has said about maybe her husband or maybe her in the past? I have not yet to hear him say that. So therefore, that's where DL is going to have to be honest about his part that he plays in possibly triggering this woman to go on her tirade against him. But it was misplaced because this was about a damn contract between her and the promoters and not DL. Right? Identity withheld.
Why would we? Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, we would not know any of this had she not went personal.
Right.
That's the whole point. It's like, that's the part I'm missing here. Like, wait, he could have threw you under the bus maybe for some stuff about not wanting to work with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that wasn't an unknown narrative. A lot of people were saying that. I don't remember him saying that until this stuff came out. Like, no, I had these revelations before. Like, maybe I shouldn't work with her. I don't know. But that was personal that I never heard him talk about until now. So,
right.
You know, I would definitely say whatever he said about her husband, that's two grown-ass men. Let them hash that out, whatever that's going to be. Protect your man. I get that whole part. But at the end of the day, you're not going to square up on DL for saying something. Look, that's your husband, ain't it? Let him handle it. And then if that's your manager, let him handle the contract. Stand down. That's his job. Let him do his thing. So, yeah, I mean, beta stuff, you know, that's a term, that's a title, you know, that's really popular now. Yeah. But at the same time, he did marry somebody that really had a voice. And, you know, she was pretty much, that was her shtick. That was her thing.
Mm-hmm.
The loud, I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you how I feel. You know, what was one of her title of her shows was like Skinny Bitches Are Evil. Like, you know, she had no problem being just out there like that. So,
right. And certainly to Gavin Hunter, because he's been very outspoken in the chat room, she has the right to speak up. A man has a right to speak up for his wife and vice versa. We're not saying that she doesn't have a right to speak up. We're just saying that some of the things that she's been doing or has done in the past up to now is not going to vote very well for her going forward, because the same people that she's talking about that she wants support from are not going to give her support going forward when there's other things that arise, like dealing with white Hollywood. And now people like Tyler Perry and those that she berated, you know, like, don't get me wrong, I've got my issues with Tyler Perry and the Steve Harveys of the world too. Yeah. But at the same time, berating these individuals is not going to vote well for her in Hollywood, where they don't really hire a lot of black people anyway in key roles, especially black women. And so to eat the hand, to bite, to hurt, to smack the hand of people like Tyler Perry, who's got his own studio, who's actually, whether we like Tyler Perry or not, or like his movies, he is putting money in the hands of black people, and they are eating. These guys are putting plates on people's tables, literally, because he's employing people. Even though I don't like some of Tyler Perry's movies, because I do feel he makes black men look very bad in his movies, but that's just my thing. Don't hate the message. Just realize what I'm saying. Look at the movies. He does make black men look kind of bad. I don't like the whole black man in a dress, Medea type stuff. I think I've been tired of that since Flip Wilson, okay?
Tell the truth.
Okay, we don't need black men in dresses. We got to get out of dresses. But, you know, he's doing his thing. He's making his money. And he is employing black people. I got to be honest about that. And she was one of them. So I want people to realize that. Now on this show, we get all types of information. This one blows me away here. We got Mr. Matthews, who's giving us the astrological perspective. He says Libra season by wisdom, Libra in Aries, nature or natural cosmic opposite, cosmic opposites, 180 degrees away from remember. Aries rules males. Do you see why most don't like Sydney? Libra is in the middle of interesting. So
that was above my head there.
Yeah, there's people who
I get what
believe
he
in
said, but
astrological signs, and
Yeah.
your Aries is in sun, and your moon is in this, and all of that. Look. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That's another one of our problems as black people. We like to get into all this googie goggy talk instead of just saying it like it is. And I don't mean no disrespect to Mr. Matthews, but black people, we don't really need all this Yoda talk. Just say it plainly. The Negro's got issues in his management skills. Let's just keep it real.
Damn your sign.
So we can talk about Aries and Scorpios and Moon and Cancers and this and that. That all sounds great and wonderful.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is about people doing bad business.
Yeah.
Damn all the other stuff.
I'm gonna just go on and say it like this, and some people may not like the way I say it, but I'm just gonna put it out there. The dude just needs to take his balls out of his wife's purse, put them back where they need to be, and just be man.
Oh goodness.
Hey, look, this is the thing. That's when I said earlier that on paper that it seems right. Your husband, that's also your manager. The problem that I would have is what you had said earlier in the show, that hold on, how do we know what his pedigree is as far as being a manager?
Yes.
Who did he manage on a level, on that type of a level? You know what I'm saying? So
Your
even
guess
when you
is as
look
good
at
as mine.
even if you look at it as, okay, she got her husband doing it. First and foremost, if that's her husband, the first thing that he should have done was to make sure that he can speak and represent their family as a manager and as a husband.
Mm-hmm.
So if she's going out there and she's out here arguing with another man, that's a no-no, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I got that. That's my fight.
Yes.
I got, as a manager and as your husband, as the head of everything that we got going on, that takes way more skills. It's like being able to take off one hat and put another hat back on. He has to simultaneously be able to do that. He's not in the capacity to be able to do something like that, and he's showing it. Why? Because his wife is out there hollering and screaming. He should have been the one out there laying it down, hollering and screaming. He should be the one. She shouldn't have to say.
Wait a minute.
nothing.
Wait a minute. This is what I need you to do. What We Know podcast. I want you to repeat what you said. The key thing that you said was, as a man, he should have been the one doing the hollering and the screaming at dealing with them damn promoters, and not his wife. He should be saying, baby, I got this. You go out there and do the show, and we'll deal with the Hughley, the DL stuff later, but I'm going to get in the asses of these promoters. That's what a manager, what he should have been doing as not only the manager, but the damn husband.
Tell the truth.
Repeat that again. No, we got to emphasize this.
He has to be as her manager. He should be the voice of whatever it is that they're representing. He's representing their family and he's representing their entity. It's all one thing. He has to be able to be. She out here hollering and arguing with another man. Why? That's why when you ask that, and like I said, that's not really my speech as far as beta, alpha, and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's not really my speech either.
What it is.
But this time it had to stick because I think that's what's going on here. A little bit of it anyway.
Yeah, it is, because it's kind of like she has one of her girlfriends with her instead of her man. One of the things about being a man is that we have to be able to be able to display just being a person that has discipline. We have things in discipline. We have all these weapons that we have. Most men are very smart and they have brute. One of the things I tell any woman that I'm dating when I was in the dating field, that I make money, I work hard, and I can fight.
Mm-hmm.
I can provide and I can protect you. I can also be a man which you're going to be able to trust me on my judgment, because I make better decisions than I make not better decisions. If that man makes good decisions and he displays making good decisions, she should be able to follow his lead. However, he's sitting back in the background talking about tell him about this and tell him about that and tell him he's egging her on like he's one of her girlfriends instead of her husband. He should be the one as her manager making all those doggone speeches, whatever he need to do, because if he was doing it, her business would be a lot better. If he's making bad choices, let it be on him, not on you. You are the person with the talent. He's the one that's managing all of your affairs.
Let's take a vote. Let's do it right now. We got plenty of ladies in the chat room. Let's take a vote right now. Ladies in the chat room, if your husband is your manager and you're an entertainer or whatever you do, do you agree? Put a 1 if you agree that your manager / husband, he should be the one doing the woofing around this damn place while you're doing your thing, since he's your manager. If you agree with that, ladies, put a 1. If you don't agree with it, put a 2. And damn it, I should have put a damn poll in my chat room today about whether people agree or disagree. That's what I should have did. I should have put that poll out. I apologize for that, folks. But let's do it. Let's see it right now. So right now we got Angelica says 1. Q1 Film Media and Art, who was on the platform with us, says 1. Mary Harrison says 1. Kathy is saying 1. Gavin Hunter says 1. I Am She says 1. Empress Queen says 1. Being Mary it says 1. A Lady 747 says 1. So far, all the ladies are saying 1. Natural. See, we're doing this because now nobody can say y'all being biased. See? Can nobody come back and say y'all being biased? No, the ladies have voted in this damn chat room today. And some of the guys as well. My Love, it says 1. Queen Lady T, put your vote in. David Robinson says 1. Felicia says 1. If I'm saying names correct here. RY is saying 1. Okay, so I can stop it right there. So we took a very fair vote, and damn it, I'm kind of mad at myself for not putting a poll up in my chat room. I would have liked to have put that poll up when I went live in the beginning to get a real good figure, but no, we getting good numbers here. So a lot of the ladies in that chat room are putting 1, that they want their /husband / manager to do the woofing around this damn place while they do what they got to do. That's the way it's supposed to work any damn way.
Yes, sir.
Interesting thing, Info Man, is
yes,
take away the management title. If it was her man, just her man alone should be dealing with some of this stuff, right? Like, just forget the management stuff. Somebody disrespecting you or him or the family or this and that, dude, handle that. Why is she out here barking? I'm not saying man is better than women. I'm not saying it for that sake. It's no, if he's owning it as, look, I got to make sure my family's good. Don't disrespect me or anybody in my circle, and we good. But once you step out there, I deal with that, right? Now, it doesn't have to be violent, but that's just husband level. Now you add management on top of that. It's like, well, damn, you're getting paid to do this now.
Well, see, watch this again. Watch this again. What I don't like about the husband is that he always sits back in the background like a little puppet.
I've listened to
Look at this shit.
Talk about all that I'm not.
See?
What I didn't deserve.
He's in the back. She's in the front.
Ill. I was bitter. Me and my husband did poor business. I was selfish. I was fanatic. I was psychotic.
I'm gonna stop it right there. She says, she's saying me and my husband do poor business. What she's doing, gentlemen, is complaining about people who have given her criticism because of the poor business. Like I said, like we said, because of the poor management of her husband. And he sits back behind her like a goddamn puppet. See, I didn't want to have to go here like this today. He's sitting back like a damn puppet, just waiting for somebody to put their hands underneath his ass like a puppet and start talking.
Yes, sir.
Let's just hear just a little bit of this. I'm not going to play all of it, but let's hear a little bit of this. Just listen. Just look at how he kind of sits back.
Now, don't take my
and then when
word,
he talks,
please. You can Google it for yourself. YouTube it for yourself. D.L. Hughley speaks on Monique. And through the years, my babies, I said nothing.
Right there is a perfect example of what we're talking about. So nobody say we're being unfair here. She is clearly saying in her own words, not our words, that through the years, she took personal insults from DL. And so therefore, that tells you right there, this is all personal. It ain't got a damn thing to do with that contract that she was been saying. It has to do with that she's always had it in for him. And that situation was what she needed to really go in on him. The damn husband sitting behind her. Let me see if I can move it up when he's talking so y'all can hear how he's talking. Let me see if it's going to even give me that.
Your family. I feel sorry for your wife. Now, the other part that I said, y'all know what it was, and I'm going to leave it on the stage.
But to be specific, without being specific, you essentially said, I feel sorry for your wife having to perform a sexual act on a coward.
That's exactly.
How do you perform a sexual act on a coward? There is nothing that was said about your wife.
Nothing.
Your family.
Nothing.
It was directed.
That's a damn lie.
Tell the truth.
That's a damn lie. I'm gonna tell you why it's a damn lie, gentlemen. Let's go back to everybody on the panel here. That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie again. So there go the puppet starting to talk. While he sets back, while Monique goes in on her position on this, then he sets back like the puppet that he is. I'm sorry, I'm going to go in on him. And then now when he starts talking, he wants to say, well, my wife saying that how can your wife perform a sexual act on you being a coward? You are talking about his wife because you're saying, how can your wife perform a sexual act on you? That's what she said. You know exactly what she said. She talked about ding-a-ling. Y'all know what I'm talking about here. So therefore, you were talking about his wife because you put his wife's name out there, or at least you said, I feel sorry for you to have to do acts on your husband. That is talking about her because they one unit. When you get married to a woman, you become one unit, man and woman, matrimony. So you are talking about his wife because that's something that a husband and a wife does, and that is they perform sexual pleasure to each other because they're making love to each other. So now you are putting his wife in it because you're questioning her as a woman for why she would be doing sexual things with her husband, while your beta male husband sets back and wants to start making the real question is Monique, why are you sucking your husband?
Ouch. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I didn't want to have to go here like that. You know, people not used to me going in like that, but damn it, we gotta be balanced here. She did talk about his wife so much that the daughter had to come out and say something about this nonsense.
Yeah. Now, this is what I have to say. That's why earlier I said I ain't had a problem with her saying what she had to say. You know why? Because I know there's consequences behind it. You got to be okay with the consequences. When you say something and you stand on it, be ready for them consequences then. At the end of the day, we have to be ready for the consequences. I want to speak on what you said earlier, Information Man, when you were asking the question. Why is it that our discourse with one another, I'm saying it my way, but I'm paraphrasing what you're saying. Why is it so raggedy that we have when our discourse with each other is just so raggedy instead of being where we are? If she had a problem with him, he had a problem with her. Why is it that we can't just sit back and say, okay, the whole thing is that we're going to learn from these two discourses right here. This is something that we all should be able to learn from. When you look at us as Black folks as a whole, our discourse with each other is very raggedy. We should be able to disagree with one another, be upset, be mad with one another to the point where, hey, if it gets down to the point that we went too far, guess what we can do? We can apologize for it. We don't have to apologize for our stance, but we just apologize for the tactics and the antics. Why? Because we're all human beings and we have all of these things. We have fear, we have anger, we have laughter, we have all these different emotions inside of us. So for a person to do what she did, I don't think is not a human being type of thing, because I'm looking for what? The discourse that comes behind it. Then I'm looking for Okay, now what's going to happen? Now that y'all both got all this shit out, now what we going to do? Are we going to keep it going, or are we going to sit back and say, you know what, we took it too goddamn far? We took it too far.
That's kind of where I was saying with the idea that now we know what we know. We need to understand, Mo, you was wrong. You was wrong. Let's put it on the table.
Yes.
You were wrong. There should be some level of look. I shouldn't have put our whatever disagreement we had with the show lineup, this and that, should have been directed at the right people. I did dig at you. That was personal, and I was wrong. Now to stand on it and hide behind some 25-year whatever that was, it's like, no, I'm not buying that, man. You did what you did, and as podcast mentioned, it's integrity. It's like stand on your square. I understand, stand on your square, but that is, if I have to say it, that's usually some man shit. That's some man shit. If you're going to say some reckless stuff, expect some level of backlash. That may include getting your ass kicked. Let's be real.
Yes.
That's something that as a man, we understand. And I say that if any woman out there is upset with me about what I just said, imagine if DL did exactly what she did, word for word, flip it and talked about her like that. Would you feel like he was wrong?
You know what?
He can't just come out and call her a bitch.
Identity withheld.
Call her all kinds of crap.
Identity withheld. You just took the words out of my mind. I was thinking to myself, because people won't think that we're not being fair here. But you said something that I'm going to mute you because there's a little bit of there's somebody that's got not you. Somebody's got a sound coming in. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, because you're in the car. That's probably what's happening. You took the words right out of my mind, brother. Just imagine if DL got up there and talked about her and called her a coon, a cooness, a mammy, all these different words, and dragged Monique. Then imagine if he had the audacity to say, I don't know how your husband Sydney can even take himself down to going between your legs and eating you out.
Yes.
What kind of you're a sorry woman and no man should want to lay down between your legs. What if he went there like that, just like you said? Let's just be fair and balanced here. You know damn well if DL had went out there and jumped out the window like that, let's just be honest, everybody would be coming down on him. I would imagine heavy.
And let's be clear, that man is sharp as hell with them comic tools, bro. He's surgical with it. That's a part of his comedic stand-up is to talk about people. He's very sharp with it.
Right. So with that said, my brother, can we as men be honest and say if DL had did what he did that, wouldn't he be in the wrong? Wouldn't we still be able to make the argument that DL should have dealt with the promoter? See, this is for people out there who think that, oh, you guys are men, you're being biased. No, if DL had did that, I would be saying the same thing, that he was wrong not to deal with his promoters, not to deal with this shit behind the stage. We just had a comedian up here, Kevin Lee, who said that there were some comedians back in the day, Mark Curry, who I'm familiar with because he lived in Oakland, I lived in Oakland, had a beef with someone else on the ticket. And they did it behind closed stage. Earthquake, that's right. I like Earthquake too, by the way.
That's my dude.
Yeah. And they took care of their beef behind the curtain with the promoters. So I would be making the same argument that D.L. Hughley should have done the same thing as we're making about Monique. I don't want to put you brothers on the spot. Would you have the same position as well?
Yeah, I know I would have. And I wanted to definitely say, because D.L. Hughley, he just recently had a beef with Kanye West over the situation with him, Kanye, and this new Pete dude, saying that Kanye is wrong for supposedly stalking his wife. I mean, yeah, maybe Kanye would be wrong, but for one, that's between Kanye and Kim and their kids. And as far as what you were saying, I think Identity Withheld pretty much took the words out of my mind also. Basically, you come from someone's family, I mean, I'm speaking in hood terms because I'm from the South Side of Chicago.
Yes, sir.
That would definitely get your ass stumped into the ground, and if not killed, because that can happen also. Because everybody is not really working with all cylinders here. Some people are really very sensitive and get triggered. So that's just being real. I mean, there's the stage, and then there's the street. And unfortunately, sometimes the lines are blurred between both of them. I mean, we see that in the rap music industry all the time. I mean, as far as spouses being managers, I can recall a situation between Ice Cube and Mac 10. They fell out of a situation because, Ice Cube, Mac 10, Dub C were known as the West Side Connection. A situation happened when they were on the road. And I think Ice Cube's brother-in-law, his wife Kim's brother, was supposedly put over some kind of told to give him some kind of supervisor type position, which didn't go too well with Mac 10 and the cats he brought with them because a lot of those guys are real Bloods and Crips from LA. So he said something wrong. One of them went upside his head. He went back and told his sister. His sister was saying you need to get rid of Mac 10. And Ice Cube really, he said, basically the Mac 10, you need to kiss the ring. Something pertaining to that. But no, Ice Cube, he's always been shady like that anyway when it came to business. But not talking about Ice Cube and West Coast rap. I'm just comparing the situations on how spouses do not make good managers, or they don't make good people to bring in, entertainment life.
Yeah, because it can get personal. Yeah, I think.
Let me say this right here. We got Nancy Fletcher, if I'm saying her name correctly, and I appreciate you coming over, sister. And she's saying that she doesn't believe that DL owes Monique a apology. So we're getting a lot of balance over here. We've got ladies in the chat room that are saying that they're not in favor of what Monique did. There's some that are. There's some men that are. There's some men that's not. And that's great because you know what? I don't want a channel that's an echo chamber.
Yes, sir.
That's why I kept saying I invite difference of opinions. But we always have to remember that we can have our opinions, but not our own damn facts. Okay? Just keep that in mind. Right? There's some facts and then there's some opinions. And let me just say at the end of the day, as I get ready to close the show out, and I want to thank a lady 747 for her beautiful super chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before I end the show tonight, I'll play my super chat music for everybody that super chat today. I just didn't want to cut into the conversation back and forth. But we got a lady 747 saying these celebrities put their business in the public and get mad if you don't agree with them. Both Kanye and Monique are guilty. DL job is to comment on things celebrities put in the public. Yes, because he has a radio show that delves into these areas. I would agree with that. Thank you for that super chat, sister. I got to give you a clap. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat.
And let me say this too. I don't want to see Monique. I don't want to see anything bad to happen to her. I want her to get her career back on track. I want her to not burn bridges with people. I would like people to not mess with her too. And I got to say this too, to be fair about all of this, there is sexism. Sexism does exist. I do believe that Monique has experienced some sexism within the industry itself because it is something that it does exist. Okay. I do think that women are paid less money in entertainment, particularly in comedy, than their whiter counterparts. But you heard Brother Carl, who's a comedian, say that overall black comedians get paid less money than the whiter comedians. And even though Monique made a issue about Netflix because they gave more money to, I think it was a female who was a white comedian, a white
Amy
female
Schumer.
comedian. Well, that goes back into what Carl Yard said on here today, that they undervalue and underpay black comedians. And so my argument is that the black comedians need to create a black comedian union or some type of system to protect themselves against the effery in their devalue. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they need to create some type of union, some type of black comedians union, I guess, to fight against the stuff that's going on like this. So I want success for her. I just think that this is not the way to go. It doesn't look good. It's a bad look for black people. That video went all around the world. And there's some people who got entertained by it. Some people that laughed at it. Some people that said, look at these Negroes in America. They can't even get along with each other. Let them keep fighting each other while we go out here and get the bag, son. What time is my business appointment, son? Yeah, we're cutting deals. Let these Negroes argue with each other while we cut deals. So I don't want to see any of that. So I just wish Monique the best. I hope things can turn around in her career. I hope that they can both move on. Maybe we'll see her and DL come together and hug each other. I don't know. Just like the whole situation with Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. We all talked about Will Smith, but there was very little talk about the mental health of Chris Rock being slapped like he did. That was an embarrassment for a man to be slapped that way.
Absolutely.
That was an embarrassment. And we should have all said, wait a minute. And he did it on a night in which he ruined everybody's credit. You had Questlove, who had a documentary, got an Oscar for it. There was no mention of Questlove. You had Samuel L. Jackson, I believe, who got a Lifetime Achievement Award. There was no mention of it because Will Smith and his wife, Jada Smith, who put the batteries in his back, created all that bullshit that night, both of them. And then she comes out not too long ago, this is a sidetrack here, trying to act like nothing was her fault. She still never gave an apology. There was still no reverence to Chris Rock. She uses the alopecia.
I applaud Chris Rock for his reaction because initially, I ain't gonna lie, the hood side of me was like, nah, you don't let no man put his hands on you like that, period. But I'm glad he didn't react because I have learned that I don't make the best decisions when I involve any kind of emotional reaction. If I don't have time to think about it, I'm probably going to do something I may regret later.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at it now. Maybe contrary to popular belief, I applaud Chris Rock for even just not even going that same route because I mean it would have cut him too. It would have cut his bag too. I mean. So I like that part of it, that it didn't end in both of them just scrapping it out on the stage,
right. But it did. But this is the thing. I talk about mental health all the time. Even though we did videos about this, everybody did their thing on YouTube to address the issue. What is forgotten in this whole thing is the mental health of one Chris Rock. Chris Rock has told us several times that he's trying to process this. This man was embarrassed on national TV. It would have been worse if he would have tried to fight him back, where you would have two black men on a great night that was supposed to celebrate them. And you got two black men on the damn floor fighting with tuxedos on. You know how embarrassing that is? If it had gone to that level of them fighting in their damn Sunday best. But I get you. If a man puts his hands on you, then you're going to defend yourself. And I'm just bringing this up because we got that incident and then we got this embarrassing incident right here. You see.
Well, don't forget also you have the incident because a lot of people were blaming that situation with Will and Chris that when Dave Chappelle got attacked on the stage, they were actually kind of blaming Will Smith indirectly for that because it's giving people the wherewithal to think they can just get on stages and attack comedians or celebrities. And I get what they're saying. I know it's not Will Smith's fault, but he kind of opened up the door to that. And I want to also mention too that that night it was a black producer, Will Packer, who produced that show.
Yes, he got embarrassed by it. Yes, thank you. He was embarrassed by that night. He ruined it for everybody that night. But let me checkmate you here though, Aaron. I got one for you because of what you just said. You made a very good point. Check this out. I did a podcast video about was the incident that happened to Dave Chappelle the effect of Will Smith, the Will Smith effect. You know what? Check this out. The guy who did that attack and they broke his arms and they busted him all up. Looks like they're not going to charge him. Looks like Dave Chappelle is giving this guy some love by not charging him, because I guess apparently he's homeless. He's got some mental health issues apparently. And I guess he was trying to be a rapper or a musician. I don't know, but check this out. It came out in the wash. Did y'all miss this one? He said out of his own mouth when they interviewed him that he did what he did because of the Will Smith incident. God damn it.
Tell the truth.
I heard him say that.
To be honest, he definitely did get dealt with.
Yeah, he got his arms all broken up like a damn pretzel.
Yeah.
I did not know he said that in his interview.
Brother, all you got to do is go back and Google tonight on your phone. However you can Google it. The man who attacked Dave Chappelle, stating that Will Smith put the batteries in his back.
And not to mention, Dave Chappelle went to talk to that brother. This is the reason why. He went to talk to that brother because Dave Chappelle had what we call mercy. This is when you talk about people that have something, again, the discourse. When you do some shit, you better be prepared for that, for something to happen to you. And one of the things that happened with that young man was that he did have somebody that has some type of mercy for him. And at the end of the day, I probably would have did the same thing. Man, let me see what's going on with this brother right here because of what the temperature is in the world. You know what I'm saying? But right off the rip, now think about it. The dude got embarrassed all kind of ways. He went there. What he tried to do to Dave Chappelle, it didn't work out. Not only did it not work out, but he got beat down while Dave Chappelle went back to the mic and made jokes about him getting beat down. Dave Chappelle didn't feel like I was being attacked. What he felt was, man, this shit could have been a whole lot worse than what it was. But he wanted to get some type of reasoning because he's like, man, let me talk to this brother and see. And I bet you that made that dude's day when he had the guy that he tried to attack for whatever reason it was to come back and said, let's have a conversation. We don't have that. Most of us can't even work off of that frequency, bro. That's why when you hear somebody talk about signs and all this, you don't have to talk about stuff like that, man. Talk about the things that's in us. Sometimes being a person that's merciful to another person, man, is probably all you need to make the situation better. Why? Because it's in their life, they still got to take on the accountability. So you don't have to, you just be a person that actually, in my opinion, someone like Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle, man, they have a bigger outlook on things. They have something that the majority of us don't have, and that's the ability to look at the bigger picture. And what happened with Chris Rock, man, that does have something to do with your mental. But however, he may have been strong enough to be able to work with it, work it out, because that's what he's doing right now. Not only did he get smacked in front of over 30-60 million people, but he also got smacked in front of whatever thousand it was that was in that place. And then the most important thing, his family had to see that happen.
Right. That's psychological damaging.
That they may have idolized and liked.
Right.
So that's where,
and then you have to go home to your family and your wife.
Yeah.
And I know this, and as a man, you're probably saying to yourself, I look weak. You're wondering, everybody, please hear me out. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm just guessing. I'm not saying that this is true, but I wouldn't be surprised. I work in mental health. I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Rock, when he went home, was thinking, am I going to be seen as less of a man to my wife, to my children, to my friends? Because he knows people are talking. To be on that level of entertainment and know that people are talking about you, thousands and millions of people, that is embarrassing. That is tough. And let me just say this to his credit. A lot of people thought that the reason why this happened was because this was an orchestration between these two men, that Chris Rock was trying to grab the bag. That's bullshit. Do you know, while I drive on the road, I saw billboards of Chris Rock getting ready to do performances, I think somewhere locally in my area, maybe in Tahoe, I think either Tahoe or Reno, Nevada, which is north of Las Vegas. I saw billboards. that came up for his performance way before he did the Oscars. So anybody that was running around talking about this was all for him to get the bag is BS. Yes, his ticket sales did go up because you know why? People thought that he was going to talk about it in his routine, and he didn't. He said, I'm processing. He didn't talk about it. But man, that's a psychological impact on you. Yeah. I mean, none of us have been in that situation on that level. Think about it. If it was you, how it would affect you emotionally as a man, because we're taught in society that we're supposed to be tough. Don't take no mess off of nobody. Yes. So, you know, I just want to say that let's have some reverence for Chris Rock, can we?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And Monique, look, I want to say it again as I end this. Monique, I want her to have success. I want DL to have success. They're both of them are not my favorite. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not biased, but I got to be honest. Both DL, for anybody that's saying, "Oh, you just biased. You like DL because you like," no. Both of them were never my favorite comics. I remember DL when he was on comedy, the comedy program that was on BET.
Comic View.
Yeah, Comic View. And I never, because he used to go at people in the audience. And I just never was that big of a fan of DL. I saw DL a couple years ago on that on a comedy summer comedy explosion with him. What's my man? Let me see. It was It was DL. What's my brother? What's the brother that played in? Damn it!
I'm a comic buff. You can go ahead and tell.
It was the entertainer. Mm-hmm. What's his name? Cedric the Entertainer. What's the brother that played in? What's that brother that played in that movie where he was an undercover agent with the afro? What's his name?
You talking about
Eddie Griffin? Eddie Griffin was on the ticket. Oh, Steve Harvey was on the ticket. Mm-hmm. I saw all of them and they were great. I saw these brothers and I enjoyed the show. But I gotta be honest. Eddie Griffin was the one. Oh, and it was Lopez was there too. Mm-hmm. Eddie Griffin was the one that stole the show. He was my favorite comic that night. So anybody that thinks that this program is being biased because we somehow are rooting for one over the other, I'm keeping it transparent with you. I never was a big fan of either Monique or DL. As far as their comedy. If DL was performing in my area right now, I wouldn't really bust my ass to buy a ticket to go see him. I'm just being honest with you. Dave Chappelle, yes, I like Dave Chappelle.
I've met Dave Chappelle in person. I think he's down there. And as far as DL Hughley is concerned, I saw the original Kings of Comedy. Personally, I thought he was like the least funniest of the one. I mean, of all of them, I think the funniest one was Bernie Mac. The late Bernie Mac.
Oh man,
and I'm probably saying that because he's a fellow Chicagoan. I don't know, I might just be biased, but actually, I really think Bernie Mac was funny. I mean, DL Hughley, he just didn't move me. I really do not find him to be all that funny. Personally, I think he overdoes it, mm-hmm. and I think he's coonish anyway. With some, like I said, when I said earlier,
circle.
Yes, sir.
Bernie Mac actually he was the closer for the Kings of Comedy.
Right. But see, people forget how incredible Bernie Mac was. Right.
Yeah.
We forget about the brother who used to come up with that term, baby kids, Harris. Robert Harris. I'm sorry. We forget about, not that you all forget. I'm just saying in general. Robert Harris was a hell of a comedian, and I would have loved to have seen how far his career would have gone because I think he would have been the king.
Well, he was a real pillar in the comedy circuit anyway, because Robin Harris had his own show, his own club, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of people went through his club, just like with Earthquake. Earthquake had his own club, and a lot of people came through his club. So that's why I was saying that this comedy thing is a very small community, man, and these people mm-hmm. all know each other. So when people when you had people sitting back saying, well, everybody else, they in their business, whatever, they put their business out there. Monique put the business out there. You had Ricky Smiley, which is a pillar to me. I think Ricky Smiley is fairly funny. And Ricky Smiley was just giving, he was trying to be transparent, because if you hear most of these comedians, what do they say? I know this person because of, and then I know this other person because of. Monique was a pillar. Let's not get it twisted. She was a pillar in the comedy circuit. And at one point, Monique was one of the funniest female comics that was out there.
Right. So that
was just what it was. And she looked out for people too. So, I mean, you know, you have to be transparent. And even with DL, I got to say that I'm not a fan. I'm not really a fan of anybody, but I pretty much enjoyed DL's comedy. The last time it was right before the pandemic happened, and I went to go see DL. He was not the funniest dude. He was the closer. He was not the funniest dude. And if anybody knows anything about Detroit comedians, they are some of the funniest. Them and Chicago comedians are some of the funniest comedians, man. And what they did though was that it made their ticket get better because DL had a bigger name. But these guys was killing it. By the time DL got on there, it was 12 o'clock and they just warmed it up for him. Some people got up and left. So it is what y'all was saying, because it's kind of 50-50. Some people don't dig his comedy. I'm one of the ones that kind of dig his comedy. If he's he's not one of the Rush Mountain, or what they call it, Rush Mount more of comedy, but I think that he is. That's just my opinion about.
Okay, let's take a poll right now before I end the show. Let's do it right now. Okay, so the Rush Mountmore has what, 5 people?
5 of
Is it 5 or 10? Okay, for our for the Mount Rushmore of comedians, let's name it. Okay, who is the first person that goes on the list?
For me,
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. This is the truth, and the goddamn truth is gonna be.
Tell the truth.
Richard Pryor's the number 1 on that damn list.
Pryor's up there.
So Richard Pryor, I'm taking my hand down. So that's 1. Richard Pryor is on that list. Now you got 4 slots.
You gotta give Eddie a nod, right? You have to.
Eddie Murphy.
Does everybody agree with Eddie Murphy?
Eddie Murphy.
Damn, I should get the chat room involved in this. Let me see. Sorry, everybody. What does everybody think in the chat room? So Eddie Murphy, we don't even have to say let's take it to a vote about Richard Pryor. Come on now, that goes without saying.
I wouldn't even put him as the Mount Rushmore. I put him higher than that, because he did something that none of these guys ever had the opportunity to actually do.
Okay, so we'll put Richard Pryor as the god. So we put him up here above the 5. So he's at the top. He's the godfather of it all, right? Even though you know there's people that came before him, but let's say we put Richard Pryor as God.
Yeah.
For the purpose of this, we got 5 slots now. Let's do it. Who goes in that first slot? Everybody on the panel and those in the chat room. So we got Eddie Murphy. Does Eddie Murphy go or not?
I say Eddie Murphy. Yes. I say Eddie Murphy.
And let me say peace and love to brother Yalpo. He's in the chat room. He's been rocking with me when I had crickets in the chat room. I mean crickets, meaning nobody. So I got a lot of love for this brother right here, 100%. And he's going to be coming on the show for an interview because he's got a brand new book he's been working on. Yalpo. Okay. So Eddie Murphy gets 1 slot. So now we got 4 slots.
Robin Harris.
Okay. Now I love Robin Harris. But what about Red Fox?
He's one of the gods.
So we take Red Fox. Wait, go ahead. Identity withheld.
Yeah, I would put. I wouldn't put Robin Harris in front of. Actually, I think I would take Bernie, to be honest. But sorry, okay. I'm deviating.
So should we put Red Fox as one of the gods, or should he go into the 5-man slot? Okay, so we take him out. He's one of the gods, so that means he's up there with Richard Pryor. Okay. So they're up there in the stars and the moons and all of that. So we still got 4 slots to go.
Rudy Ray Moore.
Rudy Ray Moore?
Oh, hell
no. Real Aaron Collins. I like Rudy Ray Moore, but I got to say hell no, too.
No, you can't do that. No. You can't do that.
No,
I do like him, but he doesn't have the body of work that these other guys have. And now I'm gonna be honest. He did get a real bad deal. He did get looked over and mistreated.
Yeah, but he took a lot of cats material too, man. So
yeah, he did take people material. That's true.
He did.
Okay,
I would give it might be a little early, but I think Chappelle is working his way in there. I was
about to put Chappelle in there though.
He's doing things that I've never, like, in a time of cancel culture. He's he's cleverly getting away with how he says things. I've never seen a comedian go he's funny, but he's serious. It's like a combo that's it's I've never seen it before. So he's moving in there.
So we got Eddie Murphy at number 1. Do you all agree? I got people in the chat room saying Paul Mooney. Now, Paul Mooney is best known for his writing of comedy because he did write for Eddie Murphy. He did do a lot of the writing on, In Living Color. He did a lot of writing on Dave Chappelle's show.
He wrote for, he started out writing for Richard Pryor.
Then shouldn't we put Paul Mooney in there as one of the gods then?
I'm not a Paul Mooney fan, so
I don't think he should be up there. I don't think he should be.
Okay, he doesn't go as one of the gods. Okay, so we still got 4 slots. Should we put Dave Chappelle in one of the 4?
Definitely Dave Chappelle.
I wanted to add to Dave Chappelle. I mean, not many people know of could walk away from $50 million, go to Africa, come back years later, and still blow them out of the water.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody's saying, so okay, this is what we're going to do. Is we got Eddie Murphy and we got Dave Chappelle as one of the 5. And we got the 2 gods, Red Fox and Richard Pryor. They're up in the stars. So here we got 2 slots that have already been taken. 1 by Chappelle, 1 by Eddie Murphy. Now we got 3 slots available. It's getting tough here.
I'm gonna tell you, y'all might not like my vote, but my vote will be Corey Holcomb. My vote would be Corey Holcomb.
Top 5.
I've never seen him. Let me tell you, I've never seen him. I've been to at least 6 of his shows, and every one of his shows sells out. They sell out. And if you hear every comedian, I don't care if they like him or dislike him, one of the things they're gonna tell you that he's one of them, the funniest comedians. He just doesn't get the exposure that a lot of other comedians do because of how he handles his business.
I would take Earthquake over him.
But does his body of work, what we know podcast, does his body of work fit a Mount Rushmore or a black comedy mountain? Let me say that.
In my opinion, it does.
Is he better than Earthquake?
Is he better than Earthquake? Shit.
There you go. Earthquake's on the list.
Okay.
And we've forgotten my man Martin Lawrence. We've forgotten I don't know how y'all feel about what's the top guy right now? My man that played in that True Story. What's his name? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Kevin Hart's comedy, to be honest.
I like Kevin Hart as a person and you know, as his image, as a you know, all that. But as far as him being on the Rushmore, the Mount Rushmore of comedians, no.
Okay, now I'm gonna say I'm gonna say another name here that may be not popular with some people, but we got to keep it real. What about Bill Cosby?
Yes,
we got to keep it real. Does he go on the mountain or does he go in the gods? Okay, so Bill Cosby goes up to gods with both Red Fox, Richard Pryor. He's one of the gods. Now we still got 4 slots. We still got 3 slots available.
Chris Tucker.
You know what? I'm coming out of the box with it. Damn it! I think Bernie Mac deserves to be on that black mountain. Black mountain.
I mentioned Bernie Mac too. I did mention Bernie Mac.
I think how do you guys feel about Bernie Mac? Bernie
Mac.
Everybody in the chat room, do you think Bernie Mac should be up in there?
Absolutely.
So that means that now we got Bernie Mac, Eddie Murphy, Dave Chappelle. That's 2 slots available, and we got 3 in the gods.
Okay,
I'm still saying Earthquake.
You love some Earthquake.
I'll say
there's people that's funnier than Martin Lawrence though, but I just threw him out there because we didn't. Let's see. What about? Wait a minute, we forgetting about Damon Wayans and all them too, man. Shoot.
He's part of an entire family though, so I mean,
if you ask me, I gotta say I have to put Martin in there though, bro.
Okay.
Oh, damn, Chris Rock.
Chris Rock.
Right. This is what it does make it kind of hard because these guys, if you know earlier in their body of work, man, I got to say one of the things about Martin Lawrence was that when Def Comedy Jam came out and he was the host for all those many of seasons that he was, man, that dude was funny as all outdoors. Even with his comedy, even when he came out with the Martin Show was exactly what it was supposed to be, comedy. It didn't have nothing to do with nothing other than comedy, and it was really funny. It was
and not to mention that Martin Lawrence actually gave a really an audience to a lot of these comedians that we see today. I mean, Chris Tucker got started on Def Comedy Jam, and Bernie Mac and some of these.
So we got Bernie Mac, who's on the list, who's on the mountain now, right? Now we can't forget about Eddie Griffin, Cedric the Entertainer, Steve Harvey. We got a lot of people. Damn it!
Listen, Eddie Griffin. You said two the ones where I'm like,
I love Eddie Griffin.
Said and Eddie Griffin. Those are some very good comedians. They're one of the things I could say about Eddie Griffin was that nobody could ever call that man a hack. That dude, one of the things that really got him popping was the jokes that he did about the Bible. When he did that joke about the Bible, man, it just popped so hard. The whole joke about Moses and Jesus and, all these, who gonna make my wine? Who gonna crush these grapes? And, it was like, man, that's what really got him popping. And from there, his comedy got better. If you ever seen, like now, his comedy is really, really good. If you see him like do, I haven't seen him on too many specials, but I've seen him, like, I just love watching comedians. So I pay a little bit of money to go see him. When I saw that show he did, man, for an hour and a half, that dude was killing it.
Right.
He was killing it. And it was smart comedy too. It was very intelligent comedy. He didn't do the same stuff that he did. It was like, wow. I don't
Let
know
me
if
just
y'all
say
agree with
this.
me. I mean, because my taste could be kind of fickle too. I ain't gonna
Let me just say this. Mike Epps, he's funny, but let me just go old school here because Yapo brought up an old school person. A lot of women that are in comedy don't realize, some women need to know that Moms Mabley is a pioneer when it comes to women, especially black female comedians. She is the foundation of a lot of this stuff. So you got Mom Mabley. You had matter of fact, I'm gonna bring up something that's gonna blow all of y'all away. For some of y'all that's been around for a minute, I remember when I was a kid, my mom had this album. Who's that woman? There was a sister who came out with an album where she would talk trash about her. She would talk about her man, right? And she would do some trash talking. And she was a singer, but in the album, she would talk a little bit of trash about, my man's cheating on me.
Yeah, I
got his bags waiting for me. She would talk this mad trash, but it was always based on when the man was doing something wrong. What's that sister's name? And I said to myself, she wasn't technically a comedian, but damn, she was funny. I used to listen to that in the household, and she would give the tea and the gossip in her albums about stuff that was going on.
She was a blues singer. I know who you're talking about.
What's her name? Was it Patty something? It was Davis something.
LaWanda Page is on Esther. I don't think he's talking about her.
No, not her.
Wanda Page, she was with Slappy White and Red Fox and all of them. She was a little after that lady. The lady he talking about, she used to do blues.
Right.
She used to talk about
and then you got Della Reese. Okay, now.
And a lot of people don't know Miss Touched by Angel had a nasty mouth on her, boy. Della Reese, boy.
You shot me in my pinky toe.
Yeah.
Right.
She was
right.
A lot of people don't know that. They don't know she was a stand-up comedian. She was a singer. She was a blues singer. She was a jazz singer, and she was a stand-up comedian. She was all of them.
And let me bring this up as I get ready to close. This is very important. You can't buy this collection anymore because the NAACP lobbied for them to stop selling it, or at least stop selling it like in the regular stores. You can order it, but it's hard to get it. My mom, when I was a kid, she brought the whole collection to the Amos and Annie series, which originally started out as a radio show where you had two white men talking like they were black, or three white men talking like they were black, right? So they were mimicking and making fun of us. Then they had the actual show where they had, where they had black people performing. And I know the reason why the NAACP came down on it, because it was buffoonish. It did make black people look bad. It was very stereotypical. However, that is what opened the door, believe it or not, to a lot of black people having TV shows and getting on television. It was Amos and Annie's show. And my mom has the full collection. You can't go in a store and get that collection. You got to go online and order it special, if you can even get it anymore.
Right.
And we're gonna donate the collection to my old college, to the Black Studies department. My mom wants to donate it to them, where I went to school at. So I'm gonna give it as a donation to their department, because it's a part of history. It's a part of cinema history, for our history, whether good or bad. It's a part of the history. And I bring this up because they were sort of comedic, you see. So I really enjoy you brothers coming up today. Matter of fact, I think I want to do a show.
Man.
Yes, sir.
I apologize.
Yes,
I'm kind of closing out a little earlier than you guys are closing out.
But
I was having a ball with this, though. This was
but you know what I want to do, Identity? I think I want to do another show. I want to do a show about comedians and really take a true vote and get people on the platform to really, I want to do a marathon video to talk about who are the best comedians and how do we rank them. I think this would be this would be good for another show.
That'd be dope.
It's perfect.
Because so that we can have more people and really examine who should be on this list. I think we went in the right direction when we put Bill Cosby, Richard Pryor, and Red Fox as the gods. I'll throw Moms Mabley up there because she's a pioneer. Even Della Reese.
She was the first black female comedian too.
Right. So we have to put her up there with the gods. Right.
Absolutely.
Black gods of comedy. So this would be a great show. We'll see how people take to it, but I think it would be great to get people coming up on the panel and helping out with the ranking. I would like, because I don't think I've ever seen anybody, even on mainstream TV. I don't think I've seen anybody, people talk about it, but it would, how like on ESPN, where they rank the 100 top athletes.
Right. Yeah.
It would be great to see them do this, where they rank the top 100 or whatever comedians, or in particularly black comedians, rank them from 100 to 1, who are the best, and rank them appropriately. That would be exciting.
That'd be dope.
Would be pretty cool.
Right.
Absolutely.
So
we
with all
left out
that
a lot
said,
of people.
with that said, Identity Withheld, I want you to let everybody know where they can find you on YouTube before you get out of here. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Identity Withheld. Look for the WP on the mouthpiece. I do a little bit of everything. I definitely try to get some conversations going on about taboo topics. So I'm not afraid to talk about anything, to be honest. And it's not because I'm behind an avatar. That actually came through just because it was I don't know. I picked it out of the sky, actually. So
it looks good. It's different. That's what you want to do. You want to be different.
Yeah. I'm going to do a reveal once I hit a certain number of subs. I don't mind showing who I am. That's not a big deal, but it seemed to be a cool idea at the time I came up with it. So,
okay, brother.
So check me out. Identity Withheld on YouTube.
All right, brother. Fantastic. Okay. And then I'm going to go over to, and I appreciate you always, Identity Withheld. Peace to you, brother. Thank you for coming up. Now I'm going to go over to, let me take this off the screen so we can see the name again. We're going to go What We Know Podcast. Once again, let everybody know where they can find you, the things you do on your show, and go ahead.
All right, it's your homeboy DJ Jig Tight. I'm one half of the What We Know Podcast. Follow me on What We Know Podcast on YouTube, and you can go on my IG to also follow me on What We Know Podcast. Also, it's me and my partner Robert. We talk about pretty much the relationships, and we do it by either video breakdowns, or we talk about pretty much anything, and then we will spin it all the way back to what type of relationship we're having, whether it's racial, whether it's intimate, whether it's with kids and parents, and that's what we really talk about. And what we're trying to do now is we're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. So if you can, please follow us, like and share our videos, What We Know podcast. And I'm done.
All right, brother. Most definitely. Much respect to you. What I'll do sooner than later, we will get you over here and with you, your partner, and we'll promote the show and talk about topics that are down right within the wheelbarrow of your show.
Absolutely.
And promote. That's what I like to do over here. I like to see content creators grow, channels grow and develop. And let me just say to you right here, what I'm noticing in YouTube, I've been on YouTube for a while now. What I'm noticing is that there are new people coming on YouTube and they're providing content that's value. I'm starting to see a shift. A lot of times people were gravitating towards a lot of ratchet content that I would deem as ratchet, just my opinion. And I'm starting to see that people are gravitating a little bit more towards getting content that gives them more, that's more relevant and more mature conversations. Yes. And I'm seeing a shift on YouTube, even though people still going to go look at the ratchet stuff and, because people like to be entertained. I'm still seeing that channels that do the kind of stuff that you're doing and are doing it in a very respectful way. There's a tide shifting on YouTube, and I like that. And so I wish you all, but nothing but greatness. And thank you for coming upstairs again. Thank you again. Peace to you.
Absolutely.
Once again, everybody, What We Know podcast. Check them out. They've invited me over there. I had a great time on their channel. They'll be over here sooner. You'll see them on my channel. I do have guest interviews. We get into issues like this, and I love bringing people on and talking to them about what they're doing on YouTube or what they're doing in life. That's what I do over here on this channel, and the channel is growing. If you are in the chat room and you just discovered this channel tonight, and you like what you're hearing and you want more of this type of content, go ahead and subscribe. Let me hit the button. Let it talk for me.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
And I appreciate that. We're going to keep giving it to you. Now, let's go to my man, Real Aaron Collins, who's known me for a while. He's been following me, the channel, for a while. And I give you nothing but respect here. Aaron, you've seen my channel and its growth. You've seen the ups and downs. You've seen some of the effery that both of us have experienced on YouTube personally.
Most definitely.
And you've seen where the channel is going down, the direction I've been taking. And I want to thank you for being here again, as always. Even when you're not able to be here physically, I know you're always checking in, seeing what's going on. But let everybody know about who you are. You have a channel. I think you said you've been taking a little bit of a break. You want to kind of reboot what you're doing on your channel, which is why, brother, you need to come over and watch what I'm doing on Info Media Live, because some of the tips that I'm doing on that channel can definitely help you in trying to do what you're doing on your channel. So go ahead and let everybody know where they can find you.
Appreciate the info, man. And I'm actually already subscribed to Info Media Live. I'm going to definitely watch more of those videos because you're right, it's very informative. But yeah, you can catch me at The Real Aaron Collins, like my name says, and I do social commentary, talk about Black issues, and sometimes I even do movie reviews of things that I've seen and give my critique on it. And, I've been noticing too, it's been like a dynamic cultural shift with Black content creators. And it's much needed because we got so much of the buffoonery and the gender war stuff and all this hate talk amongst our own people. And like the sister said earlier, we just had 12 people slaughtered in Buffalo, New York, and it's being overshadowed by the situation in Uvalde, Texas. And like I said, those children losing their lives, that it's tragic. It is sad. But let's not forget about the 12 Black people who lost their lives too. And I talk about stuff like that. But yeah, I have been taking a break, and I am going to come back strong and do some live streams too. But like Info Man, you're right. I mean, so many of our people, we're so much in a rush to see the train wreck of our people that when it comes to information like this, you usually hear crickets in the chat, or people are just not interested, and it's a shame. It's sad that we've been so programmed with self-hate that we just want to rush to see each other being destroyed. I I'm actually in my hometown right now, Chicago. I'm taking care of some matters, but I see it here right now. I mean, it's like our people are just further deteriorating, and I know that's human nature. I know it's happening to other races too, but I'm concerned about my people right now. Black people. So yeah.
Well, let me give you a clap there and come back over here. Let me say much respect to Nancy Fletcher. You gave me a Cash App, a $20 Cash App, which I definitely appreciate that. And before I end, I'm going to do an overall Super Chat celebration music. You know how I do it over here, folks. And let me say the Empress Queen has just given me a super sticker. So I really appreciate that super sticker that you gave me. Let me put this on the screen here. Thank you. She gave me a $5 super sticker. Appreciate that, my sister. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat.
And thank you, Nancy, for the Cash App. Much appreciate that. I got to say this. Yalpo made a good point. When we talk about doing a show about that, he made a good point. Let me read this, what he said. Thank you for that super chat in the Cash App. I really appreciate that. Yapo says this. I think a distinction should be made between funny comedian actors and stand-up comedians. Don't get me, yelling, but I don't find Eddie Murphy stand-up very funny. His early movies were hilarious. I think he brings up a very good point that you have people who are very good at stand-up and then you have people that are good in movies. So do we distinguish that? I'll tell you how I distinguish it, Yapo. I have something called a double threat. I think that if you are a comedian who can dominate on the screen, stand up, you're funny on television, you're funny on the big screen, and you're funny in your stand up, that to me is a triple threat comedian. So for example, Kevin Hart to me is not a triple threat because Kevin Hart to me is funnier when he's doing skits in movies. He's not as funny in his stand up to me. So I would not put Kevin Hart. This is just my criteria. My criteria is that you have to meet these areas. This is why Richard Pryor and Red Fox and all of them are the gods, because because Richard Pryor, Red Fox, and even Bill Cosby, they were good in all areas, on stage, in the movies, and television. Boom. So I would say when we start ranking these people, that would be just my personal opinion. That would be a good criteria. Are they dominant in those three areas that you see them in?
Can I answer that too?
Yes, sir.
About Eddie Murphy. Understand this, bro. I don't know how old he is, but when you look at Delirious and you look at Raw, those are the only two. That was the standard of comedy, stand-up comedy. If you ever look at Chris Rock, any of these guys that had specials, if you ever notice how they did their specials, mostly every one of these dudes came up with what? A leather outfit on. A leather. They didn't do that just because they wanted to wear leather. They did it because they were paying homage to one of the guys that really did it, and they did it well. He did it so well where he didn't have to do another stand-up ever again.
Yeah.
That's why we look at Eddie like that. If you don't think that his comedy is funny, it's subjective. Comedy is subjective. But when you look at, there's still a standard, and he was the rule. Period.
And check this out. Eddie Murphy would fit my standard. One, he was funny on television, because remember that's where he started as a stand-up comedian first, right? So he was funny to me. He was funny on stand-up, on television, and movies. To me, if you can be good on all three of those areas, you deserve to be up in a high esteem. Now, maybe his comedy is a different taste for different people. Yalpo probably doesn't like his style of stand-up, but to me, Eddie Murphy was able to hit all 3 points. There are not that many comedians today that can hit all 3 points. Some of them are only funny on stage, and they get in movies, they're terrible. There's some that are good on movies, but terrible on stage. That's why I said Kevin Hart, to me, his stand-up is not that funny. But you put him in a movie where he plays a character and he's damn good. Now, I got to be honest with you. I saw that Netflix special he did called True Stories. Now, what I'm going to say to you might come to a surprise to some people, but I believe that Kevin Hart is a better dramatic actor than he is a comedian. Yes. What he did in True Stories, if you have not seen True Stories with him and Wesley Snipes, I believe that his dramatic skills, in my opinion, were actually better than his comedy. Now, I know that sounds crazy to some of you.
I agree,
and thank you for the super chat too, by the way. What We Know podcast. Thank you, brother.
I'm in the middle of watching it right now. It's actually
got to support.
Go ahead, Aaron. I'm sorry. Aaron, your mic must be off. Turn your mic on. You're muted.
You still muted, bro.
Yeah, maybe I need to. Is it me? Did I mute you? Go ahead, Aaron. Wait a minute.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I think you
yeah, I'm sorry. I think my mouse might have hit it by accident. I'm sorry about that.
I was saying that I've been watching True Story, and it's actually a pretty interesting series. I'm still in the beginning of it, but it's pretty dramatic, and it's got comedic. It's like it's literally based on his real true life.
Yeah, that's true. So this is what we're gonna do. Somebody made a great suggestion. I think it was Patty Kitty in the chat room. When I do this show, everybody should go home wherever you are and write down your own list of where you rank the comedians. Then when we do a program like this, everybody will have their list already prepared, you know, a short list, of course, and then we can get into it. And this will be a great show because I want to see people debate about it, just like what we just said a few minutes ago. I want to hear people say, nah. Eddie wasn't that good on stage. Nah, I'm going to tell you why. I want to hear that because I don't think I've seen too many people do this sort of kind of show like this. And podcasts, you know, I invite everybody on their channels to do such a video because I just find it interesting. We usually rank R&B singers and stuff, but we rarely talk about when it comes to the black comedians and how they fit into the echoes of our, into our history as who's the best. Right, like we do with athletes, and we say Michael Jordan, who's better, Michael or LeBron? Right, well, who's better, is it Dave Chappelle or is it Richard Pryor? Because personally, to me, Dave Chappelle, and this is respect to Richard Pryor, Dave Chappelle is the Richard Pryor of his time. He's the Richard Pryor of the 21st century. If that's, to me, it sounds like blasphemy to some people.
No, it's probably true, man, because Richard Pryor had, if you ever looked at his specials, you seen blacks and whites. He hit everything. When you look at David Chappelle, it's blacks and whites. So they're what makes them really good comedians because they have very diverse comedy. They don't care about people's feelings when they speak. They're just being comedians. They're just being comedians, and they're doing their job to the best of their abilities. Because you got to be a very smart person to be able to do that type of comedy that both him and Richard Pryor did. Richard Pryor was so good at what he did, man. He had bombed on one of his specials. The first night he bombed, it was right when he came back from his recovery from the burn that he, if anybody understood what he was doing. But when he came back, he was so nervous where he bombed that first night. He was like, I'm going to go back the next, and he killed it. That's what a comedian has to deal with. So it'll be a good conversation, bro. I can't wait to see.
I'm gonna invite you over. If you, what I'll do is I'll put it out in the community tab. I'll figure out. I got a couple other shows I got to do with some folks, but eventually I want to do that show. And I just want to get everybody, even if people come up for a little while and give their ranking, we're going to rank it. I'm going to figure out how we're going to rank this, and we're going to get this. We're going to come up with a ranking based on everybody in the chat room participating and those on the panel. It's going to be very difficult, but this is the criteria. Yeah. To me personally, you got to be a triple threat. You got to be good on, this is the criteria. You got to be good on television, movies, and stand up. I think if you can't master those three things, you don't belong, at least at the highest level of the list, maybe at the lowest level. And let me throw this out there to you all. Since we're going down memory lane, we got some age on us here. How many of y'all remember back in the day, the Richard Pryor show?
Yes, absolutely. He only had 4 episodes, man, before they canceled it, and it was that good.
And remember, he did that routine. Talk about a black president. He did the routine about a black president.
Yes, absolutely.
And remember, he was the president. And he was dipping and dodging away because he was like, I might get shot.
Yep. When the guy sat back and said, "Tell us about you cheating on your wife," and the look he gave, and he was looking, he was just looking around, and he was looking at his the Secret Service men, like get rid of him. It was crazy.
Yeah. You had the Richard Pryor show. Of course, you had Flip Wilson. And it's unfortunate that his show didn't last. I think the reason why it didn't last that long, because I just think people weren't ready. I think he was ahead of his time. They weren't ready for that type of brash comedy. If Richard Pryor had did that show more in our time, like around the time that we had Living Color, people were really ready to digest something like that. He was just a little bit too ahead of his time, unfortunately, with that show, and it didn't last. They were used to seeing black comedians like Richard Pryor, who give you more like Bill Cosby, who gave you more clean comedy, or like Flip Wilson, who got in a dress. White folks love seeing us in dresses and stuff like that. It's a damn shame.
That's why David Chappelle came with his show. And David Chappelle came with his show, and it was in the same format as the Richard Pryor show and the Flip Wilson. It was kind of like both of them. So he was in the spirit of both of those guys. It was very. If a lot of people looked at it as being just slapstick comedy, few people really caught on to what those meanings were in his shows. He had one that really hit. Like he could even do that show. It was called The Niggas. It was a white family called The Niggas, and you had and it was so funny when he did it. It was like, wow, he did a lot of shows where you seen the comedy in it, but you seen what he was doing was he was poking at your sensibilities, and that's what Richard Pryor had in his mind, to poke at your sensibilities. And basically, it's like, man, look, we are human, but I'm gonna figure out a way on to make you guys laugh at yourself. That's why David Chappelle, in my book, is probably one of the better comedians, probably one of the best comedians in our time right now.
Right. And I was just thinking to myself that we can also rank the best female comedians using the same criteria, because there have been some fantastic comedians, comedians.
Bill Cosby and Richard Pryor were in a movie together called Which Way Is Up.
Which Way Is Up?
I loved all those movies. Let's Do It Again. Which Way Is Up? Brother, I grew up on all them movies and stuff, brother. I loved it. We don't get that type of movie nowadays.
Saturday Night, Uptown Saturday Night with Jimmy Walker. Nobody's talking about. See,
remember?
Go deep.
Remember that scene when Sidney Poitier had that pimp outfit on? It was a bad outfit, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. Look, man. I'm gonna tell you, when I saw the movies as a kid, I said, man, he had a badass outfit on, right? He had the head. I said, I want to wear that outfit, right? And then Richard Pryor, I keep saying Richard Pryor, he's on my mind now. And then Bill Cosby came in with that sort of clown outfit with the little socks up and with the little glasses, with the little punk rock glasses. And I thought that was pretty cool too. But I thought Sidney Poitier, man, he had that pimp outfit. And I said, I wanted to wear that pimp outfit, right? But anyway, don't you remember this? This is funny. Remember when they found out that they knew how to put people under hypnosis? So they went into the hotel room where Jimmy Walker is, because Jimmy Walker was told, you ain't have a chance, kid. You ain't got a chance to beat that man. So they went into his room. And remember when Sidney Poitier was like, you are a tiger. And Jimmy Walker said, I am a tiger. I loved it. And then when he went to his training, his sparring, he started knocking shit out of the window and bam and boom. And they were like, oh my God.
And he ended up winning. It was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, man. See, look. that's what I appreciate. We just don't have movies like that anymore that speak to the heart of the black community. I mean, we have had some movies that do that, but I just don't think a lot of the movies that we get are on that kind of level, man, because those movies stay on my mind. I'm a 52-year-old man, and those movies stay on my mind and memory.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You ever watch it? When the last time you saw something like, Saturday Night Uptown or the other one that they did, and you just like, you go back to when the first time you saw it, where you was at, and all these
man, I just remember I was in the movie theater popping on popcorn as a kid, or I was at home. My mom would check this out, man. I'm giving. My mom would go. We go to the theater with the family, and I get my little popcorn, and my mom would always buy some Chinese food, some fried rice. I liked fried rice, and she would sneak it in because back in the day, black folks, you know it. Come on, we would sneak our food in the theater.
Absolutely.
We would sneak the food in the theater, right?
Yeah.
And I saw Superfly as a kid, all those kind of movies. But I just remember that those movies stayed on my mind a lot more because they kind of spoke to what black people were going through a little bit more. They were more genuine. Now, I got one for you before I get out of here. Remember the movie, was it Uptown Saturday Night? Remember the movie? Maybe it was when they got robbed at Sonoma's.
Okay, yeah.
They got robbed. I think he had the lottery ticket that he won a lottery. He won a lottery. He had a ticket in his wallet. Yeah. They went to Sononia's, which was like this house where they had gambling, things going on. It was black people. They got robbed. And then one day he found out that he won the lottery, and his wife was like, "Ooh, we rich, baby, we rich." And then he couldn't find his wallet. And then he realized the ticket is in the wallet that got robbed. So then they went on the streets trying to find out who robbed them. So they went to this bar where there was this dude named Little Seymour. Remember?
Little Seymour, Biggie Smalls, Little Seymour. That was, what's his name? The tap dancer. The guy that was the tap dancer.
The Nicholas brothers. The Nicholas
brothers, yeah.
And so
he whooped their ass.
They went into the bar, and Sidney Poitier was talking about, I'm looking for a little rump named Little Seymour. Come on out, Little Seymour. We don't want to get rough with you. And all of a sudden, the Nicholas brother came out. He's one of the top. He was a great tap dancer, great actor as well. He comes out and says, "I'm Little Seymour." And then the big dude came out and said, "I'm Percy." And he was a big dude, remember?
I don't think
that one was.
That one was.
Is that where they got the concept about the Benjamin?
Yeah. That was the one where they got, remember, they went to, he was looking to find out who exactly robbed him because he said there was contents in his wallet that he needed, right? And then Lil Percy said to him, he said, first of all, I don't like nobody messing with Sonoma because she blood, that's my family. But then he said, I'm not quoting it properly, but he said, first of all, anybody messing with Sonoma, that's my woman. That's my lady. So I take that personal. Then he said, but first of all, this is for slick talking Negroes who think they can talk down to Little Percy. So he started doing some karate. Yeah! He started, boom, right? Now, here go another one. Remember this one? It was with Harry Belafonte. Yep. He played a gangster. Mm-hmm. And they went into the bar to talk to him. I think it was the same thing. They were looking for the wallet. I think it was the same movie. It was the same movie. Yeah, he went back into the bar where Halle Belafonte was, and he played like a mafia, like he was like a boss, looking like Godfather.
I think he was Biggie Smalls. I think
he was Biggie something, right? So they went in there and said, "We need to talk to him."
That was John Amos that was Biggie Smalls. I think John Amos was Biggie Smalls.
Oh, it was okay. It was him. He was the one that was Biggie Smalls. Okay.
So remember, they went into the bar to talk to him next. And he went through a whole process before he talked to him. He started doing something to his nose, and then he started eating he swallowed some eggs. The whole process, man. And they're watching him. And then he says, "Okay, what y'all want with me now? And then they start talking about the robbery. And he started talking about, man, if y'all don't get out of here, they're going to be finding your body outside there.
And Bill Cosby was funny as all outdoors doing that. He was, you understand me? Because we ain't going to be taking no jive for none of these circuits. I was like, man, if anybody wanted to see Bill Cosby in something different than what you see on stand-up, Saturday Night Uptown Saturday Night. And what was the name of the other movie?
Okay, Let's Do It Again.
Let's Do It Again. Yeah,
I remember the song. Let's do it again.
Yeah, but that was
now
with,
Maple. It was Maple who that sung that. Maple
the Staple Sisters.
The Staple Sisters. I'm saying that wrong. Yeah, Staple Sisters sung that song.
Staples. Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
And remember, they went to church and they was passing the basket along. Man, see, I'm telling you, man, those movies. They don't make movies like that get to your heart and your emotional strings like that. Some of them, but not like that, man.
Yeah, man.
One of my favorite Richard Pryor movies was Stir Crazy with him and Gene Wilder when they was like,
"Oh yeah,
I'm bad."
That was good.
You baby too.
I'm mad.
That's right. That's right. I'm bad.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want me to.
Well, guys, look,
that movie, man. They promoted it, and that's the part that you saw right there. That's right. That's right. We bad. And Gene Wilder actually he showed his chops with that, with him and Richard Pryor, man. Those were really good. These guys were really good. They were because they would just get into the acting thing, so it really showed that they actually were serious about what it was that they did. Because Richard Pryor, let's be honest, a lot of these movies didn't make Richard Pryor. It didn't really put him in a good light, but that's why you had Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy was the first black sidekick that actually wasn't a sidekick. He was the one kicking ass when he was Reggie Hammond on what was it, Another 48 Hours, or was it
48 hours, like, both of them, 48 hours.
Yeah. I remember when he did that whole thing. I was at the movies and he had the cowboy hat and the toothpick, and he was like, "It's a new sheriff in town."
Right.
And everybody clapped and it was jumping up and stuff like that, man. It was just dope.
It was fantastic. Let me bring some context to our conversation as it relates to Monique. Yeah. Nappy Yankee put something in the chat room that I didn't have the piece of the puzzle to. I forgot this. When she made the statement about her husband, she was actually on his show. Wait a minute now. Nappy Yankee said this. Monique went on DL's show when he was absent and they played a game. Would you rather ask her if she would rather have her husband F a man or superhead without a condom? Now, let me put this right here. He puts this up here. This is Nappy Yankee. Always coming through with the information. He says DL got word that she did not like that question and he edited out and did not air it. So wait a minute now. See, damn it, Nappy Yankee, this is why you should have brought your butt on the panel today when I asked you. And this is why this is important to put things in context. And I wish I would have realized this earlier in the show because I kept saying that she was upset at the things that he had said about her in the past. But to find out that she actually was on his show when the question was asked and that DL had enough humility of himself and enough respect for her to not air it.
Absolutely.
But I don't remember hearing Monique say that. This is to the Monique people out there who are saying that we're hating on her. Wait a minute now. DL took it out and never aired it because he knew it would embarrass her. He knew that it was wrong. Nappy Yankee, you get a clap for that. Thank you.
And it's still on that interview is still on YouTube too. If
you know what? I'm gonna go Nappy Yankee. Thank you. This is what we're gonna do. Damn it! I should have found that interview, man. If I had known this, if I had known that, I would have searched for that and got a clip of that to play that. Damn it! It would have added context. But Nappy Yankee, thank you for that. So that really puts a whole different picture on some of these things.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I got to get out of here. We've been on for about 5 hours and 37 minutes. I'm tired as hell. I got to eat. I got to stretch out. Been sitting in this damn chair for a minute. I appreciate you both coming up and everybody that was here today. I appreciate all the super chats. Love everybody out there. We're going to do this again next Sunday. Check out the Info Media Live channel. For those of you who want to create content, you want to improve your channels, or you want to build a YouTube channel, come over and check out Info Media Live. Subscribe to the channel. It's growing little by little. It has the potential to be even bigger than this channel because of the fact that it's content that everybody wants to know, no matter what race, creed, or sex you are. So check that channel out and be a part of what's going on over there as well. We'll be back. I'll be back on this channel with content next Sunday with the interview with Brother Sir Hell. And if something happens during the week that I just can't wait for, I will go live if I'm able to. I'm very busy during the week, so that's why I'm primarily a weekend streamer. If you notice that I usually just stream on the weekend because I'm very busy during the week with my schedule. So everybody, thank you again to Brother What We Know Podcast. Subscribe, check out The Real Aaron Collins, and we're getting ready to get out of here. I really appreciate everybody for being here again. It's been a hell of a show, and I'm going to play a little bit of this Monique before I get out of here, just to play a little bit of it before I go into my music, just a little bit as from where I left off with this, with her. And let this load up as it's taking its time loading up here. And here we go, everybody. I thank you all.
But I said I can't let the people down of motherfucking Detroit because the promoters as raggedy as a motherfucker.
Uh-oh. Now check this out, everybody. I should have brought this up in the show too. Monique admits in that audio that I'm playing for you, it's not my words, it's her words, that the promoters were raggedy as a mother you know what, right? So right there, that shows you that she admits that the promoters screwed up. So therefore, Monique, all due respect to you, my sister, your fight was really with the damn promoters. That's the truth.
Tell the truth.
Let's go back to it.
I don't fuck with nobody. I take pride in not fucking with nobody, nigga. But if you fuck with me, we gonna dance, nigga. We gonna do the two-step, nigga. See, I take pride, baby. In my whole motherfucking career, can't nobody tell you I ever started no shit with them. That ain't what the fuck I do. My heart would hurt if I tried to bully a motherfucker or start some shit with a motherfucker. But what niggas had to understand about me, I ain't for that Hollywood bullshit. If you cross the motherfucking line, Oprah, if you cross the motherfucking line, Tyler, I'm gonna see you cool motherfuckers. Come on, the cool train, nigga. Church.
All right, everybody, crazy.
Information is power.
That niggas told me, Monique, let go and let God. Let go and let God. They have taught niggas to be so motherfucking fearful and just give it to God. Let go and let God. So I kept hearing this shit over and over and over again. So I said, well, let me let this shit go and let me give it to God. And you know what God did? He gave it right the fuck back. He said, bitch, I gave you everything you need to deal with these motherfucking coons. Steve Harvey, Hughley. I gave you everything you need to deal with these motherfucking coons. I don't fuck with nobody. See, tonight, I'm gonna tell y'all what the fuck is going on, because y'all know one thing about me, bitch, I'm gonna tell. That's why they ain't like me as a little girl, bitch, because I'm gonna tell. Bitch, I'ma tell you out there kissing Petey on the playground, bitch. You nasty whore, we in the 3rd grade, bitch. I'm going to tell. Yes, he pumped me, bitch, but nobody saw it.
Tell the truth.
Oh, I'ma tell. See, I fucks with contracts. That's why niggas got a problem with me. If you sign the motherfucking contract, that's what the fuck it is. But they're so used to niggas fucking around with the contract and being nervous because they might lose an opportunity or a motherfucking chance. So they won't redo the contract. I'm not a bitch who's gonna redo the contract. If you sign the mother...
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel. You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Peace, everybody. Thank you. It's been a great show tonight. Thank you all for your support.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Thank you for the super chat.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Wave, nice guy with a cold shoulder. You be cool, but I don't know you. Wrote a flower and I'm off the potion. Give me superpowers that I won't stop. To the bank roll on supermassive. Big bank for the space chatter. Way up in a squad NASA. Copperfield with the dark magic. Subtle flex when I run a race. Tell these rap buddies eat my dust. Lil baddie after cellular. Talking life and I we set it up. I'm a sharpshooter, yeah, Will Smith. Call me Prince Park, let me freshen up. Bay boy on a level up. Way up to the nebulas. I'm never copping a chain. Cause I see it all through the frames. And I leave it all on the page. It's feeling like they want me locked in a cage. They want us all on their face, but I'ma go all the way A with it, cause I don't feel all the way safe here. Yeah, spray the champagne, shower up in the air. Stunner goggles, I don't mess with the flute. Untamed and she wild off the goose. Ghost ride, yeah, I come through the roof. Duck at 12, get it all on my tail. Hella wild and I break all the rules. Chill, bro, you way out of line. Yeah, I know it's a mood. I'ma go all the way up. They keep calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil, she taking me out of this world, so I'ma go all the way. Got the squinting, got the 80 spinning, I'm outrageous with it, going crazy with it. Got the phrase jumping off the page, gifted, got the blaze switching, got the
Tell the truth.
Got the trap booming, jumping out the speakers, drip on me, jumping off the easel. Gold wristed, couldn't tell me nothing. No, bought a fisted, cooking the bars, turn a lab into a living kitchen. Watching grimace when I water whip it, subtle flexing, live a candid image. Come from pushing in the S type with no license, gas load, the windows tinted. Still couldn't see me with the zoom on your little vision. Nah, we are not the same, we got different lenses. No one's snapping like we something real vivid, keep it realistic. Quick to split it with my day ones, got the label making bank runs, cause a train of thought like a freight hunt. I'm the type to get a late start.
Make sure you subscribe and check out the Info Media Live channel. Weekly videos on YouTube, tips, and live streaming.
It's hard, really, I'm the type that never say much. Vice grip, got the game clutch. Every song make the stage rush. I always said making money might change things, but never let it make us. I'ma go all the way up. They keep calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the
is
soil,
power.
taking me out of this world. I'ma go
all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud. I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud. I'ma go all the way up. Y'all hit up with a dream, hold it down for my team. I'm afraid of how I did it and I get high in the summer. How I'm feeling, how
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
Peace to everybody. Have a great rest of your evening. I'll be back next week if it's God's will, with more content. Check out the Info Media Live channel. Get over there and subscribe to that channel. I most would enjoy that. I'm building something I believe that's going to become great over there, as much as what I'm trying to do over here. I appreciate everyone who showed up and spoke in the chat room, those who came on the panel. I don't take for granted the support that I'm getting on the channel, the growth of the channel, new subscribers. All of you are welcome here. Even if people have opposing and different opinions, I welcome different opinions. Just be respectful with your difference of opinion. For the mods in the chat room, you've done a great job today. Just keep this in mind. If someone has a difference of opinion, they have a right to, give a different opinion. But if they're rude, nasty, completely disrespectful, then yes, you get them the hell out of here. But just keep in mind, I don't want this to be a place of echo chamber where no one has a difference of opinion. I don't have a problem with people either in the chat room, even in the mods. If you have a difference of opinion in me, I have no problem with that, because no man, no woman is an island to themselves. We don't know everything. We learn from each other. And I want to hear people's feedback, whether it be good or bad, or either they agree or disagree with me or people on the panel or people in the chat room. This is how we have healthy dialogue. I'm going to say it again. I believe that there's a turn happening on YouTube for people who do content like me, who handle it in a respectful way, that people are starting to recognize that they do want to go to channels and give those channels high views that are providing information that is intelligently assessed, professionally assessed, and people can get on a panel and talk about things without screaming. Nobody heard anybody on this panel today say nasty things to each other, because that is the way that we should conduct ourselves as a people, as Black people. And it shows that we can conduct ourselves with respect, even if we have difference of opinions. So we're going to see how this whole thing turns out with DL and Monique, whether they'll come together and apologize to each other or hold some press conference. We'll see whether this whole thing gets more and more explosive from where we have. And I'll leave you with this again. I think her husband is her manager. Mixing business with pleasure normally does not work. It is his job as manager to make sure that Monique doesn't have to even deal with this type of foolishness in the first place. With that said, everybody, thank you again. And let's tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Have a good night. Peace.